South Carolina's 5-1 at home this year. You look at Clemson; their struggles have really been on the road. They're 1-3, catching a touchdown there. I don't know if they can pull off the upset, but I think it'll be a one-possession game.
One NFL note here after LT tells us about our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
A great deal going on right now. If you call 205-969-8100, you ask for Amy, tell her the next round sent you, you get scheduled out, make sure that you are a potential candidate for LASIK, and you get the procedure done before the first of the year. You're going to get an incredible deal from the next round. Again, 205-969-8100. I got the procedure done 2 decades ago. I've got 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the call that I made. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Dan Orlovsky on our show yesterday. This has been a big story the last 48 hours. Tom Brady talking about how bad the play is, a lot of mediocrity in the NFL, how bad player development is, how bad coaching is now. And here's what Orlovsky on our show had to say about the Tom Brady comments.
Execution-wise, he's accurate. Consistency-wise, he's accurate. Talent-wise, that's not the case. There's way more talent. But I totally agree with his point of, in the whys, the rule changes, the emphasis, the commitment to, doing straining, because the reality was the field when Tom was certainly playing, it was shrunk. We didn't have as many spread formations. It was shrunk down. So the precision was at a primary. There's not this overwhelming need for precision anymore because the field is so much more spread out. We play in such a more spread out game. RPOs have become a bigger part of the conversation. Quarterbacks don't get hit nearly as much, or I don't want to say as much, but as violently. They're protected more. Receivers are protected more. You can't be physical with receivers as much as you used to be able to.
Yeah, so that's Orlovsky on our show. Here's exactly what Brady said, and I want you guys to comment on this. I think there's a lot of mediocrity in today's NFL. Now, remember, Brady's just 1 year removed from that. Mm-hmm. I don't see the excellence that I saw in the past. He said that on the Stephen A. Smith show. I think the coaching isn't as good as it was. I don't think the development of young players is as good as it was. I don't think the schemes are as good as they were.
Or he's taking a shot at Belichick.
Yeah, I kind of thought that, Rockstar. That's what it feels like, is this is just bad blood between him and Belichick still.
Well,
I mean, how convenient is he? He's out of the game
That's
now,
right. Yep.
and he's saying this. I think two things are really magnified. I think quarterback play is really down this year in the NFL, and a lot of that has to do with a lot of rookies are playing, and there's a lot of guys that have been hurt, and offensive lines continue to decline. This is the worst era of offensive linemen we've ever seen.
And some people, and I am far from an offensive line play expert, I
know where you're going with this.
But some people claim that the style of play in high school and college has created this.
Yeah, the RPOs,
the zone, the way they block in high school and college. That is, I mean, for lack of a better term, I guess dumbed down to make it easier for the offensive lineman to do, and has made it maybe less skilled, less thinking that has to go into it. Has created this.
But
now,
you get that, and quarterback play was at its best just a couple of years ago, and I think that'll flip back around because there is so much. There's so much skill out there, and there's so many guys that is all they do 24/7 is work on being a quarterback. But when you get a combination of bad offensive lines and average quarterback play, it becomes disastrous to watch on offense.
And to Daniel's point there in the chat room, the interior defensive line play is as good as it's ever been. Like, franchises are investing in the Aaron Donalds and the Christian Wilkins of the world in the interior defensive line.
They're 300-pound men who can run 4.4s.
Yeah, and all of a sudden now you're not just getting pressure from the edge of the defensive line. You're getting pressure from the inside, too.
Go back to the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
Those guys were big space eaters.
That's
they
right.
couldn't run like they run now.
Yeah.
Those guys can move 300 pounds and move on the edge and rush you or rush you up the middle where you're – Wall Street Journal, by the way, $1 billion in quarterback salaries were on the bench or IR this past weekend in the NFL. $1 billion in quarterback salaries either on the bench or IR this past weekend because of injuries or just sucking in Mac Jones's case.
Yeah. Well,
you out because of injury or sucking?
I mean,
sucking.
Zach Wilson's a lot of that. I mean, what did the Jets pay him? He was the number 2 overall pick, wasn't he?
Yeah, but $1 billion is a big
That's a lot of numbers.
number.
Yeah, I mean, Burrow was one of those guys, right?
Yeah, Burrow was hurt.
Watson, Burrow, and Rodgers were the three biggest.
Yeah.
Wall Street Journal, if you want to read about the salaries and the quarterback play and the O-line play that's causing right now, LT would tell you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Day after Thanksgiving now on this Black Friday live, and it doesn't feel like there's as many people on the roads as it used to be. You know, like on Black Friday, there was always a buzz of people going to brick and mortars and shopping, and that has died down over the years. I know there's still a lot of people out and about today, but it doesn't feel the same.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's so easy to we love supporting local, but it's so easy to order online. We do have some things we'd love for you to go online for.
Yeah.
Next round store.
Next round store and a bunch of other things.
The Roback. I mean, a bunch of stuff. But you remember when women would get together and they would get shirts made and
yeah.
Hey, I'll meet you at Best Buy at midnight.
Rent limos. They'd rent limos sometimes.
Go stay at the Winfrey and then you knock out the Galleria all day the next day. I remember, that's not that long ago really, but remember my wife, Thanksgiving night during the Egg Bowl, having to run out to some of the local stores to find the Black Friday Birmingham news.
Oh, yeah.
Because they would deliver it at 7 or 8 o'clock at night. And you'd have to find the right store. A lot of them would be sold out. She'd come home with that big old thick Birmingham news, about that thick. And
how long does it take to go through that, digest all of the savings and places you're going to go?
Exactly.
I mean, seems like that would have taken hours.
I never understood the Black Friday craze, I mean, how much did you really save? But people always told me, man, you got this for this, and saved hundreds of dollars on Black Friday.
But it fractionally changed over the years. There was, Best Buy would have 3 TVs they would sell you for, 3 65 inches for $150, and guys would go camp out so they could be the first ones in. I had friends that would do it. And then Black Friday, and then Best Buy was like, God, if we just gave them a receipt and they could come back and pick it up, we could sell all these we wanted. So then it kind of lost its luster, right? You could just show up at any time and get the receipt and sell all you wanted.
Yeah, there was always those videos of people rushing through doors and tackling each other,
so ridiculous,
ripping dresses and sweaters off the rack
at Walmart.
I mean, apparently the savings are really good. I've never been a Black Friday shopper myself.
I just don't think far enough ahead.
But it was topic of conversation yesterday. Hey, if you don't get it on Black Friday, you can get it on Cyber Monday.
That's right.
Always, right? Cyber Monday's already happened, though, right?
I thought that was Monday.
Coming up
next
Monday.
You think so?
I think so. I think it's Monday. Which one? Next Monday, Lunsford?
It's next Monday.
So not Monday.
It's always following. It's not.
It's the
3
very
days from
next
now.
Monday.
So the 11th?
Yeah, who knows?
We're
Who knows?
troubleshooting.
I thought Cyber Monday already happened.
Yeah.
Hey, buy one, get one 50% off on our Black Friday deal right now.
That's right.
You just go to nextround.store, nextround.store. Free shipping for orders over $100. You got to use the promo code Black Friday 2023. Black Friday 2023. Buy one, get one 50% off. Free shipping, orders over $100. We have some new stuff in there. We appreciate you guys jumping in and doing that and being up with us on a special extra hour where we're going to talk about yesterday's games, get to the Iron Bowl, and every game going on today, tomorrow, and all the college football and the NFL. We'll get to the Egg Bowl in a second. Let's start with the NFL first because we're mostly a college football show first and then the NFL. So let's take care of the NFL because there's 3 of those games yesterday. And let's go in chronological order, the way they played out yesterday. First, the Lions early on. So disappointing for the Lions to put that out yesterday because for the first time, really in my lifetime, the Lions were one of the best teams in football on Thanksgiving Day where it wasn't really just about trying to win Thanksgiving for their fans. They have a lot to play for this year. And you just thought this would be a great celebration of Detroit Lions football of where they are, and they go out there and lay the proverbial egg.
Yeah, almost a 10-point favorite. I mean, when in the world have we ever seen Detroit almost a 10-point favorite against Green Bay? And they did one of those the last time the Lions on Thanksgiving were 8-2.
Ouch. That's when it goes bad.
Yeah.
John Madden was actually coaching a JUCO.
Right.
So it's been, I think it was 1962. It's been a long, long time.
And they always go to gas. Gas was 31 cents a gallon.
Yeah, if that. Jared Goff, this is the problem he had in Los Angeles was ball security. And for whatever reason, he likes to fumble the football. And he fumbled and lost 3 yesterday. I don't want to say that was the difference because Green Bay's defense played really, really good. They had all these injuries. That was one of the reasons the number inflated from 7 to 9.5. Jordan Love comes out.
Hey, he's pretty good, by the way.
It's so weird because like 3 weeks ago, I told Alex, the bartender that likes Green Bay, I was like, you don't have a quarterback. And then 2 weeks ago, I was like, after I said that, he played an incredible game. He's played three straight really good games.
It's like it has clicked for him somehow, Lance.
And those receivers are getting
Christian Watson's really good.
Yeah.
We saw that at the end of the season. An incredible grab yesterday. And, they're doing it with other guys that, Tucker Kraft had his first career touchdown. Malik Heath was making catches.
Yeah. Cobb with a weird spelling, not Randall Cobb, but a different Cobb, right? Coub or something like that? In a weird
No, I think you're talking about Romeo Dobbs.
Dobbs, okay, that's right, Dobbs.
Yeah, Romeo Dobbs.
Yeah.
Anyway, Green
Dobbs,
Bay.
Cobbs.
Weird spelling.
After that win, with the way Jordan Love's playing, they're back in the mix.
I mean, Detroit is far from guaranteed to win this division. Minnesota has been better than you would have thought. Green Bay is making a charge. So who knows? And then I thought Dan Campbell, that fake punt call just,
It was just
your own
stupid.
22-yard line.
And then you don't even run a really good fake punt. It's not like it was anything creative. You just snap it to an up back and hope you can get 4 yards.
I had a weird feeling that they were about to fake it, but I thought it was going to be one of the, you throw it to one of the gunners. And you heard Greg Olsen right after that. Well, Dan Campbell, he's going to be aggressive. That's just stupidity.
Yeah, there's a line between aggressive and stupidity, and you crossed it. Yeah. And I don't. It was standard. That felt like what it felt like was normal Thanksgiving Day Lions and normal Packers. And the Packers are really good, and the Lions come back and try to make a game out of it.
Well, you guys know, and I try to be transparent, I've never been good on Thanksgiving.
That is right.
And I gave out 3 plays yesterday. We've got a guaranteed week, so we need to win. And I seem like I'm always backing Detroit and just trying to get the backdoor cover, and they always get beat. I finally get to play Detroit yesterday, and they lose.
Yeah. And did you know it was the biggest point spread for Detroit on a Thanksgiving game since 1976. I saw this.
Oh, I believe it.
And in 76, O.J. Simpson set the single game rushing record on Thanksgiving Day against the Lions, and still they somehow lost 27-14. I don't know how. Buffalo, he ran for 270 yards, so they lost 27-14, but they did. So you were in historical territory playing the Lions right there.
Yeah,
didn't work.
Maybe should have been a sign.
In 76, did the Lions play outside?
It was I saw some photos from it. It was a Silverdome game. I think Silverdome.
Wow, I thought Silverdome didn't come around until the 70s.
It looked like it was inside.
Yeah, because there was the Astrodome, then there was the Superdome, which was the second one, which was like in 75. The Silverdome was there in 76?
Yeah, I thought the Silverdome Kingdom, I thought all of them came out in the 70s.
Yeah,
the Pontiac Silverdome was built in 1975, so this would have been their second year in there.
Yeah. How about that?
Yeah.
Because I don't remember. I'm old, and I can't remember the Lions. I don't even know where they played outside.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't remember the
Lions. Obviously, my whole
outside.
life they've been in a dome, so I have no idea.
Yeah,
I remember Minnesota outside. I can remember games of them playing outside.
I don't really.
Yeah, I don't.
They were always Metrodome.
No, I can remember them.
Hell of a home field, though, right?
Yeah. That was the guy who wouldn't let them wear jackets or anything or sleeves.
Bud Grant.
He refused. They were just bitter cold in Minnesota.
Now, I do remember Green Bay. They used to play some select games in Milwaukee. You remember that?
I remember that.
And it was in the Brewers outdoor baseball stadium, and they used to have to share the sidelines. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like both teams were on the same sideline. It would be divided at the 50. One team on one side of the 50, one team on the other.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way
They
could do
turned the
sidelines.
Silverdome into a casino.
Did they?
It was for a minute. I think it's imploded now. I think it's gone. But I think for a minute it was a casino.
Yeah. Will you look and tell me where the Lions played their outdoor games? Do they play it at, like most cities, do they play it at Tiger Stadium? That would make no sense.
No.
You don't think so?
Yeah.
No.
I don't
I'm
know
sure
where,
they've played a game there, but I don't think it was their home spot.
I just wonder where the Lions' home field was back in the day. I bet Charlie knows in the chat room.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Charlie probably was he was one of the popcorn and the vendors.
He was selling hot
when he
dogs.
was a kid, yeah.
Hot dogs. Get your hot weenies.
He was the one that brought pizza to Detroit Lions games.
Jimmy, they played at Tiger Stadium from 1941 through 1974.
Okay, well, there you go.
There you
Wow.
go.
So all those years
Long
they
run
played.
at Tiger Stadium.
That seems like a small venue for football.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I agree. And it is what kids this day and age just don't have to deal with, but we had to deal with as kids. It's terrible setups in stadiums because they tried to share the stadium between baseball and football.
Yeah, or had to just for cost back in the
Yeah,
day.
it never was a good setup, ever.
The show being brought to you, more NFL, and then into our college discussion, being brought to you today by our friend Dr. B. It's got LT's hair primed and ready for a little a little weekend.
Yeah, look, I am convinced I would have probably started to shave my head by now because it was thinning out that much, that fastly. Look, if you start to see somebody you love that's thinning out, be preemptive. Tell them about it because Dr. Beckenstein is out there and this guy can help. Since I went to see Dr. B, my hair is more than doubled in thickness. I do that non-invasive treatment on the couch 3 times a week, 30 minutes each time. That's it. 205-319-0316, t3hair.net for more information. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patient fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316 or t3hair.net.
All right. The Dallas Cowboys just demolished Washington as most people expected. 45-10. My 2 takeaways here is Dak playing really, really good. 4 touchdowns from him. That just seems like a complete team to me. They run it okay. They throw it okay. They play okay defense. CD Lamb is good. The secondary, even without Trayvon, is good. Seems to be a complete team to me.
Well, they should be, but, there's just some head-scratching things. How they lost to the Cardinals earlier this season by double digits. San Francisco completely curb-stomped them. But the last 3 games, they've won all by 23 or more, but it's been against bad teams. The Giants, the Panthers, and now the Commanders, who probably are about to lose their head coach, maybe as soon as today. But I do agree, the Cowboys are good. Dak is really good against bad competition. I mean, he really is. And the bad news for the Cowboys is you got a tough schedule coming up. Listen to these next 5 games. Okay. Seahawks, Eagles, at Bills, at Dolphins, Lions.
That is a tough stretch.
Could be 1-4.
Yeah, it's a really. So we'll see how good the Cowboys are in the next month.
So after Seahawks, it was at Eagles?
No, Eagles at home.
But will the Eagles be favored in Dallas, you think? Skinny favorite,
no.
maybe?
I think Dallas will be a skinny favorite.
Philadelphia will be a dog in Dallas.
Yep, they will be. And then
load up on that one at mybookie.ag, Jimmy D.
At Buffalo.
There'll be a dog there.
At the Dolphins.
There'll be a dog there.
And then they've got the Lions at home. They'll be favored.
Yeah.
But those are still really tough games.
Well,
so we'll see
in
the next 5 weeks how good Dallas really is.
One of my takeaways, 2 takeaways from this game. First of all, Deron Bland getting his 5th pick six.
I don't know how that's possible.
I really don't either. And we're only in November. I mean, you just read the rest of their schedule. He's got games left. And he's already got 5 pick sixes. It's
NFL record.
NFL record, yeah.
And right when he picked it, I mean, it was a tough return to the house.
Yeah, he had to
they
make
were
some
like,
guys miss.
he takes us back. It's going to be an NFL record.
Yeah,
Nance ready to go.
Back.
And there he goes, yeah.
Yeah, Nance credit. He knew the history there. I mean, immediately said it.
Yeah, but as LT said, it was calling it as if it was historic right there. And he's got it. There he goes.
Yeah, it's history.
And he still has to beat like 3 or 4.
So, it's scripted, Jim. And the other thing that jumped out at me is they're talking early like Romo and Nance. Boy, the Commanders have found their quarterback in Sam Howell. I really like this kid.
I don't mind Sam Howell.
I don't hate him, but it just felt like they found a middle-tier quarterback. I mean, they were making it sound like they had discovered Patrick Mahomes Part 2, and it's like you watch him, and he's good, but
yeah, he's almost like I'm going to use a Rams reference, Mark Bolger.
Yeah, I agree. He's good.
Yeah.
And the right offense will look really, really good, but I don't know if he's going to make your offense that much better.
Yeah, and with this defense, they should be better than they are.
I agree. And that's why, as you said, there could be a coach firing today.
And if you watch this game play out, it was really a tight game.
Yeah, the score is not indicative of the way that game went.
I stayed away from this game completely, but I was like, damn, I kind of wish I would have backed the Commanders going into the fourth quarter. And then Dallas outscores them 25-0. But up until the fourth quarter, it was a one-possession game.
And then the 49ers late night, really the better game of the day on paper. And a lot of us around here focus mostly on the Egg Bowl, which didn't produce a lot of scoring. 49ers cruise again. Christian McCaffrey, he's healthy and he's fantastic so far. 31-13, 49ers win it. And C-Mac is unbelievable.
Yeah, I remember like 4 or 5 years ago, I was doing a Monday night show with our friend Cole Kublik. And I remember telling him, I think Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in football. And I think at that point, people were like, wow, could he really be the best running back in football? I don't think there's any doubt. I think you can make an argument at times he's the best player on the planet. He is that damn good.
He didn't win the Heisman in college, was he behind one of the Alabama guys one time?
Yeah, I think
or was that a different guy?
No, you're thinking of Toby Gerhardt.
That's who it was.
Yeah,
Toby
that was Mark
Gerhardt.
Ingram, Toby Gerhardt, and Ndamukong Suh.
But Christian McCaffrey, I'm trying to remember who he was a finalist with.
The thing he's not the most remembered for, but he was one of the first high-profile players to say, hey, that bowl game, great for you guys. I'm going to start thinking about my NFL career. I am not going to go play the Sun Bowl in El Paso, Texas. I'm going to sit this one out.
And he knew, apparently, that he was going to be prone to injuries because that's defined his career.
Yeah, in hindsight, it was a great idea on his part.
But I thought that he did play in that bowl game against Iowa and completely torched him.
Yeah, but I think it was
Not
his last one.
Okay,
his last one
did not.
was the Sun Bowl, and he said, because I remember people like, what has college football become? Yeah. What is this going to be? We got guys opting out of bowl games, and then my favorite is, hey, just what we're going to have guys opt out of playoff games. You just wait, you just watch. We're going to have guys opt out of playoff games. Still waiting on that one.
Yeah.
Hadn't happened yet.
Not going to say it's not going to happen.
I'm not going to say it's not going to happen, but I mean, the talk was nobody's going to play in these lower tier bowls. And now we've seen legit guys do it.
2016 Rose Bowl, 368 total yards.
No, he was incredible. He's an incredible player. There's no doubt.
He is, and he's on my fantasy football team and on my daily fantasy every time I play.
Well, it should be.
Well, we should have had a keeper league, and he was mine last year. One of the reasons I won the championship. He got ripped away from me.
He's the only player I've got, so I got a good record only because of him. And the 49ers have a lot of good players. I like watching the 49ers.
Oh, they're
play.
good, man.
They're just entertaining. I like the way they play. I like the way they play defense. I like their offense. I like the way they play football. They win last night. That's the NFL. One game today, first time ever. On a Black Friday, the NFL's playing. It's game day for Brownies, Dolphins, and Jets. It's on Prime, but not in prime time. It's at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So day football for the NFL on a Friday on a streaming network.
You know why they did that, though?
Oh,
I believe.
100%.
I think it goes back to the Black Friday shopping.
No doubt about it. They're trying to draw as many people to that.
You go, you do whatever you want.
No. I think it's the exact opposite.
Oh, you're talking about people that come to Amazon Prime, then they'll shop there.
That's right. We hook people into Amazon Prime, and then they're like, well, why are you going out, man? Look, this 65-inch TV on Amazon is $100.
No, but I think it's easy for guys to shop online. Women still like to have the tangible in their hands.
Well, they may. I don't know.
I do too, by the way.
I do a lot of times too.
I like to see it because sometimes it shows up at my door and I open that package and it's like, thought it was going to be bigger. Thought it was going to be better.
Thought
it was going to feel different.
Hey,
can you believe Dunaway feels that way?
Shout out to Roback, though. When Kelsey said, I've got a pair of pants coming in for you, I was like, man, I've got to try my pants. My inseam's always a little off, a little weird. They were perfect.
Yeah.
You know what my wife does a lot? Yes. She'll just go to the store and she'll buy it. And I'm like, you're not going to try it on? No, I'll just try it on at home and I'll return it.
I do that.
Me too.
Tough to try on.
I don't like trying on. Hey, before we get to the college game, our friends right there at Hemp Hill Services are bringing you part of the show today, and they get you ready for cold weather. I'm so happy, Brown. I have yet to turn on the heat.
Out of the way, Jimmy D.
I've been fighting it.
Running that house. I like it.
It's been chilly.
Yeah, I haven't turned the heat on either.
No, trust me. The person that wants the heat on is me. Maggie has no problem with it being cold.
Oh, I got the in-laws on. They have it charged to Dante. That's what they put it on.
Wow.
Real warm.
You got him in house, and you got him in the house, and it's burning like hell.
Ninth circle of hell.
Oh, I had a friend that came over last night. I had a bunch of people, and one of them ended up staying. And I got a text at like 4 a.m. It's cold.
Well,
like I'm gonna be up, like looking at my phone.
Yeah.
What the hell am I supposed to do?
Get a blanket.
Yeah. Anyway, if it's cold at your house and you need to make sure that that unit is ready to keep up.
You said that, and I just picture C-Stew in tidy whities laying on top of the sheets.
my God, it's cold.
I got the it's cold. Make this call. 205-229-2090. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services will make sure your unit is ready to keep up with this changing weather. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
I got a lot on this next game. I don't know if we got time, Jim.
Which next game?
Oh, the Egg Bowl. I got a lot of thoughts.
We'll do it in the next segment. Then.
All right.
We'll move it to the next segment. That's Brown's way of saying I'm late against the break.
No,
here.
it is not. I'm just saying I don't want to squeeze it in because I got a lot of thoughts.
One developing thing out of the Egg Bowl. We'll get to the game itself and the Ole Miss side. But Will Rogers, according to reports today, Matt Zenitz and now others are saying Will Rogers will hit the portal. There's a report from 24/7, and that's where Zenitz is now. Number 2 in the SEC all-time passing. Another Stake win, by the way. He did not break the record this year, helped out by injuries. How many games did he miss? Four in
Yeah,
a row.
you caught a break on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
in a row.
even without that, I
It
mean,
was
I
going to be
just,
tough, but you had a shot. Yeah.
Their offense was awful.
And that's what I was betting. I remember when we made the bet, we were discussing. I was like, with Zach Arnett coming in, they're going to change this offense. Is this guy going to be any good? So I'll ask you, Will Rogers without Mike Leach, God rest his soul, would you have any interest in this guy in the portal? Like, let's use an example. Is there a quarterback challenged
Well,
I think he's
team
better,
in the SEC?
I think he's better than Peyton Thorne.
and that was the first thing Little T asked me. It was like, Peyton Thorne in the transfer portal? Hopeful question mark? And I was like, did you watch the game last night? She goes, yeah. I said, would you want that?
Yeah, I mean, Will Rogers.
Will Rogers. Who did I say?
You said Peyton Thorne.
Will Rogers in the transfer portal? Question mark? I said, did you watch that game last night? Yeah. Do you want that?
I mean, is it not just Peyton Thorne again?
It feels like it.
I don't know. I've seen Will Rogers call it system, whatever. I've seen him look really good.
Okay, now do the Alabama games. And that's going to be important. That's going to be important, right? For Auburn? I mean,
No, he was awful against.
He sucks against Alabama. You would start there. If you want him at Auburn, all you would say with Will Rogers, well, let me see how he did against Alabama.
Well, it's bad.
He sucked.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got all these records, but against Alabama, always sucked.
Yeah, he kind of struggled against Bama.
Yeah.
there's
I
no
think
doubt about
Mississippi
that.
State, just in general, has always struggled
That
against
is
Alabama.
true. That is absolutely true.
Yeah, but that would be a no-go for me. It'd be like, are you allergic to any medications? Will Rogers, yes, he's allergic to Alabama. That would be a no-go for me at Auburn. Would not diagnose him for Auburn. He's apparently going to go to the portal.
I think he will end up transferring down. I think this is one of those, like Connor Bazelak is your starting quarterback now at Bowling Green. I think he'll go somewhere
this kid's going to leave with a chance to set the SEC record. He's not going to go somewhere else in the SEC.
I'm with
I
Lance.
don't
He doesn't
think
know who he's
so.
going to be playing for. I think he's probably going to be like a quarterback in one of these Texas
It's kind of
teams.
weird. On the way in, I was listening to Danny Cannell, and Aaron Murray was sitting in for Dusty Dvorak, and they brought up he had just transferred, and Aaron said, well, I saw him not long ago, and he whispered in my ear, your record's safe. Like, I guess he had planned on transferring.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's weird. Your record is safe.
Which one?
Well, then they
Cool middle school
they
record.
started talking about
Who are you?
dumb the records are now because of the COVID year.
Yeah.
I mean, they are going to. I mean, there's going to be a ton of records that will never be broken again because of all the years of eligibility.
That's right. That's right. I mean, just look. I mean, Bo Nix. Just look at Bo Nix. He has started more games than I think anybody else will ever get a chance to play.
Well, I brought this up with Brock, and I was going to do it on the fly, but I was in the middle of the interview, and I
You know
was
what I'm
like,
saying?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
he has a record. He started more games than anybody in history. And if you start from day one and play, and your team wins the national championship every year, I don't think you'll be able to play enough games to break the record.
No, I agree with you. Yeah, that's going to be safe forever, probably.
Okay,
You'll
look-
have to be a 4-year starter, a four-time national champion.
This is going to be crazy. Let's see if we can figure this out because I wanted to do it on the fly, and I forgot it after we got into something. But Bo Nix's first collegiate game ever was
The Oregon game in 2019.
That's right.
And who was the opposing quarterback?
Justin Herbert?
Justin Herbert has been in the league now 4 years. I think Bo has more career starts in college than Herbert has.
I think so.
In the NFL.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy to think about. And, of course, it was a last-minute loss by Justin Herbert. Who could have seen that coming? that should have been a
So
alarm
Bo
bell.
right now is
So
on.
maybe it's not the Chargers coach's fault?
God, this is crazy. So Bo is on game number. Is this not 59?
It's approaching 60.
Yeah. So Herbert is 59 career games.
Wow. So Bo Nix has had as many college starts as Herbert's had
After
NFL
tonight,
starts.
yeah.
After
They'll have
tonight.
they'll have the exact same, I think.
That's
And
crazy.
again, if it's 15 right now, it'll be 16 in the future with a 12-team playoff. So if you go 16, 16, 16, and 16, that's 64 starts is a possibility. Bo this year is going to get into the 60s.
This will never be broken.
But keep in mind now, for those that wring their hands, like I guess Cannell and Dvorak or Aaron Murray, whoever you're listed to, there was a whole set of players that broke records because they could play college football for 4 years when their predecessors could only play for
And
3.
trust me, Cannell was ready to roll on this. He was like, well, I've got 6 touchdown passes that aren't in the record books for me. And he's like, what are you talking about? He's like, bowl games? I had 4 in the Orange Bowl,
Right, exactly. Yeah,
2
bowl-
in the
yeah,
Sugar.
yeah, bowl
I'll
stats-
never get credit for those.
Yeah, bowl stats didn't count at one time. We changed that too. So, I mean, if you're going to get hung up on that kind of stuff, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, we got technology. Let's go back and retro all this stuff. All right, so there we go. Will Rogers to the portal. We'll talk about the actual game, Lane Kiffin's reaction, what it means for Lane and Ole Miss. Is Lane really a candidate at Texas A&M? Well, I guess it's a Lane Kiffin segment, so what we're about to do. The show being brought to you by our friends at Hydra Live, one of our great sponsors there.
Hydra Live wants to remind you, if you can't make it to one of their great locations, a nurse can actually come out to you. How about a gift card of hydration this holiday season? IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. Leighton was sick a couple of weeks ago. Nurse Lacey gave her an IV. She swears that's what brought her back from the dead. They're open 7 days a week. 7 days a week. Hoover, Homewood, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Again, if you can't make it, they'll send one to you. Mention Next Round at checkout. 20% off any of the service. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram at Hydra Life Therapy. For more information, hydrolifetherapy.com.
Subscribe and set alerts at Disrupt the Media on YouTube.
Ryan Brown here for the Next Round with a question for you. Are you on the bandwagon yet? Bandwagon wants to invite you to one of their 3 retail locations in Birmingham for all your holiday shopping. Bandwagon has the top brands in sporting goods, athleisure, and lifestyle apparel. You can check your entire family off the list at Bandwagon with brands like Task, Bird Dog, and Varley, plus the best in sports equipment. Visit the Bandwagon locations in Cahaba Heights, Homewood, and Trussville, or online, bandwagonsports.com. Next Round listeners, it's time to jump on the bandwagon.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Give the gift of Daniel Moore art this holiday season with the 2024 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar. This year's calendar features collectors' most beloved Daniel Moore Alabama football moments, from the classic goal line stand to the Saban-era 2nd and 26. Special offer for listeners only. Buy 2 calendars and get 1 free with code HOLIDAY at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The Next Round golf cart is back and is presented by Urology Centers of Alabama. For $89, play Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the renovated Woodward Golf Club. $247 in value for just $89. Or get bonus gifts with the Deluxe Golf Cart for $119. No restrictions, good through September of 2024, but supplies are limited. Buy right now at nextround.store. I disagree on the Will Reichert thing. I think someone will break that.
So Ross says, you want to talk records, the Will Reichert record will last forever. I'm kind of with Ross. I don't know who's going to break it. If you're that good, you're generally going in 3 years. Will Reichert has had 5 years to accumulate points.
Yeah, I don't know about kickers, though.
But I'm not talking about a kicker going early. I'm just saying, like, if a normal position player was approaching that record, he'll go to the NFL.
Yeah, but it's always kickers that have
that
record.
and the thing is, playing for Alabama where they were scoring on average, 40 points a game? I mean, there's a lot of points that are involved in that. So not only would you have to be a kicker that's really good and would stay for 4 years, but you've also got to play in a program that would have that type of offensive success all 4 years.
So he kicked for 5 years, you're telling me, Brown. That first
Correct.
year he only played 5 games because of injury.
Yeah, and you say it's always kickers, but it is not. I mean, the guys, he's the only kicker in the top 4.
Who else is in there?
Monte Ball, the old Wisconsin running back. Pretty recent guy, too. I mean, that's
surprising.
Yeah, Monte Ball.
That's who he passed?
He just passed him. Monte Ball's got 500 points. Reichard now has 521. Kenneth Dixon, the old La Tech running back, very recent player. Well, I say very recent, within the last decade.
Yep.
Kenneth Dixon at La Tech had 522. And then Keenan Reynolds, the Navy quarterback, had 530 points, and he's just as recent as any of those guys. So these are all recent guys.
So whose record did he break?
He will break Keenan Reynolds if he can get.
Yeah, that's surprising. It's not
so he's the all-time SEC holder now.
Well, Reichard is, yes,
and he's on his way to being the all-time if he can get there.
If he can get 10 more points, which I would think. I mean, especially if Alabama makes the playoffs, it should be fairly easy. Well, even still, they'll get a bowl game. So he's got 3 more games to get 10 points. Reichard's going to get 10 points.
You act like kickers can't get hurt, Brown. They can get hurt.
They can.
So it's not automatic.
Yeah.
Iron Bowl coming up tomorrow. We'll be down in Auburn for our pregame show, which starts at 9 a.m. Central Time. So we'll be down there getting ready for the game, and then we'll do a little post-game from down there afterwards as well, and some videos for you. So stay to all of our social media platforms for that. And remember, like, subscribe, and give us a thumbs up. As we get into the Egg Bowl from last night, I'll remind you that the show today is being brought to you in part by our friends at Legacy, LegacyCreditUnion.com. Later on, we'll hear from Coach Trent Dilfer of UAB about Legacy. But for here, I just want to remind you that holiday shopping is underway today for so many of you who are out and about. Maybe you're listening to us on the app and you're on your way shopping. I'll remind you that credit cards are the safest way to shop this holiday season because it's not linked directly like your debit card to your checking account. And our friends at Legacy have the best credit card available for you, the Legacy credit card, with rates at 8.9% APR. No annual fees, no balance transfer fees, and they make shopping both safe and convenient for you. You can apply online in minutes. All you have to do is go to LegacyCreditUnion.com, LegacyCreditUnion.com. APR, of course, is the annual percentage rate. Rates and offers are subject to change. View the website for details. Federally insured by the NCUA. It's LegacyCreditUnion.com. Last night, Ole Miss beats Mississippi State 17-7 in what, by Egg Bowl standards, was pretty tasteless. Like some people's turkey yesterday, it was just blah. It just wasn't very good.
Well, the first half was awful. I mean, it was nothing but punts in the first half, and neither offense could get anything going. State's was just bad. Ole Miss's was just out of sync.
Well, they talked about Jackson Dart's his shoulder. But there were a couple of design runs where he took on some contact.
And a non-design run where he had his lights turned out, too.
Yeah, I don't know how he came back from that.
I don't either. He only missed one play.
Yeah, how he wasn't in concussion protocol from that.
He was.
For one play.
How can you evaluate somebody in one play?
I don't know if you...
a little bit of a timeout. So there was a 90-second, it was a drive-through medical procedure.
But he was already back in the huddle when Spencer Sanders... The only reason he didn't come right back in was because they had to stop the game for him. Spencer Sanders came in and played that one play. Dart was already helmet on back in the huddle.
My point was going to be, though, I don't know how healthy he was, but that offense, it didn't seem like Lane Kiffin's typically a lot more aggressive than that.
Yep.
Look, and they ended up winning the game by double digits, getting a cover on the 9.5, which was crazy.
10 for me at mybookie.com.
Oh, that's the worst kind of loss there, Jim.
It's a push.
Well, yeah.
But it was part of a 3-team parlay, and it was the only thing that I missed. So luckily, it kicked you down to a 2-team parlay win for me yesterday.
That way, congratulations.
Right.
Big Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I had the Cowboys, I had the 49ers, and I had the Rebels all parlayed together there.
I thought Mississippi State, played as well as they could. They're just not good.
I agree.
But on the other side, I just seemed emotionless from Ole Miss.
Yeah, I don't know. They were out of sync. They were absolutely 100% out of sync.
Oh, I was screaming at my TV. Because you guys were right. Lane was not doing any Lane stuff last night. He wasn't doing any Lane stuff.
Well, I think Lane knew he didn't have to do Lane stuff to win this game.
Yeah, but I really thought he would come in and make a statement.
I kind of thought so, too.
Mud hole.
Yeah.
I think it shows how important getting another 10-win regular season and keeping his name in the conversation for your New Year's Six bowl game with Ole Miss was for him. Here's Lane after the contest, after the win.
They're not going to listen to me and say, oh, that was a good point Coach Kiffin made. We're going to move him up, put him in New Year's Six. But, I mean, I think this one's a pretty good argument where, you went 10-2, super hard schedule. Even your non-conference people for the most part played well, but your 2 losses are at Alabama and Georgia, the 2 people going to SEC, playing as well as anybody at their place. So, I'd like to see the other 10-2 people end up 10-2 in their losses, and I would doubt their losses would be harder ones than those 2 places to play, because Georgia's about 30-0 there the last 30 games, and Alabama has now lost 2 in whatever it's been, 52 home games. Now with Texas being the second after Joe Burrow's LSU team. So analytics, they've got to be 2 hardest places to win right now.
So Lane really lobbying for this New Year's Six Bowl, and if you're paying attention, they're hovering around the last eligible spot.
Who's keeping them out.
But the one that where they would be slotted right now would be Tulane, who Ole Miss beat.
That's right, who they beat head to head, and that's what I'm sure makes this even worse. Is you went to Tulane and beat them head to head, and that is going to be the team right now. I think this is going to sort itself out, but that's the team that's keeping you out.
Give me the caveat to that Ole Miss win against Tulane was who didn't play.
Michael Pratt didn't play.
He did not.
Yeah.
And Tulane was up early, and they were up even in the third quarter in that game. So that is one of those deceiving, at least final scores when they won the game 37-20. They were lucky to beat Arkansas. They were lucky to beat Auburn. They got destroyed against Georgia. Alabama beat them soundly. Yeah. He's got good points, but I still don't know after 12 games how good Ole Miss is. I just don't.
But to his point, and not really to his argument, Penn State, their 2 losses are going to end up being, once they beat Michigan State, it's going to end up being to Ohio State and Michigan, 2 teams that are actually in a better position than Georgia and Alabama are.
And I feel like Ole Miss is better than Penn State.
And Missouri's 2 losses are going to be to LSU, who they let get away, and to Georgia, also on the road, where they played them tougher than Ole Miss.
I feel Missouri's better than Ole Miss, but I feel Ole Miss is better than Penn State.
But I think Louisville, having to play Florida State, I think this is going to work out. I think they'll end up in a New Year's Six Bowl.
Ole Miss?
Yeah. I do. I think they'll get. Well, I think they'll at least be in the top 11. Which
Well, I mean, the good news is for Ole Miss is you can be a Roadrunner fan. UTSA today.
That's right.
I mean that game's a coin flip.
Yeah, but there's still going to be somebody in front of you from the group of 5, right? No, it becomes Liberty at that point, I believe.
Yeah, you're right.
It does.
Hey, but I want to talk about broader Lane Kiffin.
Okay, let's get into broader Lane Kiffin after LT tells us about our friends at Bromberg's. I mean, get out there on this Black Friday and swing by our friends at Bromberg's, their location.
Right. Nothing like getting or giving that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. They are your diamond specialists. You think about popping the question this holiday season, they are the guys you need to go see. 2 locations for this Black Friday. Doors are open. Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can shop online as well. Go to brombergs.com.
Kevin says, so Lane is a strength of losses guy. I sort of am too when we get down to those discussions.
When we start talking strength of losses.
Pritchlaw says, I'm fighting the urge to start debating playoff scenarios. Really, if you're an Alabama fan, I was talking to the guy at the coffee place I go to, Scooter's on the way in, and we started talking about, he's like, listen, please don't talk playoff scenarios on your show, because once you do and Alabama beats Auburn and they're going into Georgia, you guys are going to paint a scenario for all they have to do is beat Georgia. They'll be in there and they're going to get blitzed by Georgia. And I said, well, I don't think us talking about it's going to impact the game at all, but I'll try to not talk playoff scenarios today. And then Troy brings up the 4-wheeler last night, which I still...
Well, that's what I wanted to discuss,
I'm still trying to wrap my head around that one.
It made no sense.
So weird.
So Greg Knox is sitting in the tunnel on a 4-wheeler. Cole comes up and interviews him. Coach, basically, the question from Cole, Coach, why are you on a 4-wheeler?
Right.
And then,
a legitimate question.
And then Greg Knox gives an answer that makes absolutely 0 sense.
0 cents.
Like, I rewound it and I said, maybe I misheard the answer. No, I didn't mishear it. It just made no sense whatsoever.
Oh, and I even looked at the time, Brown. I Googled. Now, there's some stories out afterwards that I haven't read yet because I've lost interest because they lost the game. But I Googled quickly, like, 4-wheeler Mississippi State, and I got nothing. Nothing popped up. So there's not like some tradition or some storyline or anything.
Did you hear what Cole said?
Yeah,
which was so weird.
They tried to further explain it. The Inky Johnson story.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm just talking about he asked Greg Knox was like, how many of you guys have ridden.
Yeah, that
on
was
an
Inky
ATV.
Johnson's story.
Yeah.
So Inky Johnson told a story about like his nephew getting thrown off a four-wheeler. Basically, you got to get back up on the horse.
Yeah. And then he said 90% of our players raised their hands so they could relate to it. How many people have eaten a banana in here?
I mean, it made no sense. Like, they tried to explain it further. I'm like, y'all are just confusing it more. Tom Hart, Jordan Rogers, and Cole Kubelik.
Yeah.
I don't know what
just
this
say
means.
that's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah. So this guy just wants to ride a four-wheeler to grab attention, so he did it. Like, Greg Knox just wants people to see Greg Knox, so he rides out on a four-wheeler. And then, by the way, important note here, after Cole interviews him and steps aside, Tom Hart then steps in and says, this is only the second time he's ever been on a four-wheeler. And I'm like, I don't know if you know this about an SEC football field pregame.
That's all I was watching.
A lot of people.
Oh,
I was expecting to jerk into somebody, a cheer poor little
where he's
cheerleader.
got brake and gas same time and it's dragging him along. And that damn turf is just getting churned up.
He comes out, he makes a hard right. I thought he's going to drive. I thought he's going to drive through the band.
Yeah.
He comes out, makes a hard right, and goes behind the band. I'm like, that's actually worse because now they can't see him coming.
Yeah. Now there's a bunch of Don Hawses over there not expecting to get hit.
Some poor tuba player is going to get clipped from behind and end his career.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing, Greg Knox?
Well, he didn't want to drive it on the field because of LT's part. Didn't want to chew up the turf.
Understandable.
I wanted to see that so bad.
But I was so afraid he was going to run into somebody.
I was too.
Yeah.
All for some stupid publicity stunt that made no sense.
That's right.
It makes no sense.
But they
whatsoever.
scored 7 points.
Fired him right up.
You're the interim coach. Just please,
know your role.
Dot
really.
the I's, cross the T, get a little extra money, go to the next job.
It was like some dude was over dragging the infield at Duty Noble and like, hey, we're going to need that four-wheeler tonight. And he's like, what are y'all doing? Well, the coach is going to ride out on it.
Yeah. We'll need somebody to teach him how a little bit later on. You had a thought on Kiffin too?
Well, I want to ask, because Lance is, look, I think we've all at some point or another been critical about Kiffin.
Yeah, where do you guys have them before you get to your point right now in the SEC?
Where is Ole Miss in the SEC?
I mean, like the best teams. I mean, obviously
like
Georgia and Alabama.
Or program.
I'm just talking about this year.
This year, Alabama, Georgia, Alabama, Missouri
I still think
all better. And you're about to say LSU,
I
but
still
they beat
think,
them head-to-head.
I know, but I
It's
still
hard.
think LSU's better.
They've got a better record, and they beat them head-to-head. It is hard to make that argument, but I kind of feel like LSU is better.
Who do you think's better, Alabama or Texas?
I think it's Alabama, Trey.
Yeah.
They got the same record, though.
I think LSU's better too.
I do too.
I mean, if you ask me right now, who would you like to play this weekend with your life on the line? And you've got Alabama. Would you rather play LSU or Ole Miss? I'd choose Ole Miss twice.
I think everybody would say Ole Miss just for the fact that LSU's got a special player.
Yep.
That, when you start to look at this, where is he in the pecking order of great seasons of all time?
I'll go one step further. I'd rather play Ole Miss than I would Tennessee.
They're about the same to me. I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
Tennessee right now is playing pretty bad.
They are.
But I mean, Kiffin now, Lance, is 33-15, 20-13 in conference at Ole Miss.
And he's done something you didn't think he would do. Two things. One, he's had 2 9-win seasons plus in his time at Ole Miss. You didn't think he'd do that.
I did not.
And part of the reason why is I think you thought if he had won, he would have gone somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, that was part of it.
Yeah. And you know, David Cutcliffe that one year finished second in the West. We're like, my God, he finished second in the West at Ole Miss.
Yep.
Kiffin's now done that twice.
Because he didn't seem like a guy who, if he had 2 10-win seasons, 2 10-win regular seasons, that he would still be in Oxford, Mississippi. Like he did it one time, and we thought he would all bolt to bigger programs.
So, I mean, I think we've got to say Lane Kiffin's done a really good job at Ole Miss. Would you give me that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I know he's gotten criticized a lot on this show, but I mean, 33-15, 20-13 in conference.
LT's going to tell us about Woodhouse, another great place that you can take advantage of Black Friday savings right now. And then when we come back, I've got your Franning It Up moment of the day. It's happening today. And Lane Kiffin, is he in the mix at Texas A&M? We'll talk about those two things coming back. Tell us about Woodhouse.
Woodhouse Day Spa. The thing is, you can order online. You don't have to go anywhere. You can stop by and see the fine folks of the Woodhouse Day Spa right there at the Summit Shopping Centers. Tell them the next round sent you. Or you can just go online and order that gift card for that special person. Right now, you can do it 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Don't forget, they've got a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Order online gift cards 24/7, birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop unwanted guests. Save $50 from our friends at Wayne's right now. Call 866-WAYNES-1 this holiday season. Give the gift of peace and security to your home and family with a $50 off recurring Wayne's Pest Control services. Keep your celebrations joyful and free of unwanted critters this holiday and beyond. At Wayne's Pest Control, we don't just promise short-term fixes. We promise year-round protection for your home, keeping your family, children, and pets safe. Again, call 866-WAYNES-1 today. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com. A lot of football today we're going to get to. Lance'sLock.com has all the plays up right now, being brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. Tell us about Hemp Hill.
Fall weather is here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering a $69 fall tune-up when you call Hemp Hill Services. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys there, 205-229-2090. They're an independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call today, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
How many plays you got today?
I only got 3.
You've only got 3. Mm-hmm. Wow, I've got 3.
Are you?
I've already played them in my bookie.
You're parlaying?
2 parlays and 1 straight up. I don't even need them, Brown. Don't even need them.
You don't need those points.
I'll tell you, it involves, the straight up one involves my franting it up moment of the day, and that's brought to you by our friends at A+. Tell about A+, and I'll get into this.
Jim, you know who never frans it up?
Who?
My man Brad Bell, A+ Style Home Remodeling. He works till the job is done, and he does a tremendous job doing it. So listen, we had our original bathroom when we bought the house. We weren't really crazy about it. It was bright. We kind of like the darker tones. It needed updating. So my wife scoured the internet. Now, we kicked the can down the road. Finally said we're doing it. So she scoured the internet, and she found Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. She talked to a bunch of contractors, people that use certain contractors. She said, I feel best about Brad. Boy, I'm glad she said that, because he did tremendous work. His His crews were on time. They did great work. They were clean. I mean, there's nothing I can complain about, and the result is phenomenal. 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758 for Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. Anywhere in Alabama, he can help you. Master Bath and Kitchen. When you do it, Master Bath and Kitchen is what you need to do. Lance actually used him as well. He saw the work and said, hey, listen, I like it too. And he went from a darker to a lighter bathroom. Just shows you Brad's not hung on one way of doing it. Master Bath and Kitchen is where you will get your money back when you do remodeling. So that's why you use Brad Bell. If you miss anything I've said, just reach out. I'll get you in touch with Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. 205-422-1758. 205-422-1758.
I really love your reasoning. I don't know if you're playing this game today or not, but for a couple of weeks you've been pointing to UTSA versus Tulane. And the winner,
I ended up staying away from it.
The winner ends up in the American, the AAC.
And I think Texas San Antonio is better, but for whatever reason, when I've played Texas San Antonio, it hasn't worked out this year. I just stayed away from it.
I'm hammering Tulane today. Because
you're all on him, Jimmy.
Jeff Traylor's distraction. I really believe he is. He in his mind has been thinking about this Texas A&M job, and I think this is. I don't know if he'll get the Texas A&M job.
Doesn't seem like him though.
How much he'll get in the mix of it, but he is a guy that's been having to answer questions. And if you are a high school coach in Texas, grew up where he grew up, just to be at this moment in time where Texas A&M knows your name and is even considering you, it has to be the biggest distraction of his coaching career. That's why I like Tulane today.
He seems like a guy to me that lives in the moment, that's got more money than he ever thought he would have. I think he probably thinks it's neat. He's been mentioned for this job, but he's been bombarded with it. I've seen him asked about it once or twice.
And he's handled it well, I think. Because he can handle it well because he's at UTSA. And they're like, well, I mean, he's being asked about the A&M job. What's the guy supposed to say, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, everybody knows he would take it if he was offered the job. I don't know if he would be offered the job or not. I don't see this. Look, I think Tulane could just be better. I don't think this will be a Fran it up moment.
Yeah, Tulane's favored 3.5, so it's not like you're getting upset. I mean, Tulane is supposed to win this game.
I'm laying.
That's fine. You can. I'm just saying it's not like franning it up was Hugh Freeze against against New Mexico State last year when they got run by like 30. And you're like, why did Hugh Freeze get beat by 30? Oh, Hugh Freeze to be the Auburn coach, announced the next day or whatever. So, I mean, I don't know if we get this type of scenario.
Yeah. Well, I just know that I agreed with LT all the way until he started having to answer questions. I thought UTSA was peaking at the right time and would spoil the party for the Green Wave. I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
This Texas A&M job has been kind of quiet, hasn't it?
It has.
You haven't had a ton of guys ask about it. Prime has been asked about it. Yep. Dabo has been asked about it. UTSA guy, Jeff Traylor, has been asked about it. And I really, unless I have missed an obvious one, I can't
even so one of two things has happened.
I got asked yesterday, is Lane a candidate? Do you think Lane's a candidate?
I don't know. I mean, again, look, Lane's done a really good job there. Back to your question you asked me earlier, what bothers me is franning it up. Lane seemed to do that for an entire half a season last year.
Yeah,
100%.
And just really zoned out and it didn't seem like he was committed 100% to that team last year, and they lost a lot of games down the stretch. With that said, he has done an overall good job.
Yeah, I don't know if Kiffin is a candidate. I will say.
Should he be?
As you think about that, two things have happened.
Okay.
Either they are completely baffled on this search, or they've got their guy, and it's a gentleman's agreement. He's going to finish the season wherever he is, and then we'll announce you.
I mean, the rumors are just wild. I mean, there are rumors about Ryan Day getting it, which I don't believe one bit that Day knows.
Why would you?
Listen, guys.
Of course, if he loses to Michigan tomorrow, people are probably wanting him out of there.
When you talk about rumors like this, you got to remember they're often not going to make sense. I'm just telling you. There's been this hot Ryan Day rumor that has circulated in Texas.
I would understand Dabo leaving Clemson for A&M more than I would Ryan Day from Ohio State.
I will just say this. The one that is circulating in the football circles, and those are often the worst people to talk about these things because they gossip like any group of people in their own industry gossip, right?
Bunch of hens.
So it is hard to separate the gossip from the true. But the one that is circulating in the football circles the most is Dabo Swinney. And the connection is a lot of people are pointing towards Gene Stallings, who is on the board of trustees. Now, I always ask these people, Coach Stallings is very well respected, but he does not have the oil man money. I think the oil man money is going to talk here, right?
I would tell him no thanks on Dabo, just based on the fact, look, he's one of the best coaches in the history of college football when you start to really look at what he's done. But if he's not buying into NIL, into the transfer portal, that's not your guy. You've got to be heavily involved in that.
I wish this was my line. I would present it as my line and probably not get caught, but I saw it on the internet. I just can't remember who said it. But somebody said the first thing Dabo would do when he got the A&M job is triple the Yale leaders. That's
probably.
That's such a good line.
That's fitting.
He would triple the Yale leaders. Yeah. We ain't got enough of them male cheerleaders. We need some in every corner.
I would tell you that you guys were joking that the guy on the four-wheeler, Dabo, saw that and was like, God, I could be riding down the hill in that thing.
Hey, he would launch because it's like the old Duke boys. How phenomenal would that be? They don't have another home game this year, so he's got all offseason to think about it. I mean, Dabo to A&M will be wild, but that has been a quiet search. To Lance's point, it's been such a quiet search. Either Ross Bjork is doing the most amazing coaching search of all time, or they've had their guy for a while.
I think if I'm Dabo, I might try it.
The four-wheeler down the hill or the A&M job?
Yeah, I wanted to see him try that. I might go Clemson to Texas A&M for a couple of reasons. It's really – and look, I think Clemson will end up being protected. The ACC is kind of an unknown. But you're going back to a league you've been in before, and you know it's the best out there, and you can do something. Like Dabo could go down as one of the literally greatest coaches of all time if he went to A&M and won a national championship.
Yeah, that'd be 3 national championships and
two different schools. Schools that they're not used to them. They've got great fan bases, but they're not used to national championships.
He would be in outside the stadium statue territory in 2 schools.
Yeah, and by the way, taking over a better roster than he took over at Clemson.
Yep.
In an easier place to recruit to than at Clemson. Yep. And with, the resources he put together at Clemson was really good. They're already great at Texas A&M. He doesn't have to put in a slide, and they can continue to spend money for him.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if this happens. Now, the caveat is Dabo going to embrace NIL, which I think if he stays at Clemson, he's got to.
Yeah,
if he's going to stay in college football, he's got to.
His bigger issue than NIL is the transfer portal. I think he got past the NIL, but he has not wanted to use the transfer portal.
A lot easier to do when you change jobs. You made that statement at Clemson. I'm at Texas A&M. It's a new start.
Yeah, and don't tell me he won't take some of these Clemson players with him.
Oh, you could. Yeah, you could.
The defense is good.
Peter Woods. Former Thompson guy who's there.
That's where I'd start, yes.
I'll start with that one.
Yes, that's the one I'm trying to sell it on.
Peter, we're going to go look at the facilities at College Station. You want to come with me? Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Hey, programming change. We're moving Joel Klatt up to our next segment. So we'll start the 9 o'clock hour off with Joel Klatt. Then we'll do Roman Harper. And then at 10 Central, we'll do Todd Fuhrman. All that coming up. I've got our 4 downs today. A couple interesting birthdays to tell you about on this Black Friday as well.
I've got 3 downs.
All right, we got
just
7
looking
downs.
for a 4th.
Well, I have one more. We got 8 full downs.
We'll play 7 downs. We'll play 8 downs.
Have you seen this commercial, by the way, where they're trying to make Spam look like a delicatessen?
I have not seen that, Lance.
Or delicacy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're playing it all the time now.
Yeah. Spam.
I've never had Spam.
What's for dinner?
Yeah.
It's not bad. I used to have Spam bacon.
Never had it.
Our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing want to get on your rooftop today. Maybe you're getting up there and putting up some lights or something. And you're up there and you're like, man, something doesn't look right with my shingles. You know who can give you the answer quickly and free? That's Greg from Pell City. Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing. Look him up on Facebook by simply putting in Greg from Pell City. Or you can call him up, 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies trust him. He's the best in the business. Storm Restoration Roofing. He also brings you Rockstar's Playhouse. Do we have one of those today, Rockstar?
We do.
All right, that's coming up at around 11:10 Central Time this morning. When we come back, the Klatt Monkey, Joel Klatt, on a Black Friday. He's ready for the game. He's at Michigan, Ohio State. We'll talk to Klatt about that game next right here on TNR.
You can't ignore the elephant in the room. Watch it at Roll Tide Pods on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
Ryan Brown here for the next round with a question for you. Are you on the bandwagon yet? Bandwagon wants to invite you to one of their 3 retail locations in Birmingham for all your holiday shopping. Bandwagon has the top brands in sporting goods, athleisure, and lifestyle apparel. You can check your entire family off the list at Bandwagon with brands like Task, Bird Dog, and Varley, plus the best in sports equipment. Visit the Bandwagon locations in Cahaba Heights, Homewood, and Trussville, or online, bandwagonsports.com. Next round listeners, it's time to jump on the bandwagon. The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes of golf and cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. That's a value of $247 for just $89. Or get the Next Round Deluxe Golf Cart for just $119. It gets you all 4 courses with cart, plus an exclusive Next Round Golf t-shirt, koozie, golf tees, and a sticker. There are no restrictions. The cart is good through September 2024. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Start your holiday shopping at Timberline Golf Club. On November 20th, just ahead of Black Friday, you can get gift cards which make the perfect gift. No need to worry about size, color, or returns. Plus, you'll get more bang for your buck with a Timberline gift card. You buy a $100 gift card and receive a 10% bonus, making that gift card $110. Buy a $250 gift card, that's an 18% bonus, making the card worth $295. A $500 gift card gets a 25% bonus, making it worth $625. Get your free money from Timberline.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Joel Klatt and the All-American Girl. Coming up here after Brownie tells us about Bandwagon, one of our new sponsors. Hey, listen, if you miss the locally owned sports store, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not the big box sports store, the locally owned sports store, the kind where they used to know your kids' names. Oh, little Johnny probably needs a 32 this year as he moves up in travel ball. That's what you get with our friends at Bandwagon.
Yes, it is. Bandwagonsports.com is where you can see more. They've got great locations, Cahaba Heights, Homewood, Trussville, and great brands. And here's the thing about it is you get your team logos on high-end brands, not just some throwaway brand that is cheap. Brands like Task, Bird Dog, Varley, all those. And they've got great Black Friday deals. Their Black Friday sale is already underway. They're already open on Black Friday, and the deals are going to be great. And you can get ahead on that Christmas shopping. Go by and see one of them, Cahaba Heights, Homewood, Trussville, or see more online, bandwagonsports.com, bandwagonsports.com. Let's go to Ann Arbor. The All-American guy, Joel Klatt, is with us. I watched some of Klatt. Like yesterday morning, I got up, I'm flipping channels, and FS2 had all these Joel Klatt programs back. It was like Thanksgiving with Klatt. Yeah, man, I was blown away.
His summer interview series?
Yeah, it was he
really
and Ryan
good.
Day, and then it was him standing in front of a green screen breaking down Michigan and Ohio State. Oh, you're amazing.
Well, it's going to be a big one, fellas. I can tell you that. I've done this game now since 2016, I think it is. No, 17. 17 was our first game. And none of them have felt like this. None of them. Even last year as an undefeated matchup, they didn't feel like this. Even in 2018 when Michigan rolled into Ohio State as the favored team. Remember, they had lost like the week 1 to Notre Dame, and then they rolled off all those. They had that revenge tour. This one is just so different. It's so much larger. There's so much animus surrounding it with the fan bases at each other's throat. Coaching staffs don't like each other. And these two teams are really, really good. I don't know if they could – I don't know about Georgia good, but, man, they're really good.
Boy, the narrative has really changed on this game in the last 3 years, too. If you go back to 2021, it was Jim Harbaugh can't coach in the big game. And now Ohio State fans might be scratching their head with Ryan Day. The amazing thing, and you know this, Joel, he's 40-0 against all other Big Ten teams, and he's 1-2 against Michigan, but the guy gets criticized because he's 1-2 against Michigan.
He's also 56-6 as a head coach. 5 of those 6 were top 5 opponents, and unbelievable. Trevor Lawrence Clemson team. The Mac Jones undefeated Bama team. He's lost to some freaking good teams. So, yeah, it is an interesting narrative, but that's the way it goes. Because remember, the last Ohio State coach to lose 3 in a row to Michigan was John Cooper in the mid-'90s. And we know John Cooper for one thing. We don't think about his successes. We don't think about how good the program was. We think about the fact that he couldn't get the job done against Michigan. So that's largely why Jim Tressel was at Ohio State. That's why Jim Tressel led off his entire tenure at Ohio State in that pep rally. If you remember, he said, you're going to be proud of our kids in the classroom, and you're going to be proud of our kids, in the community, and you'll be damn sure proud of them in 360, whatever it was, 2 days in Ann Arbor. I mean, that's the whole thing. As Urban Meyer said, it's a way of life. So it definitely has turned around. It's flipped, and yet, I think that there is a really palpable sense from the people on the Ohio State side that the last 2 were not legitimate. And, because of the Stallions' advanced scouting and sign stealing operation, they feel like they have been wronged. Maybe even more so than some of the other teams. And, they're out for it this year. And they want to go out there and basically play a game that can be categorized as a "see, we told you" type of a game.
If that happens, to me, maybe we saw a little foreshadowing last week with Michigan and Maryland, because Maryland's receivers seem to have a little success against that Michigan secondary, and now you bring in big boy receivers from Ohio State. Is that where the matchup starts?
Yes. I think that it's also the fact that, the short passing game in particular, Maryland did a nice job of just kind of taking what they were going to give in the interior. Michigan wants to maintain a top on the defense and maintain their levels and then let their defensive line get after it. That's really the way that they're built. And if you can operate quickly in the passing game and get the ball out, in particular into the slot receivers, you can find 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 yards and then stay on schedule that way. You don't have to beat your head against the run wall that is their interior defensive line. So to that point, that's where Maryland started having success. And then you've got to go win contested catches when you get the opportunity. Michigan will put their corners on an island at times, and they want their safeties to be involved heavily in the middle of the field. And because of that, you're going to get opportunities. This is why last year Harrison went 7 catches for 120. This is why, by the way, C.J. Stroud the last couple of years has thrown for well over 300 yards against Michigan. It's not like they haven't had success throwing the football. The problem has been is that their defense has had an inability to get off the field. So to me, it's actually not really about Ohio State's offense against Michigan's defense. I feel like I've seen that play out, and I kind of know what we're going to see. the biggest question I have is what is it going to look like with the Michigan offense, which has been the more improved unit over the last couple of years since what they were even in 2021, against the Ohio State defense, which is also vastly improved. Those are the two units to me that are the most different and unique as it relates to the previous matchups in the last few years.
Joel Klatt, of course, the big noon kickoff is the game, Ohio State and Michigan. They call it the game or the big game? The game is
the game.
The game?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be big or doesn't have to be
Yeah,
big.
one of them's Stanford, California.
No, just the game.
The game.
Which one is
That's
Stanford
right.
Cal?
The
It's
game.
also the game? Oh,
that's just called big game.
That's
I
A game.
believe.
A game. Yes, it's not,
A game.
Not
Yeah.
much
Yeah.
of a game.
Not going to be here anymore.
Klatt is presented.
Very office space there.
Yes, Klatt is presented by MyBookie.ag. Go next round at MyBookie.ag. They will match that sign-on bonus 50% up to $1,000 when you make your initial sign-on at MyBookie.ag when you use code next round. I think Chiron Moore was faced with a lot more decisions in that Maryland game than he anticipated having to be faced with, Klatt.
Yeah.
And I thought he played it pretty conservatively. There were some fourth downs where you were like, I mean, you could go for this here. He played it by the book. He punted them deep.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is, because that paid off. And I just wonder, I don't know. You've watched a lot. I felt like Harbaugh might have gone for some of those fourth downs, and he played it very conservatively.
There was one in the first half that he went for, and I was like, he should definitely kick this. And then there was one late that I'm like, hey, it's a one possession game. You fail on this fourth down, and you're going to be up against it. So it's really interesting. I know that they've talked about it being a collaborative effort. They've talked about that, but I will tell you this: it's really difficult to be an offensive line coach in game. Just offensive line coach, because you're handling more players and more adjustments and scheme than any other position coach on the staff. It's really tough. That's why you see those guys, and man, those offensive linemen for every team, every time the offense comes off, they all gather together, and then that offensive line coach is like down and he's in it and he's talking to him and he's drawing on the board. So that's just O-line coach. It's really difficult to be a play caller in a big game. And a game of this magnitude, and have to make adjustments and see it and understand what's going on. What are the adjustments they're making versus the adjustments I'm making? What's succeeding that I didn't expect and that I can lean into? What's not working that I thought was going to work and I need to lean away from? All of those things, that's hard. That's nuanced, and that's something that takes a lot of experience. It's also really hard to be a head coach and manage the emotion level of your team, manage the executive decisions of your team in a big game, in particular, a game in which it's just going to feel different than any other game that you're a part of. Okay, so on one side, Ryan Day is handling two of those three. Mm-hmm. And on the other side, Chiron Moore is handling three of those three. And there's no way it's not going to be a factor, guys. Michigan can try to minimize it. Chiron can try to minimize it. All he wants, there's just no way that this is not a factor. And the reason being is that you can say he's done it three times. None of them are going to feel like this. This is like head coaching in a crock pot. It's just going to be a slow simmer boil the entire day. And those decisions get ratcheted up. I think that your emotions start to play with you. You've got to be very good and experienced in those situations. And he's replacing a guy in Jim Harbaugh that has coached for decades. I mean, think about the slow heartbeat that Harbaugh has versus Chiron Moore. Chiron Moore is in the first full-time year of just calling plays, and now he's going to be the acting head coach in the game. Not a game, but the game. It blows my mind to think of the level of pressure and stress that he's going to be under. And so to think that this is not going to be a factor, I think would be foolish.
Yeah. He's done a hell of a job so far, though. I got to ask you about
no doubt.
I got to ask you about J.J. McCarthy. In my baseball days, we called it a dead arm. Just some days you go out there and it just wasn't there. Your arm just didn't have the same pop or zip. Is he dealing with an injury? Do you know if I missed something? Or why does he look different? He looks different.
It does, and it seems like it's not in his arm though. It seems like it's like an ankle or something, where I don't feel like he's got the same base that he had early in the year to develop some of the torque. See, because In football, throwing a football is actually it's way closer to shooting a basketball than it is throwing a baseball. I don't know, like if people realize that, but it's all legs and then flip. Like the way that the ball like releases off of your finger like a shooter. I think that he's dealing with something. I don't know. We're meeting with him here in a couple of hours, and I'll see JJ and obviously talk with him. I thought that he made a couple of decisions last week that were born out of the fact that he didn't want to run. And so that told me more than anything, even more so than the way he was moving around, or was he limping or was he not limping. He made a couple of those decisions. I'm like, okay, that's different. I've watched every snap of this kid this year. He's been developing. If it's not there, he runs, he tucks it, he makes first downs, he escapes the pocket, he becomes a threat on the outside. And that time he just stood in there and kind of like panicked and threw it. And I'm like, timeout. Like that's not right. So I think you're right. I just don't know to the extent or what that he's dealing with, but he better get right quickly. And then the other part of this, just really quick, they couldn't protect the passer in either of those games. Part of why they had to go big and run the ball so often against Penn State, they weren't going to block those defensive ends at Penn State. And we'll see if their pass protection gets hurt early in this game, because I think that would drastically change things.
Hey, before you jumped on, we were talking about the Texas A&M opening. If you were Ross Bjork, do you think, realistic candidates, you could hire the right guy that would win a national championship in 3 to 5 years there? And who would your guy be?
Yeah. So if you were the AD.
Realistic.
I think I've got two guys that could go there and win it all. I would, my list would start with Kalen DeBoer and Jonathan Smith. Now I'm more West Coast than you guys, so I'm sure guys in that part or people in that part.
I love
more.
both, man.
Yeah, you make it sound like my list would start with Cooter Bob and Tommy Joe.
Yeah, you ain't seen this high school coach we got down here, Klatt. This guy, he's wearing out Mississippi high school football.
Yeah, that's right. He is. He's Hugh Freeze 2.0. He's going to do it. I like those guys a lot. And then something just more overarching and philosophical, like if you're Ross Bjork. I think that how do I say this nicely? We have the quick cycle of hiring and firing in college football, right? The short leash that we have in our sport has depleted the supply of good coaches in our sport. And so openings now don't have the pool of candidates that they did 10, 12, 15, 20 years ago. They just don't. And because of that, what I find is that hot names from a coordinator position, it's harder to find the guys that are ready. It's harder to find the Dan Lanning than it is to find the Kalen DeBoer. And the reason is because Kalen had proven that he's already a good head coach when he got that gig at Washington. Remember now, he's won 100 games as a head coach. So, when I look at that, I take a look at now the road Sark has traveled to be where he's at. Look at Lance Leipold having success at Kansas. Look at Chris Kleiman having success at Kansas State. You look at these guys and you realize you can inherit a great situation, like Riley did at Oklahoma or Day did at Ohio State, and there's been others, like even Kyle Whittingham inherited a good situation at Utah, or you better have experience at doing what you're going to be asked to do at a place like Texas A&M. So for my money, you go after the proven coach. It might be the lower level. I think the Traylor at UTSA is an interesting option because he's won. He might be your next Leipold or Kleiman. And then the other guys that I would look at that are Power 5 coaches are those two that I mentioned. I would also look at Leipold. I would look at Kleiman. And then I'm just going to throw the grenade in there. I know that this guy has done an incredible job at where he's at. And in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, if there was someone that made a Brian Kelly-esque move and we didn't see it, who would it be? And that guy would be Lane Kiffin. And the reason is because I think that he sits there and he looks at what he's been able to do at Ole Miss and he wonders, is there a ceiling here? Even though they've done an amazing job in NIL, just A&M probably has better resources and is probably a better job. Maybe does Lane kick the tires and does Ross kick the tires on Lane? I think that would be fascinating.
Bigger surprise in Week 13 that we've got a total in Iowa, Nebraska sitting at 25.5.
Well, I bet it at 24.
I thought it was 23. I thought did it get down
I'm
to
looking at 25.5 right now.
MyBookie.ag.
20, that's listen, 25. I see some value in there. That's at least a point of value.
MyBookie.ag currently 24.5 at this moment right now.
So bigger surprise in Week 13, a total that is 24.5, or the fact that you've got an old school big pen in your hand.
Oh, you don't know about these? Those are
terrible pens. Oh my! Those are some of the worst pens in the history of pens.
I don't know if we can be friends. This is all I use.
Oh, no.
This is all I use. I will use this pen until the ink is gone. In fact, I can prove it because I keep the old ones in my little pouch right here. Look at that. That's a big pen that's used all the way down.
I hate how they write.
They are
You
the
have to
most
press the hell out of them.
Hey, Rocky, I mean, you guys help me out. Am I wrong here? Am I in the minority? This needs to be a poll question. Big pens are the
more
worst.
consistent. It writes in the freezing cold. It writes when it's hot. It writes when I'm in a bad hotel room in Ann Arbor. This thing knows it's down to business.
Yeah.
This thing stands on business. You know what I mean, Eli?
I hear you, Eli. Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the Pilot G2 Bold. I mean, it's like Picasso.
Geez.
Picasso, man.
Why don't you just tell me you're rich without telling me you're rich?
Can't hide it. Can't hide it, can you?
We did use the Bic back in the trailer park days.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
Stay true to your roots, everybody. This pen is amazing.
Oh, no.
Man, I can't believe this.
I do think that was NASA. I think NASA developed that back in the 60s to get us to space.
Yeah.
I mean,
and guess what? It probably still could get us to space. This thing is incredible. I love this pen so much. And by the way, I use a notebook. I've got this specific notebook. That's all I use. I've got 10 of them filled up at home. I've got another 8 of them ready that are empty. And the reason I love this notebook is not only because it's leather bound and smells of mahogany, but it's also got this nice little pen holder right here. You see? And it fits my big pen perfectly.
And that big pen, it makes your nice little leather thing. It does devalue. It makes it look cheap.
Yeah, I would tell you this too.
It look cheap.
Oh, a big pen is tacky.
But how many times do you reach into your backpack or your satchel and the big pen top has come off and you have to find the pen in that holder there? It happens all the time.
Hey,
right?
biggest choking hazard in schools was the big pen top, by the way.
I'm so sad right now because I don't know if we can be friends anymore. This is
seems like we got a big
This
problem.
is important to me. We've got a big pen issue right now. This one's important to me.
And it's surprising you go blue instead of black ink.
What?
Yeah.
I'm not a machine. I'm not a printer. Why would I write in black ink?
I'm not a printer.
Well, just give you one of those pens that's got the green and red, and you can pick your color and pop it up.
Yeah,
I think Bic made that one too.
I'm not a sideline reporter. Why would I use a multicolored pen?
I only write in black ink too. Maybe I'm a serial killer. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you are. Let me just tell you that.
As Kevin says in the chat room, Klatt leaving the show with some big Bic energy. So we appreciate
That's
that.
right. Oh, easy there, Desmond.
Gotta enunciate that one, man.
I said it as clearly as
Slow down, everyone. Slow down. Big
with a B.
Energy. There we go.
I said it as clearly as my Calhoun County roots would let me that away. All
There
right,
you go.
all right,
There
Klatt.
you
Big
go.
new kick. The game. Thank you very much for the time. Enjoy it. We'll talk about it with you Monday.
Happy Thanksgiving to you, Ryan, and Jim, and Lance. I don't even know.
Hey, by the way, there's an opportunity for commercial for you guys. Big Noon Bic, and you do the pen commercial. Big Noon Bic.
Oh, by the way, have you ever stayed at a Hampton Inn?
I think he is
Of
right
course.
now. Yeah.
Oh, seriously?
Of course I have.
Yeah.
Seriously.
The waffles are amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard. But the consistency of their service, comfortable rooms, the waffle.
I mean,
I need that waffle.
Hey, you're 2 lamps removed from that being the same psych ward I was in back in my college days. It's the same decor. It's white with nothing on the walls. Right now,
snowstorm room.
Do you have your shoelaces in your belt right now?
Yes, I do. Trust me. Guys, this is like a palace compared to minor league baseball. Oh, my gosh. Minor league baseball.
They make you bunk up with somebody.
Yeah, you're not spooning with a third baseman.
You got to – I literally – the first night I ever played, got drafted, go down. I'm going to extended spring in Phoenix. They make us stay right next to the Metroplex on Camelback in the 17 right there at the Premier Inns. And I'm walking. My brother had just played the previous season in that same organization on the same team. And I'm walking, and the maintenance guy from the Premier Inns was like, Jason. And I'm like, no, I'm Joel. And he looks at me all confused. And he's like, what? Like, you guys look exactly the same. I'm like, no, I'm Joel. And he goes, whatever, man, you want free HBO? And I was like, yeah, I would love free HBO. So we walk up to my room, and I walk in, and my roommate, who I've never met before, is literally in his underwear on top of his covers, shirtless, with his hands behind his head. And I was like, yo, man, what's going on? And he's like, hey. And then the maintenance guy pops into the room, and I was like, oh, he's giving us free HBO. And my roommate, never met him, don't know his name yet, just goes, rad. And I'm like, there we go.
Rad. So 80s.
Rad.
Yes. Awesome. All right, Klatt, enjoy the game, buddy. We'll talk with you about it Monday.
All right. Happy Thanksgiving,
You
guys.
too, buddy. Thank you. That is Joel Klatt with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, as always, presented by MyBookie.ag. Code next round to get that 50% deposit match up to $1,000 with MyBookie.ag.
Roman Harper coming up. Show being brought to you in part today by a couple of great folks, including our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, aged in Balkan region barrels from Eastern Europe, robust agave flavor, crystal clear. It's the best tequila out there. Order it by name, Maestro Dobel Diamante, and also by our friends at Hemp Hill LT.
$69 fall tune-up right now when you call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. Hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
And if you're out and about today looking for a little lunch, why not download the Milo's app and go ahead and just get that turkey out of your system. Do a little Milo's burger there, the loaded fries and all that. Download the Milo's app and try the Mexi fries or the saucy fries today. Put in the promo code next round and get a free loaded fries. Available on Apple and Android. It's the Milo's mobile app. Enjoy your Milo's today.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This holiday season, give yourself the gift of peace of mind with a credit card from Legacy Credit Union. Why risk shopping with cash when you can enjoy the safety and convenience of shopping with their contactless credit card? With a Legacy credit card, you can enjoy incredible perks like rates as low as 8.9% APR, no annual fees, and no balance transfer fees. But that's not all. Earn fantastic rewards for travel and merchandise through Scoreboard Rewards. Apply online today at LegacyCreditUnion.com to make your holiday shopping not just safer, but smarter. APR and annual percentage rates. Certain restrictions may apply. Subject to approval. Federally insured by the NCUA. The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes in Cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. A $247 value for just $89. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store. This holiday season, give the gift of peace and security to your home with $50 off recurring Wayne's Pest Control Services. As the weather cools down, stop mice, bed bugs, and rodents before they come in. Call 866-WAYNES-1 to gift yourself a safe and pest-free home. Sign up for any recurring service with Wayne's and save $50 off. Don't let mice and rats be uninvited guests to your holiday celebrations. Get a pest-free holiday and save $50 off recurring Wayne's Pest Control Services when you call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. I mean, where else are the scenic views as good as your view of the game? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
What would happen if Santa came down your chimney and discovered fire damage in your home? What if he came down the chimney and discovered a wet floor? Santa's elves can't clean it up. You would have a lot of unhappy children Christmas morning. If that happens, contact DryTech Water Restoration immediately and make sure your children have a Merry Christmas. DryTech can clean up the mess and get in touch with your insurance company. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 and make sure your holidays are safe and happy. Happy holidays to all from DryTech Water Restoration.
Roman Harper standing by as we talk about the Iron Bowl and other rivalry games. Don't forget, early detection so important as a man. When it comes to your urological needs, our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama are there for you. 16 locations across Alabama. Early detection so important. They'll treat all your needs from prostate health to kidney stones. 35 urologists on hand in those 16 locations. UrologyCentersAlabama.com. UrologyCentersAlabama.com. Brownie, Roman Harper on the road. Where in the world is Roman today?
You know, I think it's Prattville, Alabama, honestly. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Harp? How are you?
What's up, guys? I literally am in Prattville, Alabama, going back in my bedroom I grew up in. So I got to get my headphones. I just left the gym.
Yeah.
Me and my brother worked out this morning with a couple of my other homeboys I went to school with. We had like a big meeting of the minds at the gym this morning, man. Got it in. So it's all good. Worked all everything off we put on yesterday.
Harp's childhood bedroom.
Did you ever have a poster on that bedroom wall?
Did I have a poster?
Yeah. Back in the day?
Yes, I do.
Oh, you still do?
Hold on, man. Yeah. It's hold on, I'll see. Let me see if I can flip this thing. There we go. This is me, player of the year in my county.
Thing's laminated.
Yes, we ain't losing that one.
It is laminated, man. Coach Bill Clark, you know. My boy Zach Woodford, who's a head strength coach. My boy Kelsey Shepard. Prattville swept everything. I actually had a broke leg there and blonde hair.
Did you play quarterback?
Blonde hair.
Yes, I did.
Did you get recruited as a quarterback?
No, I always knew I wanted to play DB, but, you know, it was good. It was good to score a lot of touchdowns and stuff in high school, so it was good.
Heart presented by MyBookie.ag code next round. MyBookie.ag code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag code next round. Before we look ahead, let's look behind just a little bit. Lane Kiffin capped off 2 out of 3 years going 10-2. The guy catches some criticism. He is a polarizing character at times, but I think if you view the whole, he has done a really nice job at Ole Miss. He has them in a place they've never really been.
Yeah, second best coach in Ole Miss history, period. It's simply that's easy. He's only the second coach to win 10-plus games more than once. It's just him and Johnny Vaught now, and you got to give Ole Miss a lot of credit. The way that they continue to build out this roster, they go through the transfer portal. They do it without, lack of NIL benefits as much as some other teams may have. So there is no perfect science to this. They played better defensively. They were, good enough at times. They weren't great, but they were better. And they're winning ball games because they're explosive offense and Quinshon Judkins and also the player Jackson Dart, which he wasn't great last night, but it doesn't matter. All you need to do is win these games, especially rivalry games. It was late. It went back and forth. Mississippi State fought hard under Coach Knox, but it was not enough. And at the end of the day, that's all anybody matters or anybody cares about is did you win the game or did you lose it? And right now, Ole Miss is winning a lot of these ball games. I think Ole Miss is going to be that team we look up next year going forward. Jackson Dart's coming back. Quinshon Judkins has to come back. Ole Miss is going to be a team we look up. Man, they'll be ranked in the top 12, able to go to the playoffs. And they're a team that scares a lot of teams because you're going to give Ole Miss 3 weeks to prepare for one game. All you need to do is win that one. And then all of a sudden now you're hot or you can roll on because you don't know what's going to happen. And it's not like basketball where usually the best teams win. In football, you get one shot. And the team that plays the best that day is the team that wins. So Ole Miss is a team that once this 12-team playoff kicks off, they got a real shot at going deep and making some real noise in a playoff situation.
Hey, Harp, to me, the best home field advantage in all of college football is Jordan-Hare. You've played there before. Auburn loses going away to New Mexico State last week. Head scratcher there. But now they're 14.5-point underdogs to Alabama, and they can ruin Alabama's season. Do you fully expect Auburn to play their best football tomorrow?
I would anticipate that. It's kind of like, look, as an Alabama guy, I'm naturally so nervous about this, especially after they lost to New Mexico State, because now they're not riding high. They're not over, it's like, no, they got to scratch at the bottom of the barrel. They got to do something desperate. They're going to come in with, hey, their back's against the wall. And this is kind of exactly what Auburn, when they're the most dangerous as far as this Iron Bowl is considered. Every single time, nobody's going to give Auburn a chance. It's not supposed to be close. It's at Jordan-Hare, and you already said about how the home field advantage is there. It's just never that easy. Last time I can remember Mac Jones throwing a ball off of Najee Harris's back for a pick six. Then Smoke Monday picks him off again. It's just, the kick six, all these other examples, even my senior year when we were supposed to beat Auburn and we gave up like 12 sacks of Brody Coral. So it's like, you just never know how this thing's going to happen and how it unfolds. Alabama on paper should win going away with it just because of where Alabama is as a team right now. They are really firing on all cylinders the last few weeks. They have improved, I would say they've improved from start to finish, from week 2 or 3 on to where we are right now, probably more than any other team in the country. Outside of Georgia, who continues to just fire on all cylinders. Michigan, we'll see as they play better. As the competition has ratcheted up, we're going to see. But it's really interesting just because it is the Iron Bowl. And like you said, nobody's going to give Auburn a chance. But this is actually when they're the most dangerous.
I would tell you that of all the things I think Auburn does well is rush the passer. So you tell me, is that still the thing that concerns you most about Alabama's pass protection? Or do you feel like that offensive line has improved from week 3 to now like you were talking about?
It's so crazy because, I saw that crazy stat. It was like, how many sacks they'd given up the first 6 or 7 games. And then the last 3 games, they've given up 3 sacks. And it maybe blame the competition, but Kentucky's decent. And the team before they played Kentucky was supposed to be decent. So it's it was I think they played LSU before that.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
Yeah.
And so you got Harold Perkins, and everybody said it was going to be this. And you look up, and actually Alabama's handling all these things. Jalen Milroe's getting rid of the football a lot better. It's just this Alabama offense has continued to evolve. This quarterback has evolved, and this Alabama team looks better than that. I do like Auburn's front, but, man, they look so bad and out of place versus New Mexico State last week. Just being a little bit nosy here and there, getting out of their gaps, and then next they're giving up explosive plays. They cannot play like that. I do know that and understand that. So it's going to be really interesting how they bounce back. I think this is going to be a lot to look at where Auburn, how do they look at themselves in the mirror? Alabama's coming in and saying, hey, we got to do what we got to do. They got bigger plans than Auburn. So Auburn's just another team that's in the way. And we understand it is Auburn. They're excited about that. But I'm more like, okay, how's Auburn going to address this game? How's Auburn going to look themselves after a bad performance last week? Whether they're a better team or not, it was still a bad performance. The offense took a whole day off. So how did they bounce back? And I think it's going to be about Auburn more than it's going to have to be about how does Alabama defend themselves versus Auburn. I think it's going to be about how does Auburn get themselves ready to go and go win a game.
Roman Harper presented by MyBookie.ag. Alabama about a 13.5-point favorite in this game against Auburn at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, code next round for that 50% sign-on match up to $1,000 when you use code next round at MyBookie.ag. The area of the field you use to play in the secondary, a lot of teams just don't throw at Kool-Aid McKinstry when they play Alabama. But how comfortable are you throwing at Terrion Arnold? He's gotten a lot more passes his way, and he has made you have to think twice now.
So I love Terrion Arnold as a player, as a person. He's got great energy, great smile, great attitude, and he's freakishly athletic as well. He's actually more athletic than Kool-Aid. But it's both of those corners are great, man. I think Alabama's going to have – you look at that secondary, like right now, as they stand, Kool-Aid's probably a first or second round guy. Terrion's a first round guy. Malachi Moore, when healthy, is probably a late first, second round guy, depending on what the needs are. And Caleb Downs is a future first round guy if he stays healthy. So I just named off 4 high draft pick guys in one secondary. So that kind of lets you know the depth in which they have. And then when they bring in the other corner, number 9, Amos. That's probably their best coverage unit out of all of them. When you put Malachi Moore back at safety with Caleb Downs and Terrion Arnold at the nickel, Kool-Aid on one side, Amos on the other. I mean, very viable defensive secondary with a lot of NFL caliber talent. And that right there alone is going to allow you to do so many other things up front. And then when that allows them to have more pressure because the coverage responsibilities are more locked in. So I think the secondary of Alabama is the best that I've seen out of that group in a long time. And not only that, but that is why, in my opinion, this defense has improved so much, is because of the utility of the ability of the secondary to cover so many guys and do so much better in space is allowing everybody else to play so much better.
Alabama fans are pulling for chaos, and one of those spots could be tomorrow night in Gainesville. This game got really weird with 2 backup quarterbacks, but how do you feel it plays out, Florida State and Gainesville?
So initially I was like, Florida has no chance. Florida doesn't play well in big games. I don't believe in them. All right, then quarterback gets hurt. I'm like, watching the backup quarterback, kind of like him. He gives a little bit of juice. He's much more athletic than Graham Mertz, still can throw the football. It wasn't a big drop-off as far as, production, maybe doesn't know some of the things that Graham Mertz does, but what he's able to give you with his legs, I like. Florida State on the other end, as I continue to watch them, I've been watching them. I watched 2 more games yesterday I did watch 2 more games. And so as I did that, I'm like, Florida actually has more of a chance than I initially thought. The biggest thing is Florida State has been able to get away with things. And really, when I say get away with things, is that other teams are giving them big explosive plays. When they do a scan screen, you got to cover the running back. North Alabama had Florida State. The next you look up, they ran 2 screen plays for 39 yards and a touchdown. It's like, these are easy plays that are viable that you should cover. Then you just get out of a gap in the run game. It's little things like that. I think if Florida makes Florida State go the long, hard way, that quarterback will give them an opportunity to make a play, which Florida doesn't cause a lot of turnovers. So they got to change that book. If they can create a couple turnovers, they can win that game in Gainesville. But I'm also saying a lot of things that Florida hasn't shown me to be able to do consistently all year long. We're talking like, they're going to do it this game. So let's not forget about that part either. Florida is more likely to give Florida State the big plays I'm talking about than Florida actually creating the turnovers, because they haven't done that as much as this year either.
Do you think Ole Miss, in the college football playoff rankings, there's Georgia, there's Alabama, there's Missouri, and then Ole Miss. Do you think Ole Miss is the 4th best team in the SEC? Or do you think LSU is better than Ole Miss? And I know Ole Miss beat them head-to-head, but this time of year, the way Jaden Daniels is playing, that LSU team scares me.
Yeah, look, let's give credit to Jaden Daniels, right? Like, he is in this wide receiver group, this whole offense. Like, they got a college football playoff offense, but their defense is atrocious. And if you can't stop anybody and you got to score 40-something points every game just to win it, it's not happening. They only scored less than 40 points with a win once all year long, and that was early in the season. So Jaden Daniels has actually benefited from a terrible defense because he's been able to stay on the field all game long and put up monster points and just go out there and throw it all over the place and run it and do what he's been able to do and probably win a Heisman off of this. But Ole Miss is better. Ole Miss is a better team. They're a more complete team. They proved it earlier. They beat them. And I understand how scary it is playing against Jaden Daniels in this offense. But I think Ole Miss will be able to get enough stops the same way they did early in the season. They got 2 stops in the 4th quarter, and that's all you need because LSU can't stop anybody. So until they get that side of the ball fixed, LSU is going to be who they are. They're going to win some really good games. And I'm interested to see what LSU looks like next year without this offense because Jaden Daniels is not going to be there. It's going to be on Nussmeier. And Nussmeier's a totally different style of quarterback and can't just make everything right with his legs the way Jaden Daniels does.
Great point.
Hey, 10th anniversary of the Kick Six. Where were you?
I was actually flying out to Seattle in first class with the Saints. We're playing on a Sunday night game. So I was probably Saturday. No, we're playing a Monday night because we go out a day early. So it was Saturday. We're flying. And I'm in first class sleeping, catching some Z's. And Ben Grubbs, like 2 rows behind me, comes over and taps me and wakes me up like, hey, did you hear about the game? And I'm like, no, I was sleeping. So obviously it's not a good thing because he just woke me up. He wouldn't wake me up if it was good on Alabama's end. So I was like, what happened? And he was like, oh, man, I think A.J. McCarron threw like a interception at the end of the game. I think Auburn won it by like a last little second. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, well, damn it, A.J. McCarron, like threw the game away, whatever. And then I landed and then I saw it and I was just sick. Oh, and what people don't know is that whenever any team that forms a return after the kick, it always sets up the wall to their own sideline. So if you guys ever have to defend that, the wall is set up to that team's sideline, wherever that is. So when you kick it, they catch it, just go over there and you'll stop the play. Thank you.
Yeah, Terrion Arnold told us this week, we do a weekly interview with Terrion Arnold. He says Nick Saban to this day still uses it as a coaching
every day.
Well, but because what he said, Harpins, he said we told those guys time after time and told them in the huddle in the timeout, there was an extended timeout for the review. He's like, hey, make sure you cover this kick. It is a long kick. Cover the kick. And he said, you go back and watch the film. Everybody just stood and watched when the ball was in the air.
Yeah. Because they don't actually think about covering the kick until the dude's running it at. And then they're like, oh, cover it. And so then they all fan out like they do on punt coverage where the right side goes to the right, the left side goes to the left. And really what they should do is everybody should just go to their sideline. Wherever their sideline is, just go over there and then go from there. But it's a learning experience. I'm glad Coach still tries to teach up these coachable moments. But, I mean, it cost them. And, at the end of the day, let's just give Auburn credit. And it's a moment that kind of goes down and makes this whole rivalry even more what it is. I saw something on Instagram about I think the return guy was Chris Davis.
Yeah.
That he was actually like a huge Alabama fan, like his whole life. And like loved Alabama from Birmingham. Alabama just didn't offer him. And he was literally, and I heard one of the DBs say like, he would always joke around like, oh man, if they throw it at my guy, I'm going to fall down and let him get a touchdown. But he is going down in history because of that play. And it's just another thing that makes this whole rivalry crazy. I mean, I appreciate it just because it makes it a little bit more wild. And I never beat Auburn anyway, so it doesn't matter to me.
Harp, have a great weekend, man. We'll see you next week.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it, guys. I'm about to get ready to head over to Auburn soon, man. So I'll see you guys later, man.
Yes,
I got swole this morning.
All right, get swole.
Be good.
See you, buddy. Harp and the gang there with SEC Nation going to be in Auburn. You can go see them. He was with us, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Code next round when you sign on at MyBookie.ag. They do that deposit match of 50% up to $1,000. Bet it right away. Win with it once. It's yours forever. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag. Code next round.
A couple other great sponsors before we take a break. We'll get to our pick 3 coming up. Todd Fuhrman at the top of the hour. One of them is the Birmingham Squadron. After you watch the Iron Bowl on Saturday, Sunday's a great time for basketball with the Squadron. You get tickets at the gate. Legacy Arena, 3 p.m. Sunday tip-off against Memphis. Rivalry game. Help the Squadron pull off the win against their biggest rival, Memphis. They'll have basketball and barbecue. The basketball and barbecue is better in Birmingham, and it's Commander's birthday. Celebrate the 3rd birthday for Birmingham's MVP, the most valuable Pelican. That is the mascot there for the Squadron. It's all happening this weekend, 3 o'clock down at Legacy Arena. And also, Rockstar, you've got Trent Dilfer ready to go. It is time to hear from UAB's coach as they wrap up the season, but he wants you to wrap up your football and finances together. Here's the coach.
Don't overlook the importance of reviewing your financial game plan regularly. Adjustments and optimizations can lead to big gains.
That's right. And Trent wants to remind you that with our friends at Legacy, 2024 is right around the corner. And with that in mind, you may want to review your spending habits. Legacy Credit Union wants to help you make 2024 your best financial year yet. Whether you need to swap over to their everyday checking to avoid paying those monthly fees at your current financial institution, or maybe you want to put your money in a certificate account. Their 6-month, 9-month, 12-month, and 13-month certificate accounts all have an APY of 5% or higher right now. Whatever your financial plan is this holiday season, and into the new year. The folks over at Legacy want to help you out. Online today, you can apply at legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com, or stop by one of their 9 greater Birmingham area branches. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB and a proud supporter of UAB football. APY is the annual percentage yield rates, and it offers yields and offers are subject to change, federally insured by the NCAA. It's legacycreditunion.com. Back in a moment on TNR.
Our Monday morning quarterback is Fox Sports' Joel Klatt. Every Monday at 10:25.
Stop unwanted guests. Save $50 from our friends at Wayne's right now. Call 866-WAYNES-1 this holiday season. Give the gift of peace and security to your home and family with a $50 off recurring Wayne's Pest Control services. Keep your celebrations joyful and free of unwanted critters this holiday and beyond. At Wayne's Pest Control, we don't just promise short-term fixes. We promise year-round protection for your home, keeping your family, children, and pets safe. Again, call 866-WAYNES-1 today. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
The Birmingham Racecourse Casino's 7 days of giveaways is going on now. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. We're giving away $125,000 in free play and cash. That's right, Birmingham Racecourse Casino is giving away $125,000 in free play and cash. Play the latest, most exciting games around with fun bonuses and big jackpots. There's always more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older, must be present to win.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
Ryan Brown here for the next round with a question for you. Are you on the bandwagon yet? Bandwagon wants to invite you to one of their 3 retail locations in Birmingham for all your holiday shopping. Bandwagon has the top brands in sporting goods, athleisure, and lifestyle apparel. You can check your entire family off the list at Bandwagon with brands like Task, Bird Dog, and Varley, plus the best in sports equipment. Visit the Bandwagon locations in Cahaba Heights, Homewood, and Trussville, or online, bandwagonsports.com. Next round listeners, it's time to jump on the bandwagon.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
What would happen if Santa came down your chimney and discovered fire damage in your home? What if he came down the chimney and discovered a wet floor? Santa's elves can't clean it up. You would have a lot of unhappy children Christmas morning. If that happens, contact DryTech Water Restoration immediately and make sure your children have a Merry Christmas. DryTech can clean up the mess and get in touch with your insurance company. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 and make sure your holidays are safe and happy. Happy holidays to all from DryTech Water Restoration.
Bama basketball in action tonight, 6 o'clock, CBS Sports Network, also on the Crimson Tide Sports Network, battling Ohio State down in Destin. Toughest game for the Tide so far. Alabama and Ohio State, starting a 6-game stretch where they play Arizona, who beat Michigan State yesterday 64-68. They play Creighton, who got blasted by Colorado State yesterday 69-48.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if Colorado State just has this sneaky, really good team. I mean, they're sitting at 6-0, and the way they dominated number 8 Creighton.
If they're the FAU of this
year. It could be.
By the way, Texas A&M FAU starting your day of basketball coming up here at the top of the hour, 10 a.m. on ESPN2.
Alabama's 5th in the KenPom, Auburn 15th. So
how about that?
That's how highly ranked those teams are.
The show being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store, your game day headquarters, Alabama and Auburn game day polos, hats, and quarter zips. Choose from famous name brands like Gentile, Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Elephant Head, and Taylor and Mick. Ladies gear as well. Find any of your game day needs and great holiday gift ideas at pantstore.com, pantstore.com. 6 locations, Auburn, Crestline, Hoover, Huntsville, Leeds, and Tuscaloosa. Rockstar, hit the song, man.
Pick 3, it's time
for the pick three. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a pick three. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the pick three. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for pick three.
Hey, don't forget about our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. It's a great place to go, wall-to-wall TVs, and for over 20 years it has been Birmingham's to-go location. Sports bar. They've got 26 sauces and seasonings, along with a full menu of great burgers, wraps, and salads. Get into one of those 11 Central Alabama locations, including the new Buffalo Wild Wings Go location in Vestavia.
Okay, remember, you can only play Saturday's games at nextroundlive.com, so that takes out a bunch of games today. You can't play today's games, just Saturdays. Nextroundlive.com. It's the last week of the Pick 3. So your last chance to get a ball in the bucket, will be drawing out a winner next week for the grand prize. Nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. And we appreciate you playing. One more try to go 3-0 coming up this weekend. We've got our picks coming up at the end. You can't play these games. But let's talk about a couple of the games that are happening today right here, okay?
All right.
And that's the two biggest ones that have playoff implications that are happening tonight. You've got Texas Tech and Texas, 6:30 on ABC. By the way, forecast 63 and clear.
Yeah.
So if you're hoping for a little weather to help out Bama. And then you got Oregon State, Oregon, 7:30 Fox, 49 and clear. So no rain in Oregon, which is a rarity. At least that's the forecast right now. So those are the two playoff impact games. Just start either one of them, LT. Give me something on these games.
Well, Texas Tech, it's just the offensive mentality is just different from what it once was. And you've got Todd Brooks, who has gone over 100 yards in 9 consecutive games, just came off a career high last weekend. So Joe McGuire is going to try to control clock and run football with Todd Brooks. And I just don't think you're going to be able to run it against Texas. And, I'll just start out by saying both of these games, if I'm an Alabama fan, I think you're going to be disappointed on these outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, both of them are 2-touchdown dogs on the road. I mean, we talk about chaos all the time. To get either one of these home, you're going to need some pretty good chaos. Oregon State's the better team than Texas Tech.
Oh, yeah.
If you're looking just for a better team to pull for, to create some chaos.
To your point, if these games were in Lubbock and Corvallis, much more interesting.
Yeah, maybe. But you probably still like the favorites. I'm just going to say if you're an agent of chaos, if you're in the chaos business, I would say Oregon State would be the team you probably want to get behind more than Texas Tech.
Yeah, and that really helps Alabama the least because that really could kick Oregon out of the Pac-12 championship game and makes a path much easier for unbeaten Washington, which eats up a spot. 1 loss Washington, 1 loss Oregon winning the Pac-12. Yeah. You got a fighting chance against them if you're Alabama.
But I just honestly don't think Alabama needs that chaos. I think they're in front of either one of those Pac-12 teams if they beat Georgia. So I really
even unbeaten Washington?
Yep, I absolutely do.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen.
Oh, I think 100% it would. Guys, again, I said this the other day. A one-loss or undefeated SEC champion is not getting left out of the playoffs.
No, I've said that all along, that they're not going to.
Jim has said it too.
Yeah, the SEC champion will be
No,
out.
I'm
They're
just
not
saying
leaving out.
if it came down to Pac-12 in their final year in Washington with Michael Penix against a one-loss Alabama, I think it would come down to if I was an Alabama fan, I would be sweating my ass off.
I just don't want unbeaten. That's the hard.
That's what I'm saying. Unbeaten Washington.
That's the hard ones to leave out.
Alabama's in as a one-loss champion in front of either one of those. But if you do want to choose chaos, Oregon State's your better shot there. That's the better football team.
Yeah, I would say this about Texas Tech. 3 losses in September by a total of 17 points. And you think, well, maybe they're a really good football team. But their last 3 wins are just by a total of 11 points. So a lot of close games for Texas Tech. Those 3 wins by 11 points were against TCU, Kansas, and UCF.
But they are good enough. I mean, we saw them early on against Oregon where they had them dead to rights going into the fourth quarter. Brown, I think you're wrong, though. I don't think there's any way Alabama would jump Washington.
Yeah,
I really don't.
100% if they've beaten Georgia.
I don't think so. I don't think it'll come down to that.
Yeah, I don't think the debate would be Washington and Alabama.
I'm just saying
Alabama
if it was,
right.
As an Alabama fan, would you want that to be the debate?
I don't want the debate to be
undefeated
Florida State, undefeated Big Ten champion, undefeated Washington.
Oh, I could see Florida State get left out.
Easy. They're easy over Florida State.
I could not see Washington, though.
Yeah, see,
Easy.
Washington with the Pac-12 where they've been ranked all year long. It's a lot of ranked wins. Florida State's going to have very little to stand on except LSU, which Alabama would have as well. Texas losing is the thing that helps Alabama out the most.
Yeah. And look, I really think that moment was against Kansas State a couple of weeks ago.
I agree.
They weren't able to close the deal there. I think Texas I think they probably went out now.
I think if you want chaos with Texas, we'll get to the other games. It's going to be all about who they face in the Big 12 championship game that you think could beat them head-to-head.
Who's the best team? Because Dylan Gabriel's a little banged up right now,
Kansas
right?
State's the best team.
Yeah, I think Kansas State's the one they wouldn't want to have to beat again.
To beat again.
That said, if Malik Murphy doesn't screw around, they probably run Kansas State out of the building. They were up 17-0.
I think if Texas doesn't screw around, they run any of these Big 12 teams out of the building. But, it's just kind of Texas's MO.
Keep in mind that Brett Yormark, the Big 12 commissioner, even back in the summer in Lubbock, said, I'm going to be in Austin for that game. Send them out on the right note.
Yeah.
And that's been echoed this week in the clubhouse there in Austin.
I don't know how much you'd have to stack the deck to get Texas Tech to win this game. I mean, that'd be a heck of an upset. I think you're far more, if you're in the market for Texas to lose, you're far more likely for it to be next weekend in the Big 12 championship.
Well, and that's going to be against Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's not losing to BYU, and that's all they got to do. There's I think 288. Ian told me, Ian Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, but it's easy if Oak State wins and Texas wins.
They're in.
Hey, keep in mind, the officials, they all get together, they raise their hand in between, right before the game,
right,
and they blow their whistles, make sure the whistles are working, and then they bring their hands down and they go off and they administer the kickoff. If they do their hands and they're all got guns up, that could be a bad sign.
Wait a minute.
The guns up. And if they point at first downs all like this, guns up. Then that could be a bad sign for Texas there. So those are two big games today. Got an SEC game, Missouri and Arkansas. Again, you can't play any of these in the pick 3, but you can go there right now at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. Take one more shot at going 3-0 on Saturday's games. You got all the way up until kickoff. Show being brought to you by a couple of sponsors before we head out to Vegas to talk to Todd Fuhrman. It includes our friends at Redmond Vodka.
Gluten-free, 8 times distilled, locally owned and operated. Ask for it by name at your local bar or restaurant. If they don't have it, tell them to get it. Available in 22 states as well. Great gift to take somebody to their house this holiday season. Pick up a bottle today of Redmond Vodka.
And that Alabama Power mobile app puts the power in your hands right now. You can be the first to know when your payment's due or when your power is being restored during a storm. You can download it in the Apple or the Android store, or you can go right to alabamapower.com/mobile app. alabamapower.com/mobile app to the desert. And Todd Fuhrman next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Ryan Brown here for The Next Round with a question for you. Are you on the bandwagon yet? Bandwagon wants to invite you to one of their 3 retail locations in Birmingham for all your holiday shopping. Bandwagon has the top brands in sporting goods, athleisure, and lifestyle apparel. You can check your entire family off the list at Bandwagon with brands like Task, Bird Dog, and Varley, plus the best in sports equipment. Visit the Bandwagon locations in Cahaba Heights, Homewood, and Trussville, or online, bandwagonsports.com. Next Round listeners, it's time to jump on the bandwagon.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Stick around after the sun sets. Twin Peaks is open really late. Wind down with bourbon and late-night bites. Only at Twin Peaks.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Yeah. All right, Todd Fuhrman standing by in Vegas. We'll get to him in just a second. It's Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. 2 hours into a 4-hour show today, a little extra. We started at 8 a.m. this morning because it's Iron Bowl weekend. A lot of you are traveling through town from Thanksgiving. Some of you are going to camp out at Jordan here. Maybe you're in town, back home for the Iron Bowl. Lunsford, Tyler, Forrester on the back row, Rockstar working to get Fuhrman on the phone. Out in the lobby, we've got Taylor Korn handling everything social media, and Emily Grace McWhorter, who will be with us tomorrow down in Auburn as we get ready for this big weekend. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com.
Yeah, I want to say that I hope you guys know how much we appreciate when you support the sponsors that make this show possible. You don't pay a dime for this show. It's free, and the sponsors are the reason why, and we love them. You love them, and one you have supported like crazy is Johnston RV Center. So much so that they got a ton of stuff that is previously owned they now need to get rid of. It's trade-ins because you guys have blown them up there, right? Well, their pre-owned inventory has never been better. You get great deals on fifth wheels, toy haulers, luxurious motorhomes. They've still got the new stuff, the new floor plans arriving every day from the Forest River Expo that they went and looked at. Payments starting as low as $179 a month. Always lifetime warranty on anything new or under 2 years old used. And they got a lot of that right now. So go help them clear it out at Johnston RV Center. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. Todd Fuhrman is out in Vegas. He joins us now. BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you go for all the games. We won't get to all of them today, but he covers a ton of them at BetTheBoardPodcast.com. What is up, Fuhrman? How are you today?
I'm doing well, and I think in total it was a 2-hour and 41-minute show we put together and hit on 18 games across pro and college in some capacity. So encourage folks to check that out. If there are contests that they're interested in that we won't have a chance to get to in our few minutes together this morning.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com is where you find that. You follow Fuhrman on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. I know normally, Fuhrman, people do not play games with their money. But there are times that happens. For instance, the GameStop deal. People are kind of playing games with their money there, right? Are people just seeing how low they can drive down this total in the Iowa-Nebraska game? It is at 24.5, and the game goes off in about an hour from when we're doing this live. 24.5 is this total. Never seen anything like it. Are people just playing a game to see how far they could drive this down?
I mean, well, Dunaway plays games with his money all the time. So let's consider present company in this equation before we say that most people don't want to do that. But what you're seeing here is some weather playing a role in driving this total down as well, along with two very inept offenses that want to try and run the football first and foremost. Cold, blustery conditions expected in Lincoln for the game today. Looking at a forecast right around 24 with some flurries in the mix as well. You look at this Iowa team, and they set football back 50 years every time they go out there and play on Saturdays. Even more incredible that they're going to be called a division champ and have a opportunity to throw a wrench in the college football playoff next weekend against the winner of Michigan-Ohio State. But when this total, no doubt, the lowest that we have ever seen. And the craziest part about it, guys, total opens 29.5 early in the week, and you go, how low can this thing really go? It gets hit at 27.5, it gets hit at 26.5, and here we are at 24.5, where you get a defensive score or something from the special teams group, and you're sweating bullets from start to finish like a soccer match where you're going under 1.5. But what we have seen as well is professional money coming in on Nebraska. But buyer beware here. Professionals actually betting them on the money line rather than laying the 3 with a total this low. Chubba Purdy, not really a drop-off at the quarterback position from Henrik Harburg. And Nebraska has really talked at great lengths about how important it would be getting to a bowl in Matt Rule's first season there.
I made a point after Tennessee to watch out for Texas San Antonio. Once Frank Harris got healthy, they've won 7 straight. They're 5-1-1 against the number over those 7 games. I had planned on backing them all week until I got to a point this morning. I'm just staying away from the game. Your take, though, on a really interesting game with Tulane -3.5 against UTSA.
A phenomenal coaching matchup as well. When you look at what Willie Fritz has done to turn Tulane around from when they hit rock bottom the season after the Hurricane at 2-10 to fighting to get to another conference championship game here. You mentioned Frank Harris. He's been in college as long as Van Wilder. A lot of people that go to school that long are called doctors. I'm not sure Frank Harris will have that on his resume, but he has looked significantly healthier, and we saw that on Friday night last week. He was using his legs to kind of extend plays and took off from the pocket. And I think that's going to be one of the biggest factors here because for me, UTSA's offensive line matched up against the defensive front Tulane is one of the bigger mismatches here. But if Harris's mobility and smarts allow him to level the playing field, it's going to give UTSA some opportunities to hunt the deep ball over the top of a Tulane secondary that for me leaves a little bit to be desired. And when I look on the other side, I mean, Michael Pratt has basically broken every Tulane passing record. He is going to be a huge boon next year for a Group of 5 program that ends up pulling him from the transfer portal most likely. But I look at this Tulane offense, and it's looked a little bit clunky in recent weeks. Now, this is the shortest number they'll lay in conference all season, maybe up until next week in the championship game, should they draw SMU. But a fascinating matchup. I lean under the total at 52, just given everything that's at stake, but I can see a path for some big plays. The other storyline that I think has been interesting to follow, Willie Fritz really pushed to bring in a different AD candidate. So there's talk and speculation that Fritz may be in his final campaign here in Tulane. So that'll be an interesting thing to follow as that coaching carousel heats up over the next couple weeks.
You know, my nickname on the show is Landmine. We even have hats with Landmine on it. I just put 5 dimes on Texas money line. I'm not getting a lot back. It's -600. But there's no way. I mean, it's easy money, right? There's no way Texas can lose the game straight up.
I mean, I'm never going to say there's anything that's easy money in this racket. They put point spreads and money lines out there for a reason. If it was that easy, I think all of us would be sitting on a beach in Turks and Caicos sipping a pina colada more than anything else. But when you look at this Texas offense, they have really struggled to get margin over the last couple of weeks. They did cover the closing number against Iowa State names last weekend, but it wasn't because of anything they did on the offensive side. The defense has really been the great equalizer. I think Texas Tech slipping by UCF last week, it's a huge monkey off their back where they know they'll be getting that 13th game, which was so important to Joey McGuire's bunch. Texas has to win to ensure themselves getting into the Big 12 championship game. So I can see if people really want a bridge jumper parlay and they want to use Texas on the money line in some capacity there. But as far as laying the 14, not something that I'm running to do. And what feels like the 37th week in a row, a Texas game taking under money as that total has come from 54 down to 52.5, 53.
Todd Fuhrman is in Vegas, as he told you, about 2.5 hours of games there, $2.15 a games. If you want to go to bettheboardpodcast.com, bettheboardpodcast.com. And listen and follow him on Twitter as well, at Todd Fuhrman. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. A week ago, we were doing this interview. You said, yeah, I think the Iron Bowl line will come in about 10.5. Nobody saw New Mexico State coming. It's still at 13.5. That's not a huge jump. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, apparently anytime that Hugh Freeze sees Jerry Kill on the opposing sidelines, he should find a way to buy out of the game. I mean, it's 2 years in a row now that we've seen a program that he's led as more than a 3-touchdown favorite lose outright. But you mentioned it last week, changes the dynamic completely in terms of the betting market and what this number has done. But what's been interesting over the last 24 to 36 hours is there is a ton of Auburn support in the market. Number got as high as 14.5, 15, didn't hold, and you've seen it come down through that secondary key number around 2 touchdowns. And as you continue to dive into this game, you look for a path for Auburn to be successful. And unlike last week where they were constantly behind the down and distance, they're going to have to make sure they have positive gains on first down. They're going to need to get a little bit more of a push from their defensive line. But where I think Auburn is actually suited to take away the big play is with a veteran-laden secondary. We've seen weird things happen in the Iron Bowl, only at Jordan-Hare, because in Tuscaloosa it's been an annual parade for Alabama. Nick Saban, only 4-4 when he goes on the Plains. I won't call for the outright upset, but I would lean towards the underdog here. You're going to get a much different-looking Auburn team this week than the disappointing batch that we saw from New Mexico against New Mexico State last Saturday.
Michigan was a dog the last two games against Ohio State. They won both of those games outright. Now they're favored. We had Joel Klatt on from Fox a little bit ago, and he said, look, man, this game is always huge. They always hate each other, but it just feels different this year. Right now, Michigan minus 3.5. I assume you're leaning home team.
I would have if this game was played 3 weeks ago, but my tune has changed substantially, LT, with a lot of the injuries that Michigan is dealing with. And we can start at the quarterback position, where J.J. McCarthy has been fighting a balky ankle. That was the big reason that they did not log an official pass in that game against Penn State. They can say what they want about running, trying to shorten the game, but I talked to some folks close to the program, and they really wanted to try and get him some rest over the last couple of weeks. And for everybody that was a naysayer, you watched JJ last week against Maryland, has his worst completion percentage of the entire season, and there wasn't a single designed run in Michigan's game plan from the quarterback spot. So I think this injury is a much bigger deal than Michigan wants to let on. Roman Wilson, their most talented wide receiver, left that game against Maryland. All signs point to him returning. Let's see how effective he is. But the other concern I have for Michigan is along that offensive line. Yes, they've said that all the pieces will be up and ready to go, but can they play a full game? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ohio State trending to be the healthiest they've been all season long. We've seen how much more balanced they've been offensively with Travion Henderson running the football. Abuka opposite, Marvin Harrison Jr. gives them a 1-2 punch. Cade Stover back in the mix, and they should have Tommy Eichenberg and Mike Hall back on the defensive side. So a couple weeks ago, I would have been thrilled to lay 6 with Michigan. I have since tempered my expectations. Not running to bet Ohio State, but buyer beware. What is interesting about the game, though, as far as the total, this number has been a war between 45 and 47. We don't quite get to a number this low, but the way these games have gone, we've seen over money in every big game involving Ohio State and Michigan against Penn State, and this has been an over series. 9 straight years we've seen this game go flying over the total.
I'm interested on QB2 versus QB2 in the swamp, Florida State, Florida. How do you do your job with two unknowns at quarterback?
A little bit more challenging, but I do have to give odds makers credit here. They didn't create a whole lot of value in their assessments of Tate Rodemaker and on one side and Max Brown on the other. I was hoping to grab Florida plus a 7.5 if it opened a little bit higher. They come out right below that touchdown, and I think that's a fair number. A little bit of an appetite as well for the under. When you look at Tate Rodemaker, he was the first recruit for Mike Norvell at Florida State. A lot of familiarity between him as his dad is a head coach in Valdosta, Georgia, so knows Billy Napier's father real well. And it said that if Billy was at a Power 5 program, there's a good chance that Tate would have followed him there instead of Louisiana Lafayette. Max Brown, a kid out of Tulsa, probably better suited to run the RPO offense that Billy wants to, much more in the way of mobility than Graham Mertz, but he won't be the same facilitator. Going to be an electric atmosphere in Gainesville. I mean, Florida needs this game not just to get bowl eligible, but to really help themselves in recruiting and play spoiler for Florida State. But the fact that you have a starting quarterback in Jordan Travis delaying surgery to be with the team this week tells me that this feels like a family atmosphere. I think the defense raises their level of play. Florida State finds a way to win. But I don't think there's a whole lot of breathing room in terms of laying a full touchdown.
The Eagles coming off their biggest win of the year last week on the road in Arrowhead. They've got the best record in the NFL. Now they're back home, and they're only laying 3 to really an uneven Bills team. Seems like you're getting some value with the home team here in Philadelphia.
Some questions swirling about Philadelphia and what they've done so far this year, LT. When you look at their point differential, just plus 61 through 10 games, that's the third lowest for a team that's 9-1 at this point in the season. And I know last year everyone wanted to talk about the Vikings and how their numbers weren't sustainable. Don't look now, but Philadelphia in the last 2 weeks has been outgained in wins against the Dallas Cowboys and the Kansas City Chiefs. And how much different this number is if they don't get that late game variance. Should Dak Prescott be able to execute and one of a couple of plays go the Chiefs' way? I think Philadelphia on a short week coming home in this spot is in a little bit of a dangerous position, even against the Buffalo team whose run defense is going to get tested early and often here. I think Buffalo has a path throwing the football against a Philadelphia secondary that struggled when they step up in class. last week, notwithstanding against Kansas City, is there were more drops than anything else. A very sharp buy on Buffalo plus 3.5, but at 3, haven't seen a whole lot of wiggle room, and this no doubt should be the crown jewel of the Sunday afternoon slate.
No reason for me to worry about Dolphins today, right? Don't even have to watch the game. Easy win for Miami today in New York.
I mean, when you look at Tua, there should be a reason to be a little bit concerned. He's got to get that monkey off his back when it comes to playing in cold weather, and given what I saw last week from the Dolphins offense, I'm not sure they're running away and hiding from anybody at this point, but you do have Tim Boyle on the other side. This game, fascinating watch. I'm not laying 9.5, but I'm definitely not taking it with a quarterback that had 1 touchdown pass and 13 interceptions while he played at the FBS at UConn, and Tim Boyle. Yet don't tell Jets fans, they think he's the second coming of Joe Willie Namath.
Yeah, Fuhrman, I stayed away from it, but if Zach Wilson would have been quarterbacking and I'm getting 9.5, I would have played the Jets.
100% with you. I actually think Zach Wilson gives them a slight upgrade. What's interesting for everybody clamoring for a change at quarterback, and I get it because you don't want to lose the locker room, I don't think it's an upgrade overall, and the betting market tells us that as well. This number opens 7.5 with a total of 42. The total has come down, yet you're seeing money coming on the favorite with that price moving out. I just don't think they've ever used Zach Wilson to the best of his abilities, and while people want to be critical of some of his decision-making, they have every right. I've been stunned over the last 2 seasons that they haven't leaned into his mobility at all, because that was one of the more useful attributes he had at BYU, with an ability to extend plays, some designed runs, and we saw that on the final play against the Raiders when he scrambled outside the pocket and threw 50 yards on a laser. I just think this is a Jets team that's really dysfunctional, and don't really see a path to trying to get involved in this game tonight.
I think the Macy Day balloons in that parade will be more mobile than Boyle in the pocket today against that Dolphins defense.
Hey, I mean, if those winds gust the right way, you're never sure where Woody Woodpecker was going to end up somewhere in those Manhattan streets.
All right, Fuhrman, enjoy the games. BetTheBoardPodcast.com for all the games that Todd breaks down there. It's phenomenal, so go do it. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Thank you very much, Fuhrman.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Enjoy a great weekend of football and hope there are plenty of turkey leftovers in everybody's fridge to keep their bellies full over the next 72 hours.
Absolutely. See you next week. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Hey, speaking of which, last night I was getting ready for bed.
Okay.
And I heard, we'll call it a ruckus.
Somebody banging
Go
around.
back to the Breakfast Club. Yeah, something in the kitchen. And I was like, what in the hell could that be? And I went in, and somehow Chili had gotten out of her crate.
Uh-oh.
And she had taken down the bird. The turkey.
The turkey?
How'd she get in the fridge?
No, so it was on the counter. So I was getting ready for bed, and I was about to come put it back in the fridge.
Already pulled off the bone?
She was devouring it. But when I came in,
the bones?
She was eating some of the meat. There was still some meat left because I got a whole turkey, and I was putting some up to save it.
I would imagine the turkey, though, is turkey bones are like chicken bones, dangerous for her.
Probably. But I walked in, and she runs, and she gets behind something where I can see her entire body. I can't see her face, so she thinks she's hiding from me.
Yeah.
But I don't know how she got out of her crate.
Mm-hmm.
Like Houdini. And she is such a bitch. She was going to sit there and eat that turkey in front of Bullet and make him watch.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was crated up.
Can't get out of your crate, can you there, city boy?
So I had to chunk that bird today.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate.
A lot left?
There was a lot left. Now, I had carved enough off, and we'd put it up. So I've still got turkey leftovers.
Okay. Well, that's good. I don't want you to be without turkey.
That's good. That's good. I was in New York Butcher Shop when y'all were picking up the food the other day.
That was fantastic.
What a great layout. I went by for a sandwich and to see if they had any extra cornbread dressing, and they did not. It was all ordered up. People were coming in left and right, picking up their turkeys and Thanksgiving. He does that for the holidays, man. You know, porks and all that during the summer holidays. Tell us about New York Butcher.
It's turnkey. We picked up the turkey, had some squash casserole, mashed potatoes, mac and cheese, fantastic pecan pie, some of the banana nut bourbon bread, which I'm going to be taking that to another house today as a surprise.
I wish I could. I'm half a loaf through mine already.
Oh, so good. I mean, I really can eat the whole loaf myself. One-stop shop for everything you need. Rare quality, well-done service. Go see Jim, one of those 2 great locations. The original in Cahaba Heights, one now in Greystone. It's the New York Butcher Shop.
Rockstar Cut 6. I've read this, but I got to hear it to see if he's joking or what. Deion Sanders earlier this week. Do you know what day this was, Forrest, or was this his weekly news conference? And do you think he was joking? What's happening here?
It is his weekly news conference, and I believe it was Tuesday. I don't think he's joking.
Okay, Deion Sanders here on about Mount Rushmore. Listen in.
as you said, you didn't live up to your expectations.
Yeah, my expectations are out of the darn park. You got to understand, man. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah.
What's those little four heads that's in California? What do they call those?
California.
The people faces engraved.
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. Come on, man.
South Dakota.
I sat up there. It's in where? South Dakota. I thought it was in L.A. all this time.
L.A.
Oh no.
Wow, my geography. That's the Hollywood thing? That's what I thought. I'm sorry. Thank you for educating me.
Oh, no, there's no way he thought that was true.
Oh, no.
That was how soft somebody said South Dakota.
Where
was it?
As I was saying, I make a mistake on Mount Rushmore. If you say North Dakota, okay, Wyoming, Montana, somewhere in the Midwest.
I could even buy Northern California. Like, I could see it being in Northern California if that's where they decided to carve it.
Faces that are engraved.
It is
but
so,
LA?
so anti-LA.
I know, it's the opposite of what's in LA.
I don't know if he was kidding or not. I mean.
You know what I learned, though?
What?
The media that covers Colorado, much like you guys on the show, and I'm Deion, I just start talking, those little faces they have in L.A. Instantly somebody said, oh, Mount Rushmore.
That's what
he's like,
about.
yeah. I mean, you would have gone through 1,000 other things before you thought Mount Rushmore, right? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
like
the faces.
Grama,
He could have been
handprints, the Chinese theater.
I think he might have been thinking of that too. The handprints, and he just got two things mixed up.
Yeah, wow.
Well, I'm wondering how this works for Deion. Now, he just got another two-way player like Travis Hunter, this Cameron Michael kid out of Statesboro, Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, he's top ESPN 300. He's a two-way player. He's 6'1", 180. I mean, we're gonna compare him to Travis Hunter, right? Because he wants to play both ways.
Well, all I'm saying is that the other two big offers he got were Georgia and A&M.
Yeah, I agree. His cousin's already committed. That's three top 300 guys. He'll make his money.
You know what I would focus on
in the portal.
I would focus on the offensive and defensive lines.
Yep.
Well, he's announced that Warren Sapp will be part of his official on-field coaching staff next season.
But did you
Is
also
he
hear
playing?
You also heard what he said earlier this week, that we're not an ATM. You got to come here. You get your money after you get here, but we're not out spending money. We're not an ATM.
I found very interesting that he said that.
Yeah.
Disingenuous, because when he first came to town, I'm bringing my Louis with me, and he makes the impression that he is big NIL, right? And it just seems like he's saying something different. All of a sudden.
It seems anti-Deion, but this is the way NIL should be. I think it should be incentivized.
Yeah.
Like, we'll give you $1 million if you're able to do this. Yeah. We'll give you $100,000 if you're able to do this.
The problem is the other schools in your conference are saying, we'll just give you the $1 million.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you. It would be much better.
This is a problem for some teams like USC right now. They're getting all this NIL money, and these kids are loving it, but there's not a lot of passion for going out and winning.
Just like Jimbo Fisher. There was no passion for him to keep winning, because he had his money guaranteed. People said that he started reading his headlines and wasn't very passionate.
Yeah, that's in the Athletic story that's out now. I saw Bruce Feldman tweeting about that this morning, that he was hungry at Florida State.
That is so sad, though.
It is sad to get that kind of money and just coast.
Yeah, not the same. I mean, it's human nature sometimes once you make it, not to stay hungry. Speaking of hungry, we're hungry for some headlines. When we come back, we'll get to our Monday headlines up next in the next segment. The show being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Hey, again, great special deal going on right now. How about the gift of sight this holiday season? 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. If you get screened out, you're a potential candidate, and you get the procedure done before the end of the year, you're going to get an incredible price. It's a one-time deal right now from the next round. Again, call 205-969-8100. Ask for Amy. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Start each game week on Monday morning live with ESPN's Tom Luganville and Jim Dunaway. 7 a.m. everywhere you get the next round.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Give the gift of Daniel Moore art this holiday season with the 2024 Crimson and White Fine Art Calendar. This year's calendar features collectors' most beloved Daniel Moore Alabama football moments, from the classic goal line stand to the Saban-era 2nd and 26. Special offer for listeners only. Buy 2 calendars and get 1 free with code HOLIDAY at danielmooreart.com or by calling 1-800-735-2787.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Tom Luganville here for Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear. For great holiday shopping for the whole family, this place is a must. Jack's carries all the name brands in boots, hats, and apparel, including the Kynes Ranch brand, as seen on Yellowstone. You might not look like Kevin Costner, but you can dress like him. Jack's also has the only Ariat shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Come see us every Monday through Saturday from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and Sundays from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Just look for the big red building off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman.
The wait is over. Tonali has arrived. Beautifully distinctive Italian styling and performance. Come test drive the all-new 2024 Alfa Romeo Tonali plug-in hybrid at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. The all-new Tonali offers best-in-class horsepower and torque, fastest 0 to 60 times in its class, plus best-in-class range with full electric charge. And best of all, qualified Tonali leasees are eligible for up to $7,500 EV tax credit factored into your lease. Hurry down to Alfa Romeo of Birmingham and experience the all-new Tonali.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Are you ready to make this holiday season one to remember? Legacy Credit Union is here to make your dreams come true with their lifestyle loans. Whether you need a little extra cash for gifts or you want to take that unforgettable holiday vacation, Legacy has the right loan for you. With affordable monthly payments, flexible terms, and absolutely no collateral required, Legacy Credit Union is your trusted partner for your stress-free holiday season. Apply in minutes. Go to LegacyCreditUnion.com to get the financial support you need to enjoy the holidays to the fullest. Again, LegacyCreditUnion.com.
Some restrictions apply. See credit union for details. Federally insured by the NCAA.
We'll get to some headlines in a second. Maybe 4 downs or 7 downs in this segment, too, as we work our way towards the Friday games that get going at the top of the hour in football. But they're already underway in a big basketball game going on today. Texas A&M FAU. It's on ESPN2 as we go now. And then later on, 11 o'clock, we start with TCU and Oklahoma on Fox and Iowa, Nebraska on CBS at the top of the hour.
I was really confused last night when I turned on the Egg Bowl and that hoops game had 10 and a half minutes left.
Me too.
Have I got the wrong time? What's going on here? I guess they were delayed in their start.
They were.
And
they
then
were. Okay.
Right when because I was getting ready to leave, and I was like, what is happening here?
Yeah, I know. I was like, did they move this game to ESPN2?
Yeah,
the Egg Bowl?
or I was
think
thinking
so.
myself, is it on ABC?
Yeah, I was very confused.
And then that yellow box popped
Finally,
up. That yellow. Hey, and get ready, SEC fans. Now that we're ESPN ABC, that yellow box is going to be key.
It becomes critical for you finding the start of your game.
It's going to be key. Hey, the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Wayne's. All year long, we've been celebrating 50 years of Wayne's great customer service and great service for you, the Next Round listener. Well, as the weather cools down, you can stop the mice, the bed bugs, and the other rodents from coming outside to the inside by using our friends at Wayne's. Call Wayne's at this number, 866-WAYNES-1, 866-WAYNES-1, and you can gift yourself a safe and pest-free home this holiday season. You can also go to the website, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, and on either way, the phone call or the website, you can get $50 off as part of the 50-year celebration, $50 off the reoccurring services at Wayne's, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com. You know, you were talking about just the world we live in now when it comes to the portal and having to worry about players leaving and such. Rockstar cut number 7. Wake Forest head coach Dave Clawson, you know, they just went up to South Bend and got beat by his former quarterback, and him and Sam Hartman had a talk, but they played a big video for Sam Hartman on the screen there and talking about how much they love Sam
At Notre
Hartman.
Dame they did. So it's like senior day video for Sam Hartman.
Yeah. And Clawson had this to say at his weekly news conference coming back from that experience.
Right, you got to laugh sometimes so you don't cry. It's insane, and but it is the new reality, and there's no point in complaining about it. We saw it last week in South Bend, right? I mean, it's here's a guy that we recruited and we developed, and they're putting a video on him saying, "We will always love you," and I'm like, you only dated him for a couple of months. It can't be love. We're the ones that love him. We had 5 years with him. You rented him for a season. So, and that's, they bought him and rented him for a year, and now they love him. So it's, that when that video played, it's just like, holy cow, this is where college football is.
Yeah, and you wonder, like Sam Hartman will be forgotten by Notre Dame fans.
I mean, I don't. He hasn't really done anything outstanding.
He'll never all season.
He'll never. He's arguably the greatest player in Wake Forest history.
Yeah, that's
right.
He'll never be forgotten by those guys. And really, it's a sad situation. And I like Dave Clawson a lot. I think he's a hell of a coach. This team would be. They would be sitting instead of 4-7. They would be 6-5 right now.
Am I wrong? Sam Hartman's defining moment right now at Notre Dame is that win over Duke. That come from behind win over Duke.
Oh, I don't think that's it.
Well, what is it?
Oh, I think it's that fourth down play.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, that's at Duke. I mean, you give me another one that's more defined. USC just gave them the ball.
Yeah,
in the USC
maybe so.
win.
Maybe so. But, you're going to continue to see this. I think it was Fuhrman that just said Michael Pratt. I mean, that guy is probably going to go somewhere in the offseason. And he's going to have a huge market. But you can't really blame these kids. I mean, if you get $1 million to go somewhere and play.
But Hartman's about to end his Notre Dame career on a game a lot of America cannot watch because of the Pac-12 network. They're going to go to some mid-tier bowl. I mean, it has been less than what I thought you would get out of Sam Hartman at Notre Dame.
Nothing that'll make him be remembered by Notre Dame fans.
No, I mean, I don't envision a time where we stop the game to welcome Sam Hartman back and the crowd goes crazy.
Yeah. He'll be in a deep line way behind Ian Book, right?
Yeah, but I mean, if you're a head coach and you need, let's say you're a Hugh Freeze, and you need a quarterback, I mean, the first thing I'm doing is I'm just looking at mid-majors and lower FBS Power 5 quarterbacks that are really good.
Yeah.
Noah Fafita, plays because of injury. That kid can play, and he's a true freshman. So why would you not leave Arizona if you can go to Ohio State?
If Ohio State needs him, he probably would.
Yeah.
Would he leave Arizona for Auburn, I think is your question.
I think he probably would.
Probably.
Number one, I think the NIL money would be better if you convinced him to do that.
And they're going to the Big 12 as opposed to the SEC.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Yeah. And would he work for Hugh? But no, I would imagine, I would expect Hugh goes portal with a quarterback situation, wouldn't you? I mean, do they have anybody coming in they think is going to be a
Walker
guy?
White, I mean, that's people like him. You all said he was a good interview. I was out that day.
It was a great interview.
Yeah.
I don't know if he can start as a true freshman and move the needle.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe he can. Iron Bowl happening tomorrow. Let's do our headlines right now on our Spotlight, which is brought to you today by our friends at Bromberg's.
Bromberg's, 2 great locations this Black Friday for you. Some incredible savings going on right now. They are your diamond specialist. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Again, get into one of those 2 great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. For more information and to see their vast selection, go to brombergs.com.
The College Football Spotlight.
Like the game's already been played. Monday's headlines today.
Brown starts us off today.
All right.
Brown's headlines.
Yeah, mine is going to be from the Columbus Dispatch. My Chiron Moore.
Who was
Ryan
that?
Day owns Chiron Moore. He's 1-0.
Who did that? Was that Sticks?
That
No.
was the
Knack.
The Knack.
Yeah.
My Sharona Moore.
My Chiron Moore.
Yeah, I like that.
You got to say it that way for it to work. We got alternate headlines. Mariah Carey resurrected from dead early Friday morning to print money for a month. Already heard that song once today. Dunaway started Christmas music out in the lobby.
Oh, was that playing when you walked in?
I love what your mood is, what day that happens. Like when you
until Black Friday. She was resurrected from the dead early Friday.
When Dunaway does the music in the lobby. It's rare. It's weird how you decide where you're going to do it.
Well, I just figured today was the day,
the
official start of the holiday season.
It is a great day for that.
Yeah.
Also on page 3, Taylor Swift and NFL boyfriend give The Holdovers 2 thumbs up after viewing.
You trying to sell me?
Much like Lance.
Much
Lance, they really liked that movie. They gave it 2 thumbs up, Lance.
Yep. I hear that they spent a little time by our fire pit this week.
Taylor Swift and her NFL player boyfriend.
Yeah, a new fire pit that they had put in by our friends at Hartman's.
Yeah. By the way, I went and watched the trailer for The Holdovers. It does look like a good flick.
It's so good.
Who's next, Rockstar? Is that me or you?
I think you are.
I've got one. Dunaway, if you want to save yours, I got to write it out real quick.
Okay.
Oh, you think it's good?
It's not bad. I just did it on the fly. I told you guys I totally forgot.
Okay. That's quite all right.
Well, let's wait. This is anticipation. You see LT entering his answer here, much like a 1977 game show. He'll lock it in. Do you ever see those things? Those clips, funny moments on old game shows. Some of the things they used to say.
Like
the Newlywed Game.
Yeah.
That old guy asked the ladies. They answer the questions. I saw this on my TikTok yesterday. What does your husband squeeze in the grocery store?
My butt.
And the lady's answer was his meat.
Survey says.
and she's like, he's a butcher. He's a butcher.
And then of course, the host has to take his card.
Oh, dear.
This one out of the Seattle Post-Intelligencer.
The PI?
The PI. Cougar gets final bite at apple and chokes on dominant Penix.
Michael Penix Jr.
Chokes on.
That's pretty good on the fly, right?
On the fly there, Jeff. One more bite at the apple.
Did you get that? A cougar.
I get
a final bite at an apple.
Yes.
Hey, there's some biblical reference there too, right?
Well, yeah, you can go Garden of Eden on that, if you wanted to.
If you wanted to.
I'm throwing it all out there.
Yeah, you never know.
Dunaway Digest. You see the weather map. They always do this when there's a storm blowing in. U.S. prepares for chaos, Brownie. From the National Weather Service, the Category 4 chaos system
That's what we need.
is moving across the southeast toward Tallahassee.
We're not going to get it, are we?
No, we're not going to get it.
Weather's not going to get in?
Yeah, it's probably going to dissipate. Is that the word? There's a Oregon State fan urinating, real video, screen grab from this last week's game. Fans push for number 1. Oregon State fans saw their chances at a Pac-12 championship shrink out of their hands. One fan seemed relieved it was over. And then we all saw it yesterday. AARP
introduces. He's taking a leak. I see.
AARP.
Strong stream.
It really was for a long time for an old man.
Yeah,
I felt like it was a Bud Light commercial. AARP introduces closed captioning erotica for fans.
Now, listen, y'all can take shots at Dolly.
Oh, I use the word erotica, Brown.
But she is 77 in a Dallas Cowboys cheerleader outfit.
Our
That's
boy
amazing.
Chop goes, I think if she's naked, I'd take a look at her.
All right.
What voice did he use?
I think I'd take a look at her. Damn.
I mean, really, for 77, she can't eat, right? I mean, that waist is like a 22.
Tiny. Now, listen,
she may not be able to eat because she can't get close to the table.
I'll give you
It's true. Or she could use that as a tray, right?
What?
That she jogs and she has black eyes.
Yes.
She, I don't know anybody that dislikes Dolly.
Nobody.
She's a great human.
An American treasure.
She really is. I thought it was quite the look. Look, if you can pull it off.
Yeah, 77. I don't know many 77-year-olds that could do that. And I'll give her credit before saying it was a little curious. I'll give her credit. She sang the hits. Jolene, 9 to 5. I mean, that's probably her 2 most famous songs.
What was up with the...
I thought the Queen covers were an interesting choice.
Well, I mean, that's part of her rock album.
She's just doing covers?
She did it, yeah.
She's also getting a Sirius channel.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
So we got deep on a Freddie Mercury conversation based on "We Are the Champions."
Well, yes, I'm
saying it led to like a 30-minute debate.
Yeah, sports arenas have one meaning for that song. I think Freddie had another meaning for that song. So I didn't know that. I thought she was doing original rock stuff. So she's just covering rock songs?
No, she said when she got inducted, Tell Me Out Rockstar, into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I've done nothing to deserve this. Maybe I should put out a rock album.
Yeah, she's doing a bunch of rock covers, I think. I have to find if she's been released.
There's a big shot at Dolly over there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's 77 years old, man.
Hey, by the way, those Cowboy cheerleaders, also some of them are in plastic surgery, right?
Well, no doubt.
Oh, yeah. I would say probably 80% have fake rack.
My God, she's got 30 songs.
On the rock album?
Freebird, Let It Be.
I'm as free.
What's Up by Four Non Blondes.
Oh, does she lip sync all those?
I think they have to at these stadiums. People were pissed that Cher lip synced at the Macy's Day Parade because nobody does that.
Yeah, we kind of gave you a heads up on that one on Trash.
Yeah, John Batiste or whoever was the guy that opened up the Macy's Parade did the worst lip syncing job I've ever seen.
Oh, they had like In Vogue and Belle Biv DeVoe, and
Yeah.
one girl I did not care in In Vogue. She's just like, oh my God. And it was the exact recording from 1992.
Does anybody think those are live? I mean, nobody thinks they're actually singing.
People were pissed at Cher because they said it was obvious she was lip syncing.
I mean,
oh my
the
God.
whole thing is lip sync.
First of all, where's the band? Use your head.
Yeah.
Where are they playing the instruments?
Belle Biv DeVoe was under a float with the Ninja Turtles that was celebrating 40 years. And then they go, and under that is Belle Biv DeVoe. You got Leonardo and Donatello in their suits.
I get that, but why can't Dolly sing?
Because where are the instruments?
It's also
at halftime.
You mean at halftime?
Because of the stadium, the feedback and the.
she was singing yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean, at Super Bowls, a lot of them will sing.
She was singing yesterday.
The only
at halftime.
person
I don't think she was.
The only person that's been able to
at halftime yesterday.
No.
Yeah, she was singing.
No.
I can do it. I promise.
That's why
The
it's so
only
bad.
person that's been able to sing halftime at a Super Bowl was Prince. He demanded he'd do it live. Most people, you're forced to lip sync.
Springsteen did it.
I don't know if but I know Prince like demanded. I'm not doing this unless you let me sing it live. I'm not lip syncing. I'm playing
Springsteen
guitar.
was live.
Because I remember the Chili Peppers did it, and I don't even think their guitars were plugged in.
She was not live yesterday.
I think she was singing yesterday.
Why are you so definitive about it? You just don't.
No, I just looked like she was lip syncing.
Because it was so bad.
It was
She
terrible,
singing.
too.
Yeah, she was singing. It wouldn't be that bad if she was lip
Well, she was better than Jack Harlow.
She was better than Jack Harlow. Yes.
I mean, that wasn't a high
I was
bar.
about to say a really low bar there.
Words. Detroit girls. Words.
I bet he had fun, though. I was just sitting there thinking, his Thanksgiving is going to be so much different than mine.
After this game's over.
All right, Rockstar's got a headline?
Well, yeah, I do. This is going to be the letdown of the day because I was last, but it's from the Georgia Technicality. Injury causes Bowers outage. Light bulb. Better stay away from those power lines.
Who is the American icon in the top right?
Well, that's Jeff Foxworthy, Georgia Tech alum, and with my boy Reggie Ball.
You like us, Reggie Ball?
So terrible.
Reggie Ball gave us 18 years at that.
He really did.
Do the lightning bulb.
Louis the light bulb. Stay away from those power lines.
What would Jeff Foxworthy say about Georgia's dynasty right now?
I haven't been really paying attention. Do y'all know that I still wear tapered jeans?
Does he really?
Yeah. He wore jeans on he's smarter than fifth grader. If you think the Nutcracker was something you did off the high dive, if your family tree doesn't fork.
It's all the same ones over and over again.
That's our headlines today. Getting ready for the big weekend coming up with the rivalry games. Maybe some of those will end up coming true. Our friends at the Pants Store want to get you ready for the holiday season. Listen, there is nothing easier than if you got a fan in your life than buying good team gear. You know which team they cheer for, Alabama, Auburn. You get the best gear at pantstore.com. Pantstore.com. High quality, great stuff. 6 locations, Auburn, Crestline, Hoover, Huntsville, Leeds, and Tuscaloosa. Or anywhere, pantstore.com. That includes the polo hats, the quarter zips, and a lot more name brands like Gentile, Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Elephant Head, and Taylor and Meg. Go to pantstore.com, pantstore.com. We'll knock out a few downs when we come back, and then more of our pick 3 coming up at the top of the hour, including Rockstar's Playhouse as well. This is the next round, being brought to you in part today by our friends right there at Redmond Vodka, LT.
Gluten-free, 8 times distilled, locally owned and operated product. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind it. Make sure you stop in. Pick up a bottle this weekend. It is a great gift to take to somebody's house during the holiday season. Ask for it by name at your local bars and restaurants. Available in 22 states. It is Redmond Vodka.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour brought to you by Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, the perfect place for all your holiday shopping. We are easy to find just off of I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the Next Round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Our friends at the University of Montevallo want to help your son or daughter when it's time to go to school. Maybe they're a junior or a senior in high school right now and you're still looking for the place to commit to. Montevallo can be that. Maybe you want to continue your athletic career. 23 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports, including wrestling now, which is off to a good start with big crowds for that. They got so much to offer there, including a great education, theater department, music department, a great place for business, or maybe you want to be a teacher someday. Montevallo offers it all. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. All right, we'll get to 4 downs in just a second. I did want to point out on basketball tonight, pull up Alabama's schedule because I mentioned it in passing. Ohio State tonight could play Oregon in the next game or Santa Clara, the winner of that game tomorrow.
Okay.
Because they're in a little tournament in Destin. Mm-hmm. And then after that, I think it includes Clemson, Arizona, Creighton, and one other good team maybe. Coming up in this 6-game stretch for Alabama hoops is a pretty legit time of the year. And we know how good the league's going to be because Kentucky and A&M and Tennessee, all of them, Arkansas.
So, there we go. All right, so Ohio State, as you mentioned, Clemson, either Oregon or Santa Clara on Saturday. Clemson, and that is in Tuscaloosa, Tuesday.
ACC, SEC Challenge, by the way.
A week from Monday. Yeah, so early for that. It just feels weird. A week from Monday is Arkansas State. Then Purdue. Purdue has looked really, really good. That game is in Toronto.
Yeah, the 3-game stretch, they start next week, or with that Purdue game in the 9th?
Yeah, Purdue at Creighton on the 16th and at Arizona on the 20th.
I don't know what 3-game stretch it would be harder in college basketball.
Yeah, and the Creighton just got blitzed by what could be a You're on it early. At Colorado State could be play them early before everybody realizes how good they are.
Yeah, but that was a tournament, was it not? It was a neutral site, so this game is actually in Omaha.
Yeah, that's the only true road game out of the whole group. They're all away from Tuscaloosa, but Creighton is the only true road game on the road.
Purdue could be number 1 by the time they play them.
Could be. I was going to see where Pomeroy had. He's got them number 1. Ken Pomeroy has Purdue number 1 through the games of yesterday. Boy, I'm early to the Ken Pom site this year.
You really
Have you noticed that?
Pre-Iron Bowl on Ken Pom.
Yeah, pre-Iron Bowl on Ken Pom. What is going on?
Yeah, we're becoming a basketball show.
You want to give you the schools that qualify for the for the national champion right now?
Who's on the bubble right now?
Alabama, by the way, is in that group. First adjusted offense, 25th adjusted defense. So Alabama qualifies. Jim. They're one of the qualifiers.
Right there. So basketball tonight for the Tide. Auburn's off until that ACC SEC Challenge next week. All right, so here we go. We're ready for 4 downs. It's brought to you by the great folks at Slice. Tell us about Slice, and you can hit your 3 downs first, and I'll fill in the gaps.
Yes, our friends at Slice, 4 great locations for you. Make sure you stop in. The original in Lakeview, one of Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline Park. The Bajaya Brothers, make sure you tell them the next round sent you. Local pizza, local ingredients. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
First down.
Better chance of the upset as a 2-touchdown dog. Oregon State over Oregon in the Civil War, or Auburn over Alabama in the Iron Bowl?
I'm doing the game. I cannot comment.
I would say better chance. I've just seen too many Jordan Hare Iron Bowls to not say that would be the better chance. The point spreads are about the same. Oregon State's a better team than Auburn. So you normally go with a better team, but I am going to go with a more difficult place to play.
You know what's kind of hard to believe is Alabama's looking for their first 4-game win streak in the Iron Bowl since
oh boy, first 4-game win streak in the Iron Bowl. Let's see, since 11.
Nope. Saban hasn't had one.
No, he has not.
He has not.
So would this go back to Bear Bryant?
It does.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, between 73 and 81 when they won 9 straight. That's the last time they've won 4 straight.
Wow, that is pretty wild.
Back to the 70s.
Damn, LT.
I know.
Little T said, send me a good nugget on the Iron Bowl if you have one.
I saw that, but I just got everything this morning. Yesterday was kind of, we'll call it chaotic.
A little blur.
Yeah.
That's a good one. Pass that one along to Little T.
I will.
Later.
You know, Alabama is 6-10 at Jordan Hare. I don't know what Oregon State's record is at Allison. So, I mean, when do you see a place where Alabama has a losing record, right? I mean, there's almost nowhere on the planet Alabama has a losing record than 6-10.
I think it's Auburn over Bama.
It's more likely.
Yeah, I just don't know if Oregon State, if this game was in Corvallis, I'd feel totally different.
But you keep waiting for Bad Bo.
Well, I don't know if we're going to see it because of the way they call plays. He's a facilitator now.
Yeah.
He's not going to take a lot of shots.
816 passing yards and 10 touchdowns in the last 2 games for Bo Nix. To me, though, it's Oregon State's got the best chance because Jonathan Smith is a really great coach. He's got a good roster. They won the game last year in Corvallis, and Damian Martinez can run the football. And, that's where Oregon, if they've got one weak spot, what is it? Is it stopping the run, maybe? That's the path to victory. Low scoring, limited possessions, keeps Bo on the sidelines, low scoring game. Oregon
Dennis
State.
Martinez is going to have to be next level.
To your point, if they can keep Oregon on the sideline the way they did in the second half of the Washington game, you've got a chance.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Second down.
In that same vein, more likely upset, Texas Tech over Texas or Washington State over Washington?
I'd go Wazoo over Washington. Wazoo's the better team. Again, now I'm going to go better team.
Yeah, I would say Cam Ward and Washington had something clicking earlier this year. They beat Oregon State, and then they went into the dumps. Then they beat a really bad Colorado team like a drum. Maybe that woke something up. And there's just something about Washington that hasn't looked complete since that Oregon game. So I would say Washington State as well. I don't have very much faith in Texas Tech.
I don't either, but I'm going to lean Texas Tech just because Texas doesn't know how to finish.
Third down.
Today, more total touchdowns. Tim Boyle, your starting quarterback for the New York Jets, or Iowa?
I think there's a pretty good chance the Jets score just 1 touchdown, maybe some field goals.
How good do you feel about Iowa scoring 2 touchdowns?
I don't. God, that is a terrible question, Lance. It's just terrible to have to consider it.
I'd probably take Iowa.
I think I would probably take Iowa too.
I've already told you I've hammered the over 24.5 at mybookie.ag.
Define hammered. How many dimes you got on this one?
2 dimes.
Two dime play for
Hey,
you?
one of my buddies that's a handicapper, he actually gave out the under.
Did he really?
God bless you, man.
I mean, but I can. It's
windy and cold.
I don't feel good either way about it.
If I told you the final's 13-10, would you bat an eye?
Yeah,
no,
well,
but if it goes to overtime 10-10, you're probably going to get an over.
I know, but
it's yeah. But look at this. Like, it's windy and cold. Okay, you drop back to pass, and what happens? It slips out of your hand. There's a touchdown.
Short field, yeah.
There's a touchdown.
I wouldn't know what you were talking about unless you had. Okay, I got it.
So when I play an over, which I've played overs like 75, you really can't have a couple of long possessions or a possession that ends in a field goal.
Right.
You've got to have touchdowns. On this under, you can't have any fluke touchdowns.
That's right. 0.
Yeah. I mean, one fluke touchdown is going to cost you.
And by the way, if it's 10-7 in the first half, you're going to halftime. It's 10-7. That's not necessarily a high-scoring game, but at that point, you're sweating it. Every kick at that point could be trouble.
Buddy of mine was over last night. He's never gambled before.
Ever.
And we were looking at some player props and game props for the Egg Bowl. And I was like, longest touchdown, 47.5. And he's like, what do you have to lay to get that? And I was like, it's basically even money. And he's like, I think I might play that over. He's like, there's going to be a touchdown over 47.5 yards. Longest play last night, 26 yards.
That's right.
So you've
they know what they're doing.
So you've got more than one Dunaway in your life.
Oh, I've got another guy that was over last night. He's like, my wife's pissed. He was like, I got on mybookie.ag last night, which would have been Wednesday night. And he was like, and I was playing roulette. I won $800 though.
Why is his wife pissed?
Yeah.
Well, she don't want him gambling.
Oh.
Yeah, she should be happy.
Yeah, it will end up bad.
Yeah.
Just like you will.
Down.
No, I've got my limit, man. If I bottom out today, if I do not win today, I'm done for the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm done.
For the weekend.
No, I mean, I'm not putting any more money in.
Whatever.
That's it. How are we doing fourth down? Lance only had 3.
Okay, I've got more.
Is it yours?
No, yeah.
Okay.
I got more here. Well, let's just technically finish it up with a celebrity birthday. Happy birthday, Sarah Hyland.
I could not pull a celebrity out of today's.
Happy birthday, Katherine Heigl.
Wow, did you even try, Lance?
Yeah,
Sarah Hyland and Katherine Heigl?
Happy birthday, Colin Hanks. Better career, Hyland, Heigl, or Hanks?
It's going to be Hyland or Heigl because Hanks has done some things here and there.
Is that really Tom Hanks' brother?
Yeah,
that's his son.
That's his son.
His son? He's 45. That's his son?
He was in one of the Fargo, I think it was season 1 or season 2.
How old do you think Tom Hanks is?
I don't know. He's always been big to me. He's 13.
But Hyland and Heigl, the only thing, I mean, they've got syndication money because
Grey's Anatomy.
of Grey's Anatomy and because
Knocked
of
Up.
Yeah.
Modern Family.
Knocked Up pushes
I think
Heigl ahead of me.
I go Heigl.
See, I'm just going to go Hyland because I don't like Heigl. I heard Heigl is a see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, that's the rumor about her.
Yeah, and Hyland's supposed to be really, really nice.
Okay, I'll go Hyland then too.
And I always liked her on Modern Family too.
Oh, yeah, she was good.
Yeah.
Yep. Couple of quick off the record ones. You don't have to do first down, second down.
Off the
These off the
record, so
record?
do not
Yeah,
repeat
take
these.
this off. This is
Go ahead.
Taylor, don't post these.
More total yards, including rushing or passing. McCarthy or McCord in the game?
McCord. I've told myself into Ohio State winning this game. I'm going to go Kyle McCord.
I'm going McCarthy.
McCarthy for you.
State bet.
State bet for you too?
I don't know.
More turnovers with 2 QB2s, Florida State or Florida?
I will go Florida. Florida State's got a more proven number 2.
Florida State. That's the path to Florida's victory here. Florida's going to win this game outright.
Florida State's quarterback lost to Jack State.
Hey, listen.
In his only start.
Yeah, but
he's not even good Jack
still
State.
got
bad Jack
more
State back in the day.
experience.
Bad Jack State. There's no such thing.
More rushing. Oh, excuse me. More total yards. Damian Mitchell, Oregon State. Bucky Irving, Oregon Ducks.
I'll go Damian Mitchell, Oregon State.
Martinez. I'll go Martinez.
What did I say? Mitchell. Yeah. God, I know it, Damian Mitchell.
Damn.
Oh, that's right. That's who it is.
Is that here, dog?
Yeah.
Hey.
Damian Martinez.
Hey.
Dunaway, just say it with your whole chest, man.
Huh?
Say it with your whole chest.
Florida Georgia line. That's pretty good.
Okay, that's 7 downs today, brought to you by great friends at Slice. Good place to slide off to for lunch today.
Yeah, fantastic pizza. Maybe try out that soul pie, the Bajaya special, the Wing and a Prayer, the Hot Mama. Just fantastic pizzas. 4 locations. For more information, local pizza, local ingredients, go to slicebirmingham.com.
Okay, Rockstar, in the next segment, we're going to do a Playhouse.
Are you asking me or are you telling me?
I'm asking you, do you have one?
Hey,
are you trying the one that...
Were you here at 8 o'clock when you asked?
Is it funny?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, did you create it?
Is this the one that... Are you going to try it live or?
Yes, I'm going to try something.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
That's the one.
I'm trying
That's
to
the one
tease
I want.
ahead, guys. You guys can be jerks sometimes. I'm trying to tease
No,
ahead.
I'm just saying, is this something that you told him to do?
Is this the tease ahead? You
might
want to
be.
tease what it is? No? Just
You
be
can go
surprised?
I am going to try my best to recreate the Game Day Open from, God, I don't even know when it was. The one I did as a parody for copyright problems. I'm going to try to do the voices live.
Listen,
I think it was 2014.
Even if it's a failure, it's going to be funny, so don't worry about it.
So you're going to try.
Yeah.
Because I thought about this in the shower this morning.
Me too.
You're going to try.
I didn't have water running, though. It was weird. Weird day for me.
Good echo in here.
To hit these voices
When you think about the show, do you go Lester Burnham in the shower?
This is the best part of my day.
Champy's Chicken brings you this hour. Champy's
Are they
Chicken.
open right now?
I think they are. Highway 119 in Alabaster.
knock on the door if they're
Champy's Chicken. Sterling and the crew down there. Great Southern fried chicken, Mississippi Delta recipe, tamales, and more. Champy'sChicken.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour brought to you by Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, the perfect place for all your holiday shopping. We are easy to find just off of I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This holiday season, give yourself the gift of peace of mind with a credit card from Legacy Credit Union. Why risk shopping with cash when you can enjoy the safety and convenience of shopping with their contactless credit card? With a Legacy credit card, you can enjoy incredible perks like rates as low as 8.9% APR, no annual fees, and no balance transfer fees. But that's not all. Earn fantastic rewards for travel and merchandise through Scoreboard Rewards. Apply online today at LegacyCreditUnion.com to make your holiday shopping not just safer, but smarter. APR and annual percentage rate. Certain restrictions may apply. Subject to approval. Federally insured by the NCUA. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round with a question for you. Are you on the bandwagon yet? Bandwagon wants to invite you to one of their 3 retail locations in Birmingham for all your holiday shopping. Bandwagon has the top brands in sporting goods, athleisure, and lifestyle apparel. You can check your entire family off the list at Bandwagon with brands like Task, Bird Dog, and Varley, plus the best in sports equipment. Visit the Bandwagon locations in Cahaba Heights, Homewood, and Trussville, or online, bandwagonsports.com. Next Round listeners, it's time to jump on the bandwagon.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Yeah, I've never understood. They've got too many mascots.
Oh, no. So that one in particular, the only Big 12 game I've ever gone to was the game I've told you guys about in Lawrence when Kansas hosted Nebraska. But that thing comes out, and it's all over the place. And I always thought there was like a man in it, but when it comes out, it's like not inflated. So then they inflate it. So I don't know if they got a remote control or what.
Yeah, it's the Nebraska thing that walks around that looks like an inflatable dill. I've never understood that.
An inflatable deal?
Yes.
Okay.
The one thing that the weirdest mascot to me in all of college football is the Kansas State mascot. It's a human body in a football uniform, and they just put the mascot head on top of it. It is the cheapest, most low-rent looking thing I've ever seen.
A big orange.
Yeah, but I mean, but at least it's
Clemson.
Clemson's the tiger on crack, but Kansas State's is like, we are a low-rent football program.
Stanford is a tree.
Again, guys, but those are all costumes.
Your point is that I mean, just really, if everybody would pitch in a little extra, we can buy the rest of the suit. We bought the hat. We got to buy the rest of the suit.
It is the most low-rent costume there is Kansas State.
The live mascot is the best mascot, but if there is one that is dressed in the mascot uniform, it's got to be St. Joseph's, the Hawk.
The Hawk, yeah.
Just because it flaps. Yeah. And I've told you guys before, I had a bunch of people over, and we had a lot of money against St. John's, and somebody got hurt, or St. Joseph's, and somebody got hurt. And it was one of those bad moments where everybody's praying, and you just see the Hawk back there, Lance, not missing a beat.
I think that was a Super Bowl Sunday or a championship Sunday. It was a big football game.
But a bunch of people were over at the house.
And it was like a 10.5-minute plate stoppage of the whole time.
I mean, if you're the cheerleading coach, you got to whisper in his ear, hey, look, just take a beat.
Go back,
walk in the back. Yeah, if they leave the arena, they don't have to keep flapping, obviously. Just go back to the locker.
I had the urinal.
I got to pee.
We were at a Barons game one time, took the kids, and one of the mascots took their head off. They pulled an old school moment.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, come on.
Lunsford, you're saying Big Red is the best, the inflatable balloon? Rockstar, pull it up so people who have never seen Big Red. And give
Big Red is awful.
Yeah, the inflatable balloon thing. And give me Lunsford's mic.
I'm not. This might be the moment that Nebraska football it went the wrong direction.
Yeah, when did it start? Because this does not look something.
I'm talking about Western Kentucky.
Yeah, he's talking about the Western Kentucky, the blob.
Isn't he called Big Red?
I don't think so.
He's called Big Red. He's called Big Red.
Oh,
yeah, that's
somebody
a good
said
one.
Western Kentucky is the worst.
No,
he's the best.
That's a fantastic.
It's Big Red.
That's a fantastic costume.
I wouldn't go fantastic.
It's terrific. Look at it.
That's great.
What is it?
It's a towel. It's a towel. It's supposed to be a towel.
Is it really? I never knew that, Jim.
It's supposed to be a towel.
You sure about that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're on Wikipedia. Just see what Big Red mascot is. You clicked off that picture.
Yeah, the one we were looking at, though, that got this started was the Nebraska inflatable thing that I also thought they called Big Red.
Description, red cartoon-like character. Okay.
It's a red furry bee.
Thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah. So it's not a towel?
So I know nothing that I didn't know before.
If your family were being held hostage right now, okay, and the only way you can free them from captivity is to get this right, would you take the over or the under on this Iowa-Nebraska game?
Over.
I think I would take the under.
I think I would take the under, too.
Yeah. I would have to go with where it's trending and where these teams are.
Yeah.
You're going against the grain if you take the over.
Exactly. You're going with Dunaway and against the grain if you take the over. Normally, those are about the same.
TCU Oklahoma has kicked off, so Nebraska and Iowa will kick off in a second. I would venture to say when TCU and Oklahoma has already kicked off on Fox, they're still waiting to kick off on CBS, but I still bet the game on Fox, TCU and Oklahoma will still be going on long after the one on CBS is over with.
Iowa beats them to halftime. Iowa, Nebraska beats them to halftime.
Hey,
I guarantee you. The only factor is CBS commercial breaks.
You know, we've got that picture of Matt Rule holding up the shirt, and they've also got one of the black with the red font that I wore this past weekend or this past week that says the next round. What do you think Matt Rule would charge us to wear that on that sideline?
Is he wearing a Nebraska hat?
Nope, he's not wearing a hat. I was thinking that hat would look really good with what he's wearing.
It would, and that's why we sent him those colors. We sent him the Nebraska colors. Rule's a good dude. He's always liked us. He might just do it if we ask him nicely.
There's no way.
I mean, why does he not have
guy's got a ton of money.
Why does he not have a hat on?
I agree. He keeps the heat in.
Yeah, there is a reason why he doesn't have a hat on. There's going to be a reason why.
You don't think so?
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what. He might be like me. Matt seems like he's got a pretty big head. I got a sizable head. A lot of hats give me headaches. Yeah, it takes a special hat not to give me a headache.
But look, I mean, no offense, he's got
Scott's showing the photo right. That's he and Scott Satterfield, the offensive coordinator. Always been fans of the show.
Would look great with his get up right now.
I agree completely.
But he didn't go see Dr. B apparently.
He did not.
And so anytime I would get the opportunity, I would wear a hat. He could at least wear a toboggan, right? It looks cold there.
Yeah, it is cold. Wind chill will be below freezing for this game today. They're getting ready to kick off. If you hear me squeal at any point, that means there's been points scored in that game.
I mean, a kickoff return.
Well, I want to throw this out. We've got 3 games up at Lance'sLock.com. This is one of them.
This is one of them?
Mm-hmm.
And you have a side on this?
Got Nebraska. I think it's 3 now.
Yeah.
Is that what it went
I think
off
it went 3.5 maybe.
They also just show Nebraska students, and they hold their shoe up at kickoff. There are some weird traditions in college football that, locally they make a little bit of sense, but, boy, nationally you're watching. Why would you hold your shoe up at kickoff?
Because they're about to boot it.
Okay, maybe that's it. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. A lot
or
of times
maybe
locally,
somebody would give their left foot for a win.
Maybe so. Nebraska's in that position right now.
What about what she is wearing under that dress, Brown?
Who?
The lady in the scooter that just came out.
Oh, yeah.
Hey,
she got
why is that a tradition?
I know this is great broadcasting, but on the other TV, Fox, that damn Sooner, the Boomer Sooner came out, and he was flying.
Yeah, they do look like they go fast on that thing.
Well, they told them they had to limit the speed there for a while, but you see that
Not today.
Last home game of the season, boys.
That has changed. The restrictor plates are off of that. This hour of the show brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, champyschicken.com. Great food there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the crew has got it up and rolling, ready to go for the weekend. So get your tailgate food for the Iron Bowl right there. Mississippi Delta recipe tamales and so much more. Cooked to order. Chicken, hand-cut chicken fingers, and so much more. And you can get it to take it home to watch the Iron Bowl tomorrow as well, champyschicken.com. We had, of course, our Thanksgiving feast yesterday. Forrester has compiled all the plates.
Oh, wow.
Can you turn on Forrester's microphone? Tell us which plate is which here.
Are we going to vote on who had the best one?
Well, I've got them one by one.
All right.
I really believe that Forrester is setting me up to spoof me.
Okay,
go ahead,
well, let's do
Forrester.
this. Let's try this, and let's see.
Because he was eger to get to this for some
All right,
reason.
no, because Scott likes the show.
For some reason.
All right, that was a little tease. I remember that.
Well, I could tell with the drink.
Yeah, I had a little cocktail out next to it that seemed very feminine.
I mean, did she go out? It looks like a restaurant.
Well, I mean,
who made that drink?
The team mom, Gina Korn, goes above and beyond.
I like it. Looks good.
Yep.
Who's next, Forrester?
Who is that, Scotty?
That is Rocky's.
Yeah, yeah, very.
I like that, Rocky.
Little carbs.
Yep, very high carb. Could have easily been a kid's table. Easily.
The kid was right next to me.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Eating the piss out of stuff.
Yep.
Good for him.
Yep. That's Jay Luntz. I remember that one, Lunsford. Mashed potato. I mean, very simple mashed potatoes and gravy.
Very simple.
Well, it is. I mean, how many? There's only 3 things on the whole plate.
Gravy on your turkey too, Luntz? Yes, okay. Don't be angry.
Mac and cheese, mashed potatoes and gravy, 2 rolls. About as simple as it gets right there.
Okay. Well,
I want to see Brown sophisticated.
No, this is Dunaway's, and he sent it to the group. I'm like, my God, the salad. I mean, that is an excessive amount of salad for Thanksgiving Day.
I always start off with a salad.
Clearly.
Brown, so I
it goes from
through
coast
that.
to coast on the plate.
Did you eat the piss out of that candy corn decoration?
No, but did you see that decoration?
Yeah.
Those are all individually made. That's a cookie. That is an edible decoration.
That I'm telling you what, man, that family Thanksgiving up there goes above and beyond. Who won the EPL games?
Yeah, did you watch Premier League?
I did not. I delayed my exit. I mean, my time up there. Who's this?
That's Ryan Brown's.
Ryan Brown.
That's a phenomenal plate of food right there.
Vicky put that together?
It's a
that's
lot of sweet potato.
We were at my mother-in-law's, my mother and father-in-law's, Mickey and Gail Williams, and so yeah, I got a lot of stuff on there.
See, I did not go green beans this year. We had some street corn. Is that cream corn?
Yeah, it's cream corn.
We had some street corn that was like that with some jalapenos and some stuff in it. So I went back on my second plate and got some of that and some of my sweet potato casserole.
I'll tell you where
my first plate.
I'll tell you where my mother-in-law has hit the jackpot here. She goes to a soon-to-be sponsor of ours to get smoked turkey breast rather than mess with a Thanksgiving turkey, and it improves the meal infinitely.
My brother-in-law is great on the grill with the turkeys and such. We had the ham as well. But I will tell you, the winner for me was homemade ice cream. Vanilla ice cream and a pecan pie that had some kind of chocolate in it.
There it is.
Oh, my.
Yeah, well, there's Dunaway's dessert.
By the way, not 1 slice.
2 slices?
2 slices.
Did you go 3 scoops of ice cream with all slices?
Well, those are small scoops.
Well, I'm sure like most supermodels,
House.
you weighed yourself this morning.
I told EG earlier, this is the only day on the calendar year when I'm at home that I do not get on the scale.
That's a good move right there. It doesn't matter.
Because I guarantee you I gained 6 pounds yesterday.
Yeah.
Because that was my first plate that I went to.
My presentation is not going to be good.
Yeah, I think yours is the only one left. Do we have Lance's?
Oh, I sent it.
God, Scott, did you even try on this segment?
Forrester.
I might have sent it to Lil T. Let me see here.
So it's a
that
little
might be the
one
problem.
that dropped the ball on this. I got you. I want to see Lance's
Let me
present.
see.
I mean, you're
Yep, I sent it to Lil T.
Yeah.
And we got back and forth talking about the Michigan USC home and home that me and the Corns are going on next year. Scott, I'm sending it to you right now. It's not that important, but
Well, no, while you dig it up, let me tell you, our friends at Milo's, if you're just tired of the leftovers at some point this weekend, Milo's is open and ready for you to swing by there. The Milo's mobile app makes it so easy for you. Order in advance and just walk in and pick it up. Use the promo code NEXTROUND and add on a new loaded fries for free. There you see the loaded fries, the Mexi fries and the saucy fries right there with our friends at Milo's. Milo's mobile app. Download it today. Use the promo code NEXTROUND right there. Rockstar's live Playhouse coming up here in just a second. Should we do LT's Plate afterwards, or are you working on it right now? Say it out loud for us, so you get your mic.
I'll have it up in just a sec, Jim.
Okay, very good. Probably a good time for me to tell you about some other games that are ongoing.
BC did take an early lead. Right down. Didn't one of you guys have BC as your upset alert?
It was me, my friend.
Yeah. I mean, they're up 7-0 right down the throat. Mario, by the way, Dino Babers' better record the last 2 years than Mario Cristobal in Miami. And Dino Babers' shitty job is getting fired, and Mario Cristobal will probably get an extension.
That has been very, very disappointing, the Mario Cristobal era, Jim.
Look out, Brown Bandit.
What?
Because I did the old Jeopardy math.
Yeah, and?
If you don't win it all.
Oh, is that why you did that?
I went 9.5. I think it was 9.5. 9.5 and 5. Yeah. It'll close the gap in to gets me to within a half point of you.
So if you get outright win.
Right.
And I
get nothing.
You beat me.
No.
Or you tie me.
No, we're going to next weekend. I'll be a half point behind.
No, I mean, if I get outright win, the same thing.
Oh, yeah, I'm just saying.
Well, next weekend is so hard. We don't have, you've only got a handful of games. So what, are we going to play conference championship games?
Listen, don't try to change the rules. Let's get through, man.
Okay.
Well, we changed the rules midway through the season.
Exactly.
Go back and give me my South Alabama against Oak State.
Nebraska's punting.
Oh, there's a shock.
That's exactly what you wanted if you've got an under. A 5-minute drive. Yep. They get to midfield and then punt.
And then where's Iowa got the ball now?
At the 8.
Yeah.
So now you got to worry about a safety or a pick 6.
No. Now Iowa will go on a long drive to get it out to the 49, and then they'll punt it.
That will be the game today. If you don't want to watch the game,
everybody will start their possession inside their own 10.
Hey, and let me tell you, we can take shots at that all we want. That was the entire first half of the Egg Bowl too. So let's don't pretend like we don't get that occasionally in this part of the country.
Here's LT's plate. There's LT's. Oh, square plates. Look at that.
Square.
Yeah. You cannot hide money.
I will tell you this. Oh, yeah. The thing that was interesting, most of this is from the New York Butcher Shop, but Maddie did her homemade sweet potato casserole and her homemade dressing. The dressing is top middle. And everybody was a little hesitant because it had like cranberries. It is like the best tasting stuff. I got up in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. ate some.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
See, I would like to.
It's very unique.
Does she have any left over?
Yeah, we got some.
At the house?
I'll let you try it out, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like a slither before you leave.
Yeah, come by tomorrow. C-Stew's doing his jambalaya.
What is that in the
First
top
time
left?
in 4
I'll be at
years.
the Iron Bowl tomorrow.
That is squash casserole?
That is a squash casserole.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So dressing's interesting.
Squash casserole. The cranberry sauce is straight out of the Ocean Spray can.
Yep. Storm Restoration Roofing brings us Rockstar's Playhouse. You doing it from in there?
Oh, there's Scotty's. What, Scott? What was that in the top left corner?
Wait, Scott hadn't done his yet?
No, he is not. What's up top left of the green beans? I couldn't figure that out last night. What is that?
No, Jim, we skipped right over the best one here.
Yeah. What is that top left?
Well, you got crackers on your plate.
He's got meatballs on his plate.
The crackers are just a vessel to get to the pepper jelly cream cheese dough.
Oh, I see that. That's hidden a little bit. That stuff's good. I like that.
Amazing.
Yeah, big fan.
Yeah, I do like that.
It's an appetizer at my place, but okay.
Yeah.
It was like you got
top left. I think you're talking about the dressing.
It's okay.
Just to the left of the
deviled egg. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. And then that's green beans, macaroni and cheese, a roll, ham, and meatballs.
Yes.
Are those? Yeah, I like meatballs.
They look very spiced up.
That's a good looking plate, Scott.
Yep.
Thank you.
And at the very top is that
sweet potato free zone.
At the very top is that bone marrow. Are you pulling the marrow out of a bone, a cow's bone or something?
What are you talking about?
Like at the top of the plate right there.
What are you looking at?
That's a turkey decoration.
Oh, that's a turkey decoration?
Coming from the guy that had a candy corn cookie.
Well, at least you could tell it was a candy corn cookie. I thought it was like one of those at a fancy restaurant. You get the little bone marrow and you scoop the marrow out.
Oh, that is good. You ever had that?
That's why I'm bringing it up.
Well, that plate pops. It's got a lot going on.
Yeah, it does. I like that, Scotty.
All right. Time for Rockstar's Playhouse today, brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. He's going to try to do something live here. I mean, I feel like this is one of those things that they used to do on New Year's Eve after the Peach Bowl. Rockstar's about to try to jump Caesar's Palace. He's about to try to jump the fountains at Caesar's Palace.
After this break.
With his Playhouse, Storm Restoration Roofing, 205-542-3531. He's going to walk from the Empire State Building all across this wire to this other one right here. 205-542-3531 for a free no-cost roof inspection. It's Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Hit it, Rockstar.
Rockstar's Playhouse, it's a Rockstar's Playhouse, it's a Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play. Rockstar's Playhouse, it's a Rockstar's Playhouse, it's a Rockstar's Playhouse, come out and play.
Oh, that sounds swell. How you guys doing?
Hey, good, Rocky. How are you?
We have been looking forward to this moment
for
an hour now.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it is nerve-wracking.
I wish we'd have done it at the top of the 11 o'clock hour or whatever.
Yeah, you always have to have a guest that has to hold through 3.5 minutes of this. So to give people backstory, Brown and Dunaway love to do this thing called the Game Day Open, where they had various clips for the Iron Bowl history. And one day I decided to parody it. It took me like 3 hours to record it, do all these voices.
I remember where we were.
I do too, 100%.
Yeah.
I didn't tell a soul that I was doing it.
Nope, completely sprung it on us.
Twin Peaks in Atlanta.
In Buckhead, yep.
Day before the SEC championship.
So what I'm going to try to do, since we don't have the rights to the original song that was on it, I am going to try to recreate it with some music and crowd noise in the background, doing all these voices at once, trying to repeat this. And this could be a disaster.
That's why we watch the Peach Bowl, man. That's right. Hang around for the disaster.
I always wanted the guy to hit the fountain.
All right, you guys ready?
Yep, let's rock.
All right, let's try this. With a hat, they're all fired up. We got class, and we're going to find it out. We got class, and I know we got it. Intercepted T, to the 10, to the 5, he cuts left, touchdown! Tonight's the night what our program's all about. I want you to think about it, let it sink in deep. This is the reason we work you in the summertime, and January, and February, and spring. This is the reason why we push you beyond what you think you can do to experience moments like this. Next is going to float one to Sanders. Oh, he caught it at the 2, and he dives in. Touchdown, Auburn. Oh, my goodness. First thing, our defense has got to go out there and take the ball. Our defense has just got to go out there and take the ball. Then when we get the ball, we're going to have 11 people. 11 people just going to do their job, whatever it is, just going to do their job and try to score every time they get the football. Here's the snap, the kick, it's in the air, it has distance! It's good! It's good! It's good! It's good! It's good! It's good! Sure, I'd like to be 12, 11 and old, but I'm gonna tell you something. I wouldn't switch this year for any year that I've been at Auburn. I wouldn't swap it, man. Because I watched you struggle and I watched you wrestle with them angels, but I watched you grow up and become men. 45, 50, 45, there goes Davis! Oh my God! Davis is going to run it all the way back! Auburn's going to win the football game! They're not going to keep him off the field tonight! You know, you don't talk about winning championships, you do what you got to do it. Let's quit talking about it. Let's go do what we got to do it. The roses in this grand old stadium are once again crimson. My goal is to get this thing turned around and play championship football like Auburn expects. The kick is good! Auburn wins 22-19. The Auburn Tigers are BCS national champions. It's my honor to present the coach's trophy to Coach Nick Saban and the Alabama Crimson Tide. He's going to go to the 20, the 15, 10, 5, touchdown! The Alabama Crimson Tide has won its 14th national championship. The process continues. Nick Saban with his third national championship, Alabama. Fourth quarter, Alabama up big. A.J. looks, throws a strike right in the middle. Touchdown! Amari Cooper, another one.
Oh, wow. Phenomenal. That is incredible, Rockstar.
Very, very good.
The underrated one has always been Brent Musburger. I don't know why it owns me every time.
It's just hammered. The process continues.
The best of the kick six.
Yeah, I know. The best is Stan of the kick six. But Brent Musburger's a close second.
The best will always be wrestling with the Angels.
Oh, my gosh. That was incredible.
11 and 0.
11 and 0.
I remember Phil Savage used to come on after that. When he would join us every Friday, and he would always love that wrestling with Angels part. Phil thought that was the funniest thing.
Just make it up as he goes. I got to say something inspired to the boys.
Y'all rest them Angels.
Pat Dye did, though, man, because they filmed that start of the Auburn coaches show. They always had him in the post-game locker room. And my goodness, back in the day, it was amazing. I would tune in just to see what Pat Dye said this past week. Felt like it was history every locker room.
I know. Rest them Angels.
Yeah. It's really good. Rockstar, that was fantastic.
Incredible.
Lost my britches in the lake.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you, sometimes I overplay things. I over-tease things. I don't think I did that time.
Did.
You lived
so
up
you
to it.
under-teased that one, Jim.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
Are y'all going to do the next segment live?
Yes, we are.
We are.
Okay.
It's
Is it going to be informative?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I thought that was a high wire act. I didn't think you'd be able to pull it off.
Yeah.
You got it back.
We almost had Nebraska with the ball in Iowa territory, which you might not say.
Hey, by the way, another 3 straight third down conversions. I mean, this thing is playing perfectly for the under.
Because you know what? It's about to be 3rd and 8. They're going to not get it and punt.
No, it's also about to be the second quarter.
No, this might be the fastest game in NCAA history.
No, we did 5 minutes of this segment before they kicked off.
Right.
We're still in this segment. They're about to be done with the first quarter.
Yep.
I know. All they've done is run.
There's somebody somewhere at CBS going, we've got to take a commercial break.
Do you ever see
We've got to take a
4
commercial
wide
break.
at Iowa?
Tell us about their friends right there at where?
I'm sure there's a flag that's going to keep this drive going.
Nope. Punt.
All
Oh,
right.
you wanted a flag. You got the over, don't you?
Yeah, but I'd like him to get the ball back, and let's go Nebraska. I want Nebraska to win over. I'd be happy with 24.
Well, you don't need both to score. I don't know if you realize this.
I'd be happy 25-0. My man Matt Rule and Coach That. When we come back, we've got trash. Apparently, we have to take a break along with the folks at CBS.
Boo.
When we come back, we've got trash today. The show being brought to you in part today by our friends at Odie's. LT, tell us about Odie's.
Odie's Tavern, 2 great locations. Black Friday, always a fun crowd. We had an incredible crowd the other night on Wednesday night. Make sure you stop in, go see Will Aver and that great staff. Incredible food from Rodney Davis for more than 30 years. They've got the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. 2 locations now, the original in Crestline and now one in Homewood.
Everything Alabama, all the time. Subscribe and set alerts at Roll Tide Pods on YouTube and wherever you get your podcasts.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. Start your holiday shopping at Timberline Golf Club. On November 20th, just ahead of Black Friday, you can get gift cards which make the perfect gift. No need to worry about size, color, or returns. Plus, you'll get more bang for your buck with a Timberline gift card. You buy a $100 gift card and receive a 10% bonus, making that gift card $110. Buy a $250 gift card, that's an 18% bonus, making the card worth $295. A $500 gift card gets a 25% bonus, making it worth $625. Get your free money from Timberline.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality service and selection from Red Wing Shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing Shoes.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
I have friends at HydroLife bringing you part of this. I'm watching Iowa. By the way, this may not shock some of you that have the under. Iowa's the worst red zone team in the Big Ten.
I'm surprised it's only the Big Ten. Yeah. I'm assuming if it was worst in the nation, they would have told us that.
I would assume, but it's already a 3rd and goal now from the 7. 3rd and goal from the 7 never ends up in touchdowns.
No, it ends up in a fumble.
Could be a fumble.
Oh, could be. I mean,
so Iowa will try to get on the board with a field goal here after a turnover.
They're so bad. God, this is awful to watch.
As the seconds wind down in the first half. Tell us about HydroLive.
HydroLive, IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, compression therapy, all under one roof. They're open 7 days a week. Newest location in Greystone, one in Homewood, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. If you can't make it, they can actually send a nurse to your home or business. For more information, hydrolifetherapy.com. Mention Next Round at checkout. You're going to get 20% off any of those great services. Again, mention Next Round at checkout.
I think I also have a parlay, the over on this one and the under on this one.
Of course you do.
And meanwhile, they're scoring like a pinball machine on the other game.
Oh, Texas, TCU at Oklahoma?
Yeah, like a pinball machine.
Oh, you got points.
Yeah. I know. I think I have the under on that one.
No, but I say you got points here.
Not yet.
Not yet.
They got to delay a game on the field goal.
Yeah.
I mean, so ridiculous.
Yeah, tough to watch, man.
I mean, and Kirk Ferentz just keeps in the top 20, and he's going to play for the conference championship. That's be the last time he ever plays for the conference championship.
Hell, they may go to, I guess they won't go to a New Year's Day Bowl, but, I mean, nobody would want them. But they're going to play in the one in Tampa against a good SEC team.
Yeah. I mean, they'll play in a good Florida Bowl game, and they'll probably sell a bunch of tickets.
It'll probably be Ole Miss. If Ole Miss gets left out of New Year's 6, it'll be Ole Miss and Iowa.
Can you think of 2 more contrasting styles?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
So good.
You know what I hate about overs? You know what I hate about overs?
What?
You're never winning them. If it was an under right now, it'd be going crazy.
But you're never out of an over.
Until you are.
Until you are the clock.
So Dunaway is given a gift of an Iowa possession inside the 20. The only way they're going to get inside the 20 is Nebraska fumble, which they did. Iowa goes about 10 yards backwards, tries a field goal. They get a delay a game, and then they get the next one blocked.
I'm dead. Take these 2 wonderful Adams properties and just stuff them through my eyeballs.
So good.
Let's do trash. Hit it, Rockstar.
Transferred Miss Caroline.
I asked to request to speak when you were talking.
You're not going to talk. That's
Let me tell you something. You were out of order when you stuck your hand up my daughter's shirt.
You can't be saying that.
You can't just say that. You cannot say that.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
You can't just say that.
Damn, they kicked him out of the meeting.
You can't say that.
You need to leave.
You cannot say that, right?
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life, getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. For more information, 205-815-9200, online, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. This one out of St. Louis. 3 trespassers had to be rescued by police on Thursday night after accidentally locking themselves in a jail cell inside a shuttered city jail. Now, the St. Louis police spokesperson, Sergeant Charles Wall, said officers responded to the medium security institution.
It's right there on the sign.
Known
What kind of
as
security is this?
The workhouse, after 3 men called 911 for help, police helped free the men from a cell, then arrested them again. Wall said the men face possible charges of property damage, burglary, and stealing. An investigation is ongoing. The jail has sat empty for more than a year. Last inmates were moved out in May of 2022 because of inhumane conditions, according to the St. Louis mayor.
It looks a little inhumane. Yeah, normally they do put like somebody's name on a jail, which I've always thought it's a weird thing to have named after you. I don't really want that. But just to call it medium security institution, it's kind of a weird name for a place.
Where do I turn? You'll just look for the big ass dumpster.
Yeah.
Right in front.
This next story.
I think it's weird that we pay people to lock us in rooms and we try to get our way out using
that
clues.
is weird, yeah.
And these guys did it the old-fashioned way.
I think most people are materialistic to a point.
Yeah.
This defines a lot of millennials, though. Baby boomers are happy with a salary of $124,000 per year, while millennials say they need more than $500,000 a year to feel content.
I relate.
I've got some really bad news for millennials.
That's right.
What?
This ain't really realistic.
Most of those jobs are not out there.
About 6 in 10 Americans believe money can buy happiness. I don't know if it can buy happiness. It can definitely help you out. Like, your health is by far the most important thing.
That's right. It goes health and then finances.
Because, you can have $50 million, but if you've got 10 months to live.
Steve Jobs.
Yeah. But I do think money helps you out in a lot of situations. There's no doubt. But 2,034 Americans were polled over a week-long period. Median household income in the U.S. is about $74,000, by the way. Boomers, millennials, and members of Gen X and Gen Z were asked how much they need to earn to be happy, an average that amounted to $284,000. That was pulled far higher by the $525,000 plus a year millennials said they needed to be satisfied. Boomers, Gen Z's desired incomes all sat between $124,000 and $130,000. According to the firm, millennials may have higher aspirations due to experiences like the 2008 housing crisis and instability caused by the pandemic. I wouldn't call it aspiration. I would call it a...
Think they're living in a fantasy world?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
more of a pipe dream here.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money to $525,000. I don't know how many jobs on average pay that or more, but you're going to be in a very small percentile.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think the percentage of Alabama jobs that pay $525,000?
Less than 1%.
Oh, yeah. I would say probably 0.5%.
Yeah, maybe.
The ultimate change jar out of Coon Rapids, Minnesota. A Minnesota couple has a 5-gallon jug filled with tens of thousands of pennies, but they don't know what to do with it. John Becker said his wife has been saving pennies for years, and now they have a jug full.
What do you do?
Becker estimates they have about $300 worth of pennies. He went on to say, quote, she's been saving these pennies for more than 10 years, but now the bank won't take them, end quote. Becker said they do their banking at Border Bank near their home in Coon Rapids. According to the branch president, they gladly accept loose coins, but not such in a heavy container. I went on to say it would be too heavy to lift and the coins would get jammed in the neck of the container. If the customer can move the coins to smaller buckets without a neck, we'd be happy to process. Couple said while they wait to figure it out what to do with the pennies, they are continuing to save. Becker went on to say they're everywhere. I picked them up for my wife because she still likes to save them. Becker's wife says she would be willing to negotiate a price if someone wants to take the jug off their hands.
Let me tell you this little something about Coon Rapids. That this guy went to a bank with this jug. They were like, hey, we'll take the money. You just got to take it out of the jug. We're not going to take out. And this made the news.
Yeah.
Slow day in Coon Rapids.
But is this not a situation you take it to get $300 in cash and he just wrenches his back?
Yeah.
And where they keep the jug? Right by a bucket.
Oh, you know what they're not wasting money on is a maid.
Yeah.
Look at that air conditioner.
That house is a wreck.
Hey, whoever missed the garbage can with that tissue?
Yeah, just leave it there.
Yeah,
Don't
pick it
worry
up.
about it. Don't worry. Do I sit it right on the floor? No, lean it a little bit on the wood plank we got there.
You say they tag out of this one, Rockstar, and that's my 2 cents worth. I'm Lyndon.
And that's out of the bucket.
I'm Lyndon Blake.
Coon Rapids,
Minnesota.
Coon Rapids. I need a shirt. How about this headline? Washington woman, 66.
It didn't say Poon Rapids.
Jets to Mexico for cosmetic surgery. Wakes up with breast implants.
She's natural target, isn't she?
Washington State woman says she woke up with an unwanted breast implant after traveling to Mexico for a different cosmetic procedure.
I did not order this.
And was then forced to pay thousands of dollars extra before being allowed to leave the Tijuana medical facility.
I was saying yes, not C's.
No, this is.
There you go.
It's a little bit of a deep joke, but that's really good.
It looks like she dipped in her ear in the bathtub for a couple hours.
No, this is. She got Tommy Lee Jones ears.
Yeah, Tommy Lee Jones face.
Here is Kimberly McCormick, 66 years old. Quote, the more their care was horrible. I've been disfigured. Now I'm going to have to go under more surgery. She told Fox 13 Seattle.
Disfigured now, come on.
McCormick said she returned in early October to the same facility in Tijuana where she had successful weight loss surgery about 6 years ago. This time she had planned to receive a breast lift and have loose skin removed on her arms, thighs, and stomach after the weight loss. She woke up after the surgery and immediately realized something was wrong. Quote, when I woke up, my chest was really sore and I just started bawling, she told Fox 13. She confronted a medical coordinator about the unwanted implants, but the person suggested that she had asked the doctor to perform the procedure. She went on to say, she said, you told him you wanted a full C, and I said, no, I would never have done anything like that. Along with the implants, McCormick also said she got an unwanted Brazilian butt lift. McCormick's daughter has advice for people who think they can go save a little money by traveling to Mexico for cosmetic surgery. All caps, please don't go.
Yeah, really.
$1,000 not worth the savings.
Would not think you have to tell people that, but
meanwhile, Pawpaw is smiling back home.
Man, Grandma's all titties and ass these days.
I might have missed this part of the story. Just looking at what was the actual surgery she went for?
The skin,
loose skin,
okay,
from weight loss.
Yeah. Okay.
They were going to tighten up her skin.
We don't fix no loose skin. We fix titties and ass.
Well, technically they did tighten. Technically they did tighten everything up.
Yeah. That skin comes from somewhere.
That's really sad. Okay, here's some crazy ideas for you guys. How about a monthly reverse lottery where all billionaires are put in a draw and the winner, all quotes here, has to donate 1% of their net worth to charity?
I like that.
You think they'd like that? Look forward to that?
They would not.
Those ping pong balls?
No.
How about this crazy idea? Why did they call them olives and not Grease's pieces?
I love olives, though.
Customers should receive a discount for using self-checkout or any automated service. I agree with this 100%.
Yeah. Have you seen the people that are like, you do the self-checkout, but then they check your receipt at the door. You're like, oh, it's good. I rang myself up. Yeah.
So there's a Winn-Dixie.
I didn't miss anything, I promise.
There's a Winn-Dixie over by us, and they're so inefficient because they have one person that works one of the lanes, and then you've got 1,000 people doing self-checkout, but they always have to have people come over and help them.
Yeah.
So I'm watching people nonstop, and I'm like, if you just open your lines, it'd be fine.
Well, I mean, but if you sit there and you try to weigh a melon, I don't know how to do that. They have to come over and weigh it for me.
What? How do you not know how to weigh a melon? I don't understand that. You weigh yourself every day.
How are you
on the scale to get the price to pop up?
How often are you buying melon?
Good. You buy a lot of melon.
Pineapples.
I'm just saying it's more complicated. If I got 3 tomatoes, how do I scan that?
Yeah.
They didn't have a QR code on them.
Very rarely am I buying very much at the store, but when I'm in there with very little, I do not mind doing the self-checkout.
Do you still do the where you get the groceries delivered?
Jennifer's not done that in quite a while that I'm aware of, though I just got an alert that DoorDash was at my door, so I'm guessing my college-age daughter just got her some lunch.
Yeah.
Kevin, by the way, apparently the Mexican doctor can't weigh melons either.
See?
I could be a doctor.
Hey, I love this idea. A reality show. 4 poor contestants are given $1 million each. They can spend it any way they want. Every purchase is documented. At the end of the year, the person who has the most wealth from their spending will acquire everyone else's stuff. The 3 other people go back to being poor.
Oof.
I could watch this.
Yeah. I do feel a little invasive watching it. But
that final episode.
Yeah, I know.
Those 3 faces.
A lot of pressure.
And the final idea, when a couple gets married, instead of one person taking the other's last name or hyphenating both of their last names, they should create a new last name. How about the woman just take the man's name?
What if they drew it out of the hat?
Skywalker.
I'm Finkelsteins.
That would be a good name, a game show then at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, Coon Rapids.
Probably not. But if that was one of your demands, like if you were dating somebody and they're like, hey, if we ever tie the knot, my name's going to be yours, or your name's going to be my name's going to be yours.
That's the way it works. Her name is her name.
No, but I'm saying that, no. She's like, don't know why you're taking my name. Like I don't know what Maggie's maiden name was.
It was Hahn, H-A-H-N.
But if you're going to be Jimmy Hahn.
By
like
the way,
that.
I kind of like
Jimmy Hahn.
Yeah.
They had a shirt that says Will Hahn.
on Solo, which would define my love
It
life.
really would. That is perfect for you.
If you're an employment guy, you have a Han job.
I kind of like Jimmy Hahn. I like it better than Dunaway.
Let's do that. Let's just say Jimmy Hahn. Because you would have done it. But I'm saying most guys.
She lost her middle name. She dumped it and took her maiden name, made it her middle name.
What was her middle name?
I think most people do that.
It was Lee.
Oh, so was Jennifer's.
I think we've had this discussion before with Jennifer and Maggie.
No, Jennifer's was Lynn.
Okay. Then we haven't.
Oh, it was Leslie. Well.
Wait a minute. That was my neighbor.
Yeah.
I've always thought, and this is going to be a little controversial, and Jennifer and I never once had this discussion because it was understood she was taking my last name, but I've always thought if the woman's like, I ain't taking your last name, it feels like you got an escape plan built in right there.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like.
That's the time to jump to.
Yeah. I've never heard anybody even having that discussion up front. Usually the woman is very excited about changing their last name.
Yep.
They've been scribbling in their notebook since they were kids.
No, I did hear it's a pain in the ass to change the name back.
I would imagine.
Oh, like after a divorce?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably
would imagine. All right, that's Trash Today brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Are you a veteran looking for a VA loan? Mortgage Right has been advocating for veterans since their company began. As a veteran-owned, operated company committed to your well-being, they can help you find the best terms available, guide you through every single step of the process. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, we'll do our pick 3, our Buffalo Wild Wings picks when we come back right here on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
The Next Round Golf Cart is here. Your chance to play 4 area golf courses for just $89. Get 18 holes in cart at Limestone Springs, Cross Creek, The Meadows, and the newly renovated Woodward Golf Club. A $247 value for just $89. Get your golf cart now at nextround.store. What would happen if Santa came down your chimney and discovered fire damage in your home? What if he came down the chimney and discovered a wet floor? Santa's elves can't clean it up. You would have a lot of unhappy children Christmas morning. If that happens, contact DryTech Water Restoration immediately and make sure your children have a Merry Christmas. DryTech can clean up the mess and get in touch with your insurance company. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 and make sure your holidays are safe and happy. Happy holidays to all from DryTech Water Restoration.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
All right, Buffalo Wild Wings brings us our picks here at the end of the show. By the way, we're in the second quarter, and we may have points. Iowa, they're signaling a touchdown. Nebraska's saying they want to review. They don't think it's in the end zone.
Well, it's a touchdown, but he fumbled, but he had gotten it across.
No, I think if Iowa
almost
scores,
a disaster.
If Iowa scores any touchdown, it should automatically be reviewed. Even if it seems clear, you're just like, no, this really can't happen. We got to review it.
It's a goal line push. Quarterback gets in because he extends over. But watch this.
Okay,
he
right
fumbles.
there. That's a touchdown.
Yeah.
Once he breaks it, he can lose it. I mean, I would question whether that was stopped, though, if I was a Nebraska coach.
Yeah,
that
you can't review that, unfortunately.
It's going backwards, stopped, and then that reach right there.
They did let it go on for a while.
They did.
Well, I mean, come on, guys. Iowa and Nebraska are playing. You give them every chance to score you can.
I think they should get double the points at this point. So Iowa leads it. They're scoring like a pinball machine in Oklahoma and TCU. I think it's 14-13 there, 7-7 Miami and Boston College. It is time for the Buffalo Wild Wing Pick 3. Hit it, Rockstar.
Pick 3, it's time for the Pick 3. 3 for you and 3 for me, that equals a Pick 3. Say goodbye to your family, it's time for the Pick 3. Only time that I'm happy is when it's time for Pick 3.
All right, we got standings, Forrester.
This is tight, man.
I had to know with 3 last week.
Yeah, 2-1 for me and Brownie. Wow, I'm in the lead, and I'm 2 games below 500. It is the NFC South.
Yeah, it's been a bad year.
So I'm the Saints, and you guys are the Falcons and the Bucks right now. Falcons and Saints played this weekend in Atlanta. Big game for you, Forster.
Not really.
Yeah, you going over there, Scott?
No.
We need you to win. Equal that division out.
With that quarterback situation being what it is, it probably. I don't know if I'll watch.
Like Sam Howell would be such an upgrade for the Falcons.
Almost anybody.
100%.
Yeah, and you guys would win the division going away.
Yeah, but
I don't think we could make an all-star team of the 4 teams in the NFC South and make the playoffs in another division.
You would start at quarterback.
Who is your quarterback?
Probably Derek Carr.
Yeah, I mean, I think that might answer
Over
your
Bryce
question.
Young?
Right there. Yeah, I mean, Bryce Young's had a tough year.
Yeah, it'd be Derek Carr.
But maybe we'd piece together a better offensive line for him.
Well, I tell you what, though, I got some pretty good skill.
No, I think you could have a championship-like team.
Yeah,
if you
think about your receivers. You would.
Mike Evans, Chris Godwin are pretty good.
Chris Olave.
Chris Olave, really Mike good. Evans. I got Kyle Pitts from Atlanta.
Adam Thielen.
I got some pretty good receivers now.
Yep.
Bijan Robinson in the right offense, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Bijan with Alvin Kamara.
Yeah.
Well, you could put together a championship team.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we should do that.
The fact we're having that
Maybe
discussion.
we should do that.
All right. So
I'm sure the NFL's all about it.
Dead last. One of you guys make a pick.
Okay. I'll go. I did something last week. I've never done. Do you guys remember what I did in the pick 3? I've never done before. Never, ever before.
You played a 3-touchdown favorite.
I made a big deal about it. I did not.
You randomly picked 3 games.
I've done that many times before. I picked Jacksonville State University for the first time ever in our pick 3. They were playing Louisiana Tech. Don't know if you guys paid any attention to that.
You got it. You won.
I did win. Easily won.
Yeah. Do it. Keep riding them.
They're at New Mexico State. And I think a lot of you watching and listening to this show would be stunned to learn that the New Mexico State team that came to Auburn and beat the Auburn Tigers in Jordan-Hare Stadium, soundly beat the Auburn Tigers in Jordan-Hare Stadium, are a home underdog to Jacksonville State this week.
Yeah, it's a strange number.
It is. Gamecocks -3.5. Vegas knows something there, guys.
Because Jack State is a good team.
Yeah.
But to me, equally as good as New Mexico State.
Yeah,
I mean, the record shows you that.
But it's at New Mexico State.
You would think it was the other way.
You would. You might have to look twice. Oklahoma State playing for the Big 12 championship game berth. They're playing BYU at home. They're going to smoke BYU. -16.5, easy win. And Florida wins it outright over Florida State. Give me the Gators +6.5.
You know what I appreciate about Rich Rodriguez is that you won't hear him say all week long. You know, it's for many of my guys, it's the first time we've ever gone to the state of New Mexico. It's the first time we've ever gotten on a plane. Blah 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 blah. You won't hear any of that.
Some
that
fits
wasn't
are good.
on the side. You had
undefeated.
You let go of it. You let go of it when it was
Rich
like
Rodriguez, really good at Jack State, really bad at Michigan. But I got Michigan because they've got the right coach, the weirdo, although he won't be there. I've got Michigan -3.5. I've got Auburn +13.5 in the Iron Bowl, and I agree with you on Oak State.
Yeah. With me on Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
I'd love to have mine up there too, Lance.
I'll try to save the graphic on Oklahoma State.
They talk a lot about that, don't they?
I'm going to go with Southern Miss +16.5 against Troy. Just in case John Summerall already has a job.
Back-to-back weeks, you've backed Southern Miss, right?
I did, yeah. Riding them hard. They were my upset previously. Go Tigers. I'm going to ride with Jaden Daniels minus 11.5 in College Station. And then Big Blue Nation. I think they may have a little something for Louisville. I like them plus 8.5 to get inside the number.
This could be a
It's
disastrous.
gone to 8.5?
Yep, that's where it was in my bookie.
Wow.
What time is that game, Lance? I've got
11
my book
o'clock.
open right now, 11 a.m. kick. Because you had Kentucky as your upset alert.
LT did, yeah.
Does that worry you about that?
I mean, a little bit.
I've got it at 8 right now, so Dunaway had to bump it a half for the pick 3.
That's right.
Because I got it at 6.5,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. On upset alert, you did. Yeah. I would. It could be a disastrous ACC weekend. That game is at Louisville, but I mean, you let Florida and Kentucky win this thing, and the ACC just gets wiped right out on one Saturday after a lot of hard work. But that wipes them right out if Florida and Kentucky win.
Yeah. Pick 3 is available for you. Nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. You'll see the big Buffalo Wild Wings logo right there. You click on it. You manipulate the little drop boxes to pick your 3 games. Go 3-0, and you get into the championship week coming up next week. And then we'll have a winner from that. It's all happening right now at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com.
Back to yours, Lance. Auburn plus 13.5. You think Auburn's got a shot at winning this, or you think they're just inside that number?
I think they are just inside the number.
So you don't anticipate a situation.
I mean, Nick Saban has coached 4 games at Jordan-Hare as Alabama's head coach. What do you think his record is?
What's more than 4?
He's 4-4.
No, his last 4.
His last four.
He's 2-2.
2-2.
He's 2-2. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a tough spot. Alabama, I think 6-10 down there all time at Jordan-Hare Stadium.
Now, I will tell you, unranked Auburn, I'll give these factoids to Little T to shoot out. They've played 28 games. An unranked Auburn team has played 28 games against a ranked Alabama team. What do you think their record in those 28 games are?
Just
Unranked Auburn.
This is straight up record.
Against a ranked Alabama.
Unranked Auburn against a ranked Alabama in 28 games. I would say Alabama is 21-7 in those games.
I was going to say Auburn's won 7. I was going to say the exact
21-7?
same. 7-21.
27-1 Alabama is. I think the one upset was the Dennis Franchione game, was it not? Auburn wasn't ranked, right?
I'd have to go back and look. It felt like they weren't.
I would not think so. So usually bad Auburn doesn't beat Alabama. I thought bad Auburn beat Alabama.
That's a myth. We've talked about the old throughout the record book. So just to quickly recap that.
Oh, my God.
There have been 28 times Nebraska, our guy Matt Rule's falling apart. It's unfortunate.
Well, his quarterback situation is awful.
28 times a ranked Alabama team has faced an unranked Auburn team. And Alabama's 27-1 in those.
Yep.
Wow.
That is a remarkable
And,
statistic.
after Alabama's win last week, 10 wins in 16 consecutive seasons. Again, Jeff Maniston brought it up that Auburn hasn't had back-to-back double-digit win seasons since 88-89. Alabama's done it 16 straight years.
Yeah. I mean, it has been an unprecedented run, one like we'll never see again.
By the way, Auburn's passing right now 121st in the country. How does Auburn win the game real quickly?
You said it the other day. I would disagree with something I think you said, or maybe you were repeating someone that said it, is that Auburn needs to do what New Mexico State did and slow this down and minimize possessions.
Yes.
I would actually disagree with that. I think what makes Hugh Freeze dangerous against Nick Saban, and it's the offenses he struggled with, are the offenses that are fastball up tempo. You take a huge risk in doing it against an Alabama team because a couple 3-and-outs and you can be in a hole you don't get out of. But I think it's the best way to beat Alabama. I would say old school Hugh Freeze fastball offense, let the chips fall where they may.
Don't try to do it like you did against Georgia.
I would not. No, I think it's what has given Alabama the trouble over the time.
Yeah. How does Auburn beat Alabama?
Turnovers. Yeah, I mean, Jalen Milroy is playing great football right now. He's got to go back to Jalen Milroy we saw against Texas in the fourth quarter. If they can get +2, +3 in turnovers, they've got a fighting shot.
Alabama's still 130th in sacks allowed per possession. And Auburn's got a good pass rush. We are there at Jordan-Hare Stadium tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. We'll be outside the stadium, between the stadium and the tailgate area on what I think is the east side of the stadium.
That is correct.
Plaisman Park Inn. So come hang out with us at 9 o'clock. We'll be there doing a show, and then we'll be moving around. Some tailgates and some early brunches. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
Dunaway.
Tyler Watts, Jim Dunaway, Talk of Champions. It is Iron Bowl week. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody, as you watch this on your convenience on demand here. But we're getting ready for Auburn playing host to Alabama at Jordan-Hare Stadium. We'll talk a lot about the Tide and the Tigers before this matchup. Tyler Watts is also the guy in charge of the Watts Agency. We'll tell you about the Watts Agency as we get going here.
You want me to talk about it now?
I do.
Why is their logo bigger than ours?
Is it?
It's the little things that matter.
You find that at the Watts Agency,
well, I
right?
mean,
The
I
little
walked
things?
it. Yeah, I mean, you got to pay attention to detail. That's what everything's about.
Well, they're the home team.
Hold on, I'm doing my plug right now. So that's what we do here at the Watts Agency when it comes to your insurance needs. We pay attention to the details. Give us a call, check us out on the website, TylerWattsInsurance.com or 205-822-5477.
I don't think it's actually bigger. I think
It
it's
is
the
bigger.
same. I think it's just
bigger font then.
I think it's more girth because they have They have two letters and you have one.
Girth. How many times have you used that this week?
More than I should. Absolutely.
Gracious.
Speaking of girth on that offensive line, Alabama's got a big one. We'll talk about the Tide and maybe some advantages they have on Auburn in a second. But the first thing, when you're talking about this matchup this week, you've got to start with is what went on with Auburn last week against New Mexico State in their bye game before the rivalry. And they lose to New Mexico State 31-10. You're not going to believe this, but during the week, I sat there and I said, Auburn's game is different than Alabama's game. Alabama will demolish Chattanooga, and you want to get out healthy. Auburn's got a football team coming in. Jerry Kill, I had a lot of respect for him, and I said that all week long. I never thought they would lose the game, and I never thought they'd get dominated from the get-go, beginning to end. But for 60 minutes, New Mexico State was the better team. So my question to you, former athlete, does it have an impact on the game this week?
No, only because of who's coming to town. That's the only reason why. But let me back up. Let me say maybe. It only has an effect potentially on the fans. If the fans come in and they're flat to start off with, and the football team doesn't give them anything to really cheer for in the first quarter, the first couple of possessions, you potentially could have a carryover from last week's game versus New Mexico State. However, team comes out, get a couple first downs, allow the fans to get energized and get into this game, then it has zero bearing, and it goes right back to being you're playing Auburn in Auburn, and it's going to be a tough day.
Yeah, well, I go back to the last time Alabama was down there. Bryce Young and a team that went on and made it to the national championship game. And, I mean, it takes a drive of a lifetime.
Did nothing for 55 minutes or 52 minutes of that ball game.
And that Alabama team was so much better than that Auburn team.
Yes. But field position came into play. Not being able to run the football definitely was a part of it. And Auburn made a play or two here or there, and all of a sudden they found themselves with 10 points. So those are things, though, that kind of give you a game plan and a template of how Auburn can have success. Win field position, set up on short yardage, force Alabama to be coming out from their goal line offensively. That's a challenging situation where you really focus more on not making a mistake versus trying to be aggressive and push the ball down the field. Alabama and both these teams, honestly, they need their offenses that when things get a couple good plays under their belt, they get in a little rhythm, that's when they start having success.
That's a great point you make. If you start a series as a former quarterback inside your own 15 as opposed outside your own 25, the whole play calling is totally different?
Well, I'm not going to say totally different, but you are much more conservative. First thing you're trying to do is just give yourself a little bit of breathing room. And hopefully you can bust one for 5-6 yards and then set yourself up in a second and short, third and short situation. But what you don't want to do is you can't take a sack down there in the end zone. You can't give up a safety. And you have to be very careful of what you do because you don't want to turn the ball over either.
Yeah, the field position is huge. So too, and we talk about the crowd down there a lot. In that last trip 2 years ago, Alabama, I think it was the right side of the line, got beat time after time after time. And it was the snap and, not hearing the snap, maybe some other things going on, but Auburn was getting off the ball better than the Alabama guys were getting off the ball. Alabama at times earlier this year were having problems on the left side of the line. That seems to have gotten better. But that would be one thing I'd watch early in the game is how our left side is handling the crowd noise and their rush.
So Caden Proctor has been the questionable guy as far as the one-on-one situations all year. Last week it wasn't an issue because he was able to match that defender that was going up against him. This week will be different. So you look for Alabama to make those small adjustments once again where they bring tight end help in initially, kind of help set the edge and allow him to get in good positions and then push the defender upfield. As well as running back help. And then you see how he does, how he handles it. But you definitely don't want to leave these guys on an island. But 2 years ago, this is the game where Seth McLaughlin really got his opportunity there at center and played extremely well in this ball game, and it has carried over. Had another bad snap last week. Thought those were, I think you even mentioned that.
No, I did.
Hey, the bad snaps are behind us. We don't have to worry about those anymore. I think we had 1 or 2 infractions last week versus Chattanooga. Still a landmine, baby.
Yeah, not gonna bring it up this week. MyBookie.ag brings you Talk of Champions. You can get a 50% deposit bonus right now by using the promo code NEXTROUND. Next round, bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag, a 50% deposit bonus. Let's talk about a couple of things with their team. One of them is their quarterback, Peyton Thorne. Okay passer, can do it with his legs. You think they try to run him against Alabama?
Yeah, I think they'll have to. And that was kind of their secret weapon versus Georgia, something we hadn't seen all year long. They come out, they have a lot of option reads on the backside. Thorne's able to pull it down, and he is a huge factor. He's now become their second leading rusher on the football team behind Jaquez Hunter. He is definitely, and anytime you incorporate a quarterback in the running attack, that's one more defender, whether it be a safety or whomever, that has to either start filling in hard, or you have to leave your defensive end and not allow him to pursue downhill and go after the running back. All right, so what do you do defensively? Well, keep that defensive end at home. Now you don't have numbers over here with a running back. You collapse him down. Now what do you do? Who has a quarterback responsibility? Maybe it's a safety. Maybe it's somebody like Caleb Downs. He's had that responsibility a lot. So he comes down. So what does Auburn do then? Now we go RPO where we run a slant behind it and we got a one-on-one on the outside. That's the evolution of the offense of how you do something, they counter. Now you counter their counter to try to exploit that in another area.
Would I be smart to just go back and watch that Georgia-Auburn game and say, since Kirby and Nick do so much the same thing defensively, that's probably the way they'll try to attack me?
I'm not saying that's necessarily 100% of what they're going to do. They still have to remain within the framework of what they want to be. They got to run the football. They got to find ways to do that. They can't rely on the passing game. Their passes come off their ability to run, so they have to establish that. But sometimes you got to pitch the batter backwards. So I wouldn't be surprised if Auburn came out with a lot of play action, throwing the ball, getting rid of it quickly. Chattanooga, believe it or not, had some open guys. I mean, it was nickel and dime stuff all the way down the field, but you had some successes getting rid of the football quickly and not holding on to it.
I would ask you this. If Alabama does well defensively against Auburn, who has to have a great game? Who has to be the defensive MVP for Alabama? Is it a Dallas Turner or someone like that pressuring the quarterback? Is it somebody eating up blockers?
Yes.
Is it the secondary? Who is it?
It's your interior guy. So it's Tim Keenan. It's Justin Aboigbe, it's Tim Smith, it's Jamarian, it's those guys, as well as Trez Martian, Jahai Campbell, and hopefully Deontay Lawson. Because if you can stop the run with 5 guys, which in essence is what you would be doing, potentially 6 once you add Dallas Turner in there, then that allows the secondary to do what they do best. Heavy run support, but then also lock up man-to-man and really create a lot of issues, because then you're dictating terms of when you bring pressures and the pace of the game and things of that nature.
I want to ask you about Hugh Freeze and his play calling, what you remember from his Ole Miss days and now at Auburn. After I remind you folks that the holidays are here, great gift idea is our friends at Roback. Roback.com/TNR20. Now, we've given you that promo code TNR20 for 20% off your first purchase for the entire football season. But now, even if you've already bought once before, the entire site is open and you can get 20% off anything, and it doesn't have to be your first purchase. Anybody can get this, but you have to go to Roback.com/TNR20. Roback.com/TNR20. First time, 6th time, 8th time, it doesn't matter. You get 20% off. Roback.com/TNR20 right there with our friends at Roback. Hugh Freeze is a play caller. What do you like about what he does as a play caller?
He has been creative at times, and he had some success at Ole Miss.
Known for his RPOs.
Known for the RPOs, but also the pace of play. Now defense have adjusted to that. The rules have adjusted to it to where you can't really take advantage of defenses inability or ability to substitute when you substitute. So some of that is gone away by rule. He can't do what he used to do, nor does he have the personnel, quite honestly, right now that he has had or did have in the past at Ole Miss. But always pretty creative in what he did. Never anything dynamic, I wouldn't say, but got his guys ready to play.
Yeah, got his guys ready to play. Challenge this week after New Mexico State, but he's already addressed that he thinks, at least Tyler thinks, that will be null and void because of this being a rivalry game. Let's talk a little bit about Alabama. First off, with Chattanooga in the rearview mirror, you've played in those games. You've been after those games, 66-10. I would imagine you checked the box. You did everything you wanted to do last week.
Yeah, normally you did, because offense went out there, scored first 3 or 4 possessions. They did have one punt. They took care of the football, didn't turn it over. They scored when they should have. They dominated the line of scrimmage. You would expect those things. You would hope that you would see those things against a lesser opponent. And obviously, on both sides of the ball, they did what they needed to. You didn't even play most of your starters there in the second half. So you did exactly what you wanted to do. Flush that. None of that matters anymore, and I think the players understand that. That was one. We're going to do exactly what we're programmed to do this. Let's do it, and then let's move on to the next opponent. Now that opponent is here. Most of
that's
these
a
guys,
good sign, though, right? That you can go
absolutely
out and do that.
Yes, because you did it versus Kentucky after the big LSU win. And the whole week I was thinking, we beat LSU, clear sailing. We're going to mop the floor with Kentucky. And they went up there and they did exactly that. They took care of business. You can tell the mindset of these players is really changing. And their demeanor on the field, how they're still playing with a lot of emotion, but you're not seeing the ups and downs near as what you used to. And so that carried over, obviously, last week. Now it's a bigger challenge, though. I don't care what people say. I think Auburn has the 8th winningest home field advantage in the country.
It's unbelievable.
It's amazing. And there is something to that. But I love what Coach Saban talked about also this week. I don't know if you heard. He made it a point to say this. I think he's 4-4 in Auburn in his career at Alabama. And he even said, although crazy things happened down there, the team that was playing better that day won every single one of those games. So he just removed any hex that potentially we think is on that place, which we think is legit. But he said that, and he's right. Alabama, in the losses that they've had down there, has had multiple opportunities to take care of business. Drop passes by Amari Cooper, can't hit a field goal to save your life. All these things over the course allow an opponent that you should beat to stay in a ball game, and when you stay in a ball game, they're going to find a way to beat you. Yeah. That's just what happens.
That happens a lot on the road in a lot of places. Yeah. That one comes with an exclamation point because it's the Iron Bowl. 4-4 for Nick Saban as they go back down there. Jalen Milroe was on our show this week, and he said, speaking of the demeanor of this team, he says this is a player-driven locker room. And he said it, and I don't remember a lot of the teams in the past under Nick Saban saying that, but I've always thought good teams are always player-driven. Is there something about this being a player-driven locker room, or are there always player-driven locker rooms? Tell me about that phrase.
I guess the interviews now are just better than they used to be back in the day. What do you say?
I don't know. It's a player-driven locker room, he says. And it does, this does seem like a mature roster. They seem to be handling their business better after the Texas loss.
They are, and you are correct. Most successful teams are ones that are led internally by the players. They're holding themselves accountable, and when someone steps out or acts up, he's called out on it. And that's a good thing. That's not bad. And you never want to mess up the herd mentality that goes on in there. As a player, I don't want to do anything out of line that might jeopardize what my teammates have going. And that's good. That's an accountability thing that is the sign of a good, mature football team. And as a result of it, you're hoping that they're pressing themselves to work hard every day, to do what's right on and off the field, and that their mindset is focused on winning and doing what's necessary to win.
Yeah. I want to ask you that, Milroe was there on the sidelines, the game that Bryce brought Alabama back to win back in 2020. Does that help that he didn't contribute in the game at all, but does it help that he experienced that crowd one time?
Sure. I'm going to tell you this. There's a big difference between being on the sideline and on the field, though, in that Iron Bowl. I guarantee you
it's quieter on the field?
It's actually more peaceful on the field, although you're more focused and locked in as to what you're supposed to be doing. But it's a hectic environment, I'm not going to lie. But those guys out there on the field will be the calmest of anyone and everyone in the stadium. We'll be up in knots. The players, they know what their job is. They're focused on it. And it's amazing how they are able to clear the mechanism, so to speak, of all the external noise that's legitimately going on. while they're playing.
Yeah. See, I was only half joking. So there is a peacefulness about being out with you and the 10 brothers out and away from the chaos in the crowd.
When things are going well, it's very peaceful. When things are not going so good, it ain't so peaceful. It's hectic.
Yeah.
It's going fast. It's a fast game. It's a fast-paced game. I remember always thinking this game is never going to get here. I can't wait to be a part of it. And then as the season progresses, you get to the week of it and you're thinking, man, this is going to be awesome. It's going to be a long build-up. I'm going to enjoy every moment of it. And it flies by.
See,
and the next thing you know, you're lining up to kick it off.
I think anyone who's watching or listening to this right now, I think that is the rub the genie one wish moment for those of us that didn't play the game, to be able to be out there for just one play, to see what it's like in the huddle, and then to break the huddle and run one play in front of 100,000 people in a rivalry game like that. That's the dream. I mean,
it's the coolest thing. Yeah, it is the coolest thing. And every player, though, they're so caught up in what their responsibility is, they don't always take that into account, and they shouldn't take it into account. You get later in life to reflect back on it and then rub that genie once again and wish you could do X, Y, and Z better.
Yeah, I was going to say you should be more appreciative of having that chance to have done it.
That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, but you do. You're very appreciative. One more thing to talk about here and talk of champions after I tell you about another great gift idea this holiday season, and that's the next round blend of coffee. All the coffee at whoiscoffee.com, whoiscoffee.com. You can get 20% off if you use the promo code TNR20, TNR20. We have a lot of brands there that are designed by the team up here of Next Round. Good flavors. You can get them for the drip or the whole beans, all right there. Whoiscoffee.com, or the easiest way, just go to nextround.store, nextround.store. Remember, promo code TNR20 gets you 20% off that coffee.
You did a flavored coffee, didn't you?
I don't like flavored coffee. I'm
proud of you.
I'm just a black coffee guy.
I am proud of you.
I like it to be a high-end bean or Arabica bean like we have here in Next Round. But I like it just straight black.
Like a man.
Like a man. This is probably the manliest thing I do is I drink my coffee black. A lot of discussion about the playoffs, and if you lose, the discussion's over with anyway. But as a player, do you think it starts to get into the minds that
no.
If we handle our business, we're in the playoffs, or no?
I don't think so. And
how can it not?
The reason I don't think so is this. I think at this point of the season, the way that you're playing as a football team, I've said this for years, when you're playing really well, you're hitting, and you're doing what you're told to do, and you're seeing the benefit of it, which is winning, successful plays, you start to get the mindset, we're going to win. We are just going to go out here and we're going to win. We're going to find a way to win. We don't know how it's going to happen yet, but we are going to find a way to win this ball game. And you never get discouraged when things start going against you. You bounce back. So that's the resiliency coaches are always talking about, and it comes from a belief of seeing the success that you've had when you did things the right way, and now you're focused on those, and even when things don't go right, you go right back to focusing on how to do it, and you do it the next time, and then you have success. And you have a belief that you're going to win. And so you never look past the week that you're playing, but there is nobody in the country that you don't think you can beat. And so you just think it's going to take care of itself.
The only team I have a question about is Georgia, and you're going to get a chance to play them. I don't worry about Bama against anybody else.
You can't.
Except Georgia.
You can't, because if you beat, they're the best in the country for a reason. They've done it consistently for 3+ years, and you're going to have a chance if you handle business this week, which you should be focused on them because they're very capable, and then you're going to have a chance to go up against the best in the country.
Non-Alabama Auburn related, what would you do if you're on the committee with Florida State now that Jordan Travis is hurt?
It's the biggest frustration I think that everyone has is the fact that Florida State is sitting in a situation where they haven't played anybody that is considered elite by any means, but they've beaten everybody. You can't penalize a team for going undefeated. It's frustrating. Can't penalize a team for losing a player. Got to see how they respond, first of all. And they're going to have a chance versus a halfway decent Florida team this week to see how they do respond. Why are they the team in question? Why is Michigan not the team in question? That's what I always want to know. Who has Michigan beat?
Penn State right now.
Which, so did Ohio State.
Yeah.
So what? I think they have the weaker argument than anybody.
Yeah. Oregon has a loss, and
now the more important question is, how is Michigan keeping it together with everything that has fallen apart with inside their program?
Yeah, it's really great coaching, to be honest with you. And
But you got two coaches that aren't even there anymore.
And locker room leadership, because, I mean, Auburn did it in 2010. You know, USC has done it before in 2005 when they were trying to three-peat.
Twofold.
Yeah.
There is an us versus them mentality that definitely comes into play, but there's also our opponent's not very good.
Yeah.
That might have something to do with it.
Yeah. It's good this week. Michigan and Ohio State. Talk of champions right there. It's Alabama, Auburn, Jordan-Hare Stadium, 2:30 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network with Eli Gold.
Listen to us. Eli's making his first road trip, and we're excited to have him down there in Jordan-Hare.
Another Iron Bowl with Eli Gold, Tyler Watson, the whole crew there on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Thank you to MyBookie, Roback.com, and also to Who Is Coffee, and to the Watts Agency.
Thank you for remembering me.
Well, tell us
for the
about
Tyler
the
Watts Insurance Agency. Please give us a call for all your insurance needs at 205-822-5477.
Have a happy Thanksgiving. We'll be back with you next week for a talk of champions leading into the SEC championship game as we get ready for Alabama and Georgia. Remember, give us a thumbs up and comment right here on Roll Tide Pods.
You got to get those graphics smaller.
Yeah.